Hey everyone, we don't get mic stands? Wow, okay. Welcome to Hope 16. This book is very, very handy, so if you don't have one, make sure you get one at the info desk. By the way, I don't know, a number of people have asked us what's with all the cops outside. Okay, so Trump found out about this and has moved to federal. No, he wants to federalize our security team, so Dan will be speaking about that. No, it's fine. It's some kind of graduation ceremony across the street, and it'll be over before you know it. But they're friendly. They're friendly cops, so don't worry about it. So here we are. It's the opening of our 16th conference. We have so many fun things planned this weekend. But the thing that I guess the theme here is that everything you're seeing around you and all the activities and all the talks, it's all impossible. This is impossible. There are so many people out there who will tell you that you can't possibly pull something like this off, not in this day and age, not with this kind of budget, not with the number of people that you have. It's always been that way with Hope. The very first Hope we did at the hotel, people told us it'll never work. Well, 16 conferences later, we're still here. And finding this place was a miracle in and of itself. I mean, if you go to where the hotel used to be, it's a big pile of rubble now. And that's sad, but this place gives us so much more as far as space, as far as fresh air, and just less stress. You know, free parking in New York. Whoever heard of that? I know it's a hassle to get here from some places, and thanks to everybody who put in the effort. But when you get here, I think it's really, really worth it. So whenever somebody tells you something isn't possible, remember Hope and do it anyway. So I'd like to introduce everybody. We have Mitch, I think you all know, who's running projects. If you need a TV to be turned off, he's your man. We have Dan with security, who's going to be sharing a few tips. We have Kyle here, who pretty much fixes everything that breaks, and a lot of things break. And there's me. I'm just along for the ride. So go ahead, Mitch.
Yeah, so am I on? Hello, hello. You hear me? Cool. So more volume? Hello. There we go.
Or cowbell.
So I can hear me now. And yeah, so there's a lot going on here at Hope. All of us being here together makes a lot of really cool things happen, and a lot of chaos and a lot of anarchy defined in the only most positive ways. And there's going to be 4 tracks of talks going on at once, 3 tracks of workshops going on at once, plus everything going on in the vendors and the villages. It's all come together, kind of amazing. So thanks to everyone who's helped for all that. Feel free to create your own stuff as well, because we have plenty of space here at St. John's campus in the buildings that we rented. This one, Marillac, across the way at Tobin. Little theater is pretty much just a little theater. So we got plenty of space. Hang out, meet each other, do cool things.
I'd like to thank everyone for showing up and supporting us, and just it's amazing what we put together. We do our best to meet everyone's needs, and at a certain point we have to let go, and we meet the moment. We set the conditions here for everybody to have an enjoyable experience, but it really is what our audience, what the people watching make of it. We've really I think the volunteers themselves make things look so easy. In fact, like, we have so much good help, we don't even realize it in some moments. So I really do want to be complimentary and big thank you to everybody who is helping out on different teams to make all of these little pieces connect into something that people can watch, people can experience, and that's how we basically get really interesting dialogue. It's really amazing what happens and what people do with all of this. We can only kind of get it so far. I will say that under the circumstances and over my experience, basically witnessing a lot of these events, it's hard. This is a really heavy lift, and like E pointed out, it is next to impossible if you look at it from a certain perspective. But there is a lot of optimism and people that are very just adaptable, and we try to remain nimble and create something that's in the spirit of hope, but changes with the times. And we did not want to let another 2 years go by. We felt like it was imperative to create a situation where people could express themselves, talk about technical things they're noticing, and get the information out there. And it is through your participation, anything that you share about the event, as well as the stream and all of the workshops and activities that Mitch pointed out in between. That's how we innovate, that's how we push the ideas and come up with solutions for us, solutions that other people in the world might benefit from, and new ways of looking at the kinds of technologies that we are immersed in just all around us. We have incredible knowledge and resources and processing power. So I want to kind of have some of that spirit of optimism through osmosis. I'm really energized by what people bring to this event, and it's you know, it's a long, hard, difficult journey, but yeah, we're changing with it, and I'm really excited what Hope 16 will bring, and this sort of new chapter. Thank you for coming and listening.
Hello. Hi, my name is Dan. I go by Not 30. You might have seen me around in the info desk the past couple of years or with security. This year we're kind of, keeping it low-key, but also making sure everyone has a good time. All the rules are followed. So if you don't mind, I actually do have to start with a bit of a formality. Kyle, where's your badge?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dude, you have to have a badge.
Yeah.
You have to, in order to
You know what, it's probably in here somewhere. Just 1 second.
Dan.
Yeah, no, if you don't have a badge, you can't, so I gotta.
It's a formality, but it
Unfortunately,
needs
I
to be
gotta
observed.
escort you
especially.
out.
Yeah. While this is taking place,
Excuse us
Sorry, this is
while
embarrassing.
we take care of this formality.
I had more
just,
I'm really excited to be here. And
okay. We all pay for our own badges, you know. That's the kind of conference this is. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. He has a rough job. Sometimes it's very very difficult. Do you want to tell us any more guidelines that we don't run
sorry
afoul
about
of?
that. So this conference cannot happen without the goodwill, the effort put in by all of our volunteers, and that goes through the entire conference as well. We have a system called the Angel System where you can, if you so choose, sign up and help make the conference a wonderful place to be. We have spots with our AV team, with security, with the info desk. So if you're interested in being a part of the conference and giving back some of your time, please go to the info desk to get more information, to see what's available. And if there's stuff that you want to check out, there is no obligation to volunteer during a time where there's other things happening. So if you want to give your time, by all means, it's greatly appreciated, but no means is an obligation.
And it's fun.
It's a lot of fun. You get to meet a lot of people, especially at the info desk. You get to see everyone firsthand, and you get to tell them, no, registration's that way. But yeah, it's a wonderful time. It's a great way to connect with the Hope community at large, and I highly recommend it. I started in, I think, 2018. That was my first info desk, and I've been doing it ever since. So again, highly recommended.
I really want to underline what Dan said as far as the need for volunteers. Every Hope Conference is a challenge. I don't think we've ever had a challenge like we've had this year. We decided to double down, have a conference every year because people frankly needed it. So many people felt like dark times were upon us and we weren't going to be able to do a lot of things that we've done in the past. We wanted to prove them wrong. We wanted to do it anyway. We wanted to shine a light where a light needed to be shown. It started off good, but then, you know, people from different countries started becoming afraid to come here, and a lot of our attendees are not here as a result of that, and they are missed. There are a lot of people from Europe, a lot of people from Canada, for God's sake, can't come here freely without fear of what might happen to them. We want those days to end, and we hope that they're watching us virtually. But it means we have less people. It means we have less to work with. It means we have more to do ourselves. So the need for volunteers is really, really crucial, and it will determine whether or not we can do this again, because it's, like I said, a real challenge. Also, our dear friend Greg Newby is not with us this conference. He's fighting a horrible illness, and it's just been really, really hard on all of us that he's not here. And I want to dedicate Hope 16 to Greg. I hope you're out there. Hope you're watching, and hope to see you soon. So that's pretty much it. You know, any questions, come to InfoDesk. They're amazing people. You can become part of InfoDesk yourself or other volunteer tasks. This conference, like I said, is impossible. Just like the magazine is impossible, just like the radio show is impossible, we do it anyway. And join us. Do it anyway. Talk coming up in this room. Talk coming up in Little Theater. Tobin will open at noon, and we'll be running until late at night. Have a great time. Thank you.
test, 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 test. Can you hear? Raise it up. Test, 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 test. I'll use this. Test. There you go. We'll use this one instead.
So this works?
Yes, I just don't have a.
Hello, yay, we have audio. So sorry for that delay. I'm going to hand it over to Moon, who's our MC for this. But I just wanted to say, if you want to volunteer, we definitely need volunteers. We're totally set for MCs for this room for today, but we need MCs for other rooms, and then you get to introduce people and meet lots of incredibly cool people who do incredibly cool things. Volunteers.hope.net, or see the info desk if you're interested in that. So I'm going to hand it over to Moon, who's going to introduce Samantha, our next speaker. And yeah, enjoy.
What's up? As soon as you give me the mic, I'm just going to start doing stand-up. It's like ridiculous. I need to stop. Welcome Samantha Stortz to the stage, I guess. She's going to talk about dark web stuff. What else? I don't know. Should I just hand it to you? Okay, I'm gonna hand it over. Also, I'm wearing socks with my Tivas. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Moon, for that wonderful introduction. And I love your socks. I like that they don't match. That's my favorite thing on the planet. Hi, I'm Samantha. I am a junior in college studying cybersecurity at Marist University. Oh. This isn't mine. So these are what we call technical difficulties. This is not my computer. You would see my slideshow if you could. So I'm studying cybersecurity. This is my first ever conference. So if you hear a shaky voice and if I'm really nervous, that's why. Oh, stop. You guys are going to make my ego too big. I did. One more time. I can move it. I'm really strong. So as my professor would say, I sabotaged all of this because I was so nervous and I didn't actually want to present. But since I'm here, I will tell you guys all about the research we've been doing. Last year, I went up to my lovely professor, Dominic Foti, who's also my advisor, and I told him that I was sick and tired of not having cyber stuff to work on. The way that Marist does their course load is that cybersecurity students start with a basis in IT, IS, and comp sci. So that meant that I couldn't do any cyber courses until my junior year, specialized or otherwise. So I approached him one day last year, and I said, please give me something to do. Working on a project on my own is no fun. So he told me about this Mac malware project that he was working on, and I snoozed a little, and then he said he was doing a project with dark web scraping, and I perked up, and I was like, yes, I am totally sold. That is absolutely what I want to work on. So when he went on further and said that we were scraping information from online marketplaces, I was hooked, as I hope all of you are. When I was younger, I watched a documentary about Ross Ulbricht and the Silk Road. And it was world-changing for me. And it was my first introduction to dark web and kind of cybersecurity practice. So when I finally got the opportunity to get my hands on the new age of that, I was sold. So what's our problem? The dark web is full of anonymous users. These people have multiple aliases, and it's really hard to track them. As we know, the dark web is really volatile, and trying to stay on top of things isn't always easy. So we can't really get a good handle on who these people are, what topics are most important, or how often they're being posted. Our solution focuses on developing a modular tool to scrape text data and create aliases of our own for these people. So we want to extract, sorry, 1 second. Okay. So the dark web is full of anonymous users that use multiple aliases that make it difficult to find an individual's identity. It's notoriously chaotic, and these different aliases can only be tracked using similar language, post content, tools, tactics, and procedures. It's really hard to analyze these things by hand. It's almost nearly impossible. So what we hope to do is to create a scraper that will group these for us. So I use the word modular and modularity a lot. What this basically means is that in this past year, we've tried to integrate config files. These files aim to create modularity so that there's independent interchangeable parts. To combat the volatility of the dark web, we did this so that we could easily generate a new scraper for each browser. So when we first started, we used a browser of Firefox, and then we moved on to Tor, and the same can be done with the different websites and forums on the dark web. So the one that we often use the most is breach forms, but in recent days, months, it's been taken down, put back up, taken down, and the last we know, it was taken down for good by a government agency. So the modularity helps because the scraper will go in and do it all separately and take all of our HTML and HTTP information, HTML. The parser will separate all of the information from that. The data storage is going to put that all into our database, and then our configuration is what's going to bring that all together. So there are a lot of previous solutions to this problem. On the ClearNet, there are a lot of scrapers available. For example, you can find a scraper that will go through every grocery store and find the different prices of things so that you can compare them on their own. Those are kind of less of what we're looking at here. So the problem with those is that they're not open source, and it's hard to find a scraper, especially for the dark web, that can really combat anti-scraping measures, so CAPTCHAs and things like that. They're also not the most effective against honeypots, which will sucker you in to take advantage of you. With our tool, we have full control of it, and the modularity makes it easier, as I said before, to change it in the event that anything comes up. So here's the association of our technologies. I'll go through these side by side, but you see on the side with breach forms, leak-based, Black Hat World, and hack forms that those are the forms that we're using. Through those forms, we find them using the Tor browser. We protect ourselves with the Mullvad VPN, which is a great VPN, and I will go into that a little bit deeper. That then goes into our remote server where our scraper is housed and then feeds information into our database and front end and our data analysis and visualization section. So, as I said before, our favorite form is breach forms. We're really lucky where we've partnered with an anonymous cybersecurity expert who works for a very reputable cybersecurity insurance company. Her job is to go and kind of navigate the dark web and interact with malicious threat actors and really assess the situation out there. So we get a lot of our information about what forms are best for our project from her. That's why we started with breach forms. We have worked a little bit with Leak-Based, but it's also one of those websites that's up and down, up and down, up and down. We haven't explored Black Hat World and hack forms much, but we're looking to in the future with the volatility of other forms. So who here knows what the Tor browser is? Okay, so I'm about to make myself sound like an idiot. My professor was nice enough to tell me this was going to be a bunch of college students who didn't know much. Sorry, guys. He also taught me the trick to waste time by asking questions. So, the Tor browser. It is enhanced online privacy and anonymity. This is because it routes your traffic through different hops and layers, hence the onion picture on the screen. It's a network of its own. And while you can go on these forums on the ClearNet site sometimes, the dark web option is where you're going to find the most malicious and tasty, I can't think of the right word, posts. Mulvad, we love Mulvad. Mulvad is a Swedish company, and it was also suggested to us through our anonymous cybersecurity expert who has been helping us out with the project. So the best part about Mulvad is that you have an anonymous account. They don't log any of your you don't have a username, you don't have a password, you don't have any user information, and they also don't log what you're searching for, where you're going, or anything like that. There's an integrated kill switch in it too that will stop any network traffic if you need it at any point. It's also in Sweden, so it's a safer jurisdiction for running a VPN without monitoring you. There's also DNS queries that are encrypted through a tunnel and multi-hop that will kind of help your online browsing be a little bit safer and a little bit harder to track. Our advisor told us that we should always use the same location when we log on, so I won't tell you guys my go-to, but there's a lot of options you can pick in the US, and we just click the same one every time as to not appear kind of like a threat to any network. Okay, so this is our IDE. We chose this as who here knows Visual Studio Code, VS Code? Yeah, it's kind of the go-to. It's the classic. We use it for most of our classes. It has a lot of code that you can use a lot of different libraries. We use Python for a lot of ours. It's the classic. So that's our go-to. We also, I didn't mention it here, but we also use a virtual machine. And the only reason I didn't include it is because we're kind of in between two right now. The one that we were using before is VMware, and I kind of just used that because it was the one I looked up first, and it seemed okay, and I'm not really experienced with virtual machines. But recently, my professor introduced me to Cubes, which is specifically intended for dark web use. So we've been exploring that. So if anyone wants to see me after and is like a Cubes expert, that would be great. All right, technologies. So our framework technologies rely on a Linux server when we're not working locally, which as college students, we do way too much. We use Python and a lot of the associated Python libraries that you can see beside it, the Tor browser, and a MySQL server. That's just one of those servers that we could use easily for our database. Python libraries, beautiful soup you can think of as alphabet soup. So when you go onto a web page, if all of the elements are like the little pasta shapes, Beautiful Scoop is the ladle that picks that soup up and puts it into your database. So it can take all of the elements on a page and for your use. So that's really important, especially in scraping. That's like one of our biggest used things. We also have pandas. Big fan of pandas, both the animal and the library. So that just kind of helps us to format our data. We usually go with CSV files, but you could do JSON if you wanted. Selenium is what helps us visualize everything. So I'll show you in our older demo later, but that's kind of what's going to show you the login page and all of the different user profiles. And then datetime we use, which will be helpful later down the line when we want to see like how many posts there were a day or what user posted on what day to rely back on. All right, so you can see a little snippet here. So our data collection process starts with Selenium. So you're going to use Selenium to visualize our login page. So you'll open a Tor browser window, navigate to the login page, as you can see it circled in white. The bad part is, and this is the manual part in addition, after you log in with a username and password, you will have to complete the CAPTCHA. That's the one part that we haven't really been able to get around that kind of has been blocking our automation. So next, based on the subpages you listed in your config files, so for breach forms, you would go through each of the headers. Each page will be listed, and then the source code for each page will be extracted and then put into our database. With each section of the form, the source code of each author's post will also be extracted and put in a separate place. That way you can look at the wide scale of every post made that day when you did your scraping, and you can also go in and search by user. So again, the author will be collected. This will screenshot or take all of the information off of the author's page. That way you get a little bit more information about them in terms of like when they joined, what their ID is, and all of that is saved. So this is a little bit of a snippet of what it looks like once it's scraped. This is one of our comma-separated files. The information is then collected, and the data is stored in an output file, and that's what this will look like. And then it's sent to the database and stored for future analysis. As I mentioned before, this year we switched to configuration files. In the infancy of the project, we weren't really relying on them as much, and we didn't really know much about them. I will say, as a college junior, I don't know if it's normal to know about them, but it was my first exposure to them as well, and I think it's a really amazing thing that code can do. So this just makes it easy to switch things up, and it makes it easier to build. So as I mentioned, building from Firefox to Tor to breach forms to leak base, we just only have room to evolve from here. These configuration files are used in the TOML format. The benefit of that is that it's really easy to comment on it, and it's similar to JSON files and things like that, and there's a lot of compatibility with Python libraries. So what we have so far is that the collected data is stored in the database on the host server, and the scraper can continually run throughout the entire day after you log in and do the CAPTCHA. We're still working and looking to implement more of like the next parts of it. So this is what that'll look like. I will say this demo was done before the integration of config files, just because I wasn't able to record a new one with all of our forms being down. Oh. Or it can't play. Okay, Wi-Fi. I need that. Didn't put that in. So I can just kind of run it through. Lucky me, I took pictures of everything. It's similar to this, where the first thing you're gonna see is this page. And then you can go back and you can see how everyone, except for like 3 people on this entire site, has an anime profile picture. And a weird username, but you know, I don't want to judge. I think it's awesome, except like the criminal activity part of it. Like I don't know. So that's what you'll see. You'll filter through all of those. The pages are a little bit bigger. I took little snippets, and then it will go to your output file, and then within that folder, there's another output where it's just by user's name. So then you can open that file with the user's name, and it'll list all of the data just from them. So our biggest roadblocks, CAPTCHA. We don't like CAPTCHA. CAPTCHA is our biggest enemy. It makes it really hard to just let the scraper do its thing. It's not the worst thing to have to do it once a day, or if your computer closes or whatnot. But it's not the most ideal. We had one person on our team spend an entire semester on trying to bypass a CAPTCHA, and he was not successful. Enemy number 2 is the volatility of the dark web. It's so hard to track and expect what's coming, so it's hard for us to kind of get ahead of it and estimate what's going to happen. So we just kind of go with the flow. When something goes down, we try something new. And then when that goes down, we try something new, and it's that game for like the rest of our lives. And our new horizon, our beautiful sunshine, machine learning, as everybody's always excited to hear. So we plan to use machine learning and apply it to the data that we have using semantic similarity to analyze that. So we just want to see the similar language that these people are using, the lexicon, the kind of phrases. You know, there's people who say car different ways. Someone might say automobile, someone might say chariot, someone might say car, vehicle. That's kind of part of the dead giveaway with these. Similar with linguistic profiling, using sentence structure and things like that to analyze them. And then Retrieval augmented generation is kind of leading into our next idea with machine learning, which is an AI chatbot. So we really want to use this as the front end of our code for users to play with. That way somebody can go in and say, what were the top 5 posts made today? When did Unicorn Fantastic Rainbow 63 post last? And things like that. Or what was the biggest topic? And that's all. Any questions?
Wow, Samantha did such an amazing job. I'm going to be fielding questions from the online world, so just FYI.
Any questions? Oh, do I or? Go for it. Okay. Orange shirt. Mhm. Oh, okay. So he asked if we have tried integrating any of the existing CAPTCHA avoiders or to get around them, and if it's a cost issue. To my knowledge, I don't think it's a cost issue. Part of it is because we have been working with a sponsor on this, a company a little bit, which I can't speak to that too much, and I think it might interfere with that a little in terms of using a licensed product or something like that in the research that we're doing for them. So I think they kind of want us to do it on our own for the most part. My professor might be able to add to that a little bit. Oh, he says that's good. Green shirt. I think our next steps are kind of developing it in more of a fleshed out way. I was talking with somebody, one of the team members who graduated last night, and the team was previously 3 seniors and me, and I'm kind of bringing it on with most of the work that they've done, is fleshing out what it was truly intended for. The intention of this product was to be able to take dark web forms and output all of these aliases based on how they're speaking, essentially. We want to create aliases of our own to kind of prevent any further anonymity, in a sense. You can go on the dark web and you can have 18 different accounts and pretend to be 18 different people, but there's some things in your language that'll give you away. So we really want to use machine learning to kind of hone in on that and to complete that part of the project so that we can actually output things to our client.
We have a question from the internet. How much does it cost to run scraping like this? How much time and resources, such as VPN and servers and storage?
So our anonymous sponsor, I'm blanking on the word, but I'm thinking big sibling, who's been helping us out with this project, did provide the server for us, so that's to no cost to us, and I wouldn't really be able to answer that fully. In terms of the VPN we use, I think, is €5. It's not bad, and then you pay in either 1 month or 3 month increments as you go. For students, it's reasonable, and then you also can use the VPN on 5 different, you can use it on your laptop, your phone, whatever you wanted. So it's not that high in cost for us, at least. I don't think it is for the school either. Mm. So for those who didn't hear it, he says there isn't a high cost at all. We're still in proof of concept. So based on what we're running, it wouldn't be too bad. Do you want to do online or can I? Go for it. Okay. Yeah, so we're using an onion address for these. Oh, sorry. He was asking how we're accessing these dark web forms. With Tor, what you can do is even if you typed in breach forms, it'll also pop up in the corner and it'll tell you that there's a dark web like onion address available. And a lot of the times that's what we do too. We're not really supposed to bounce around on different like hyperlinks on this, especially with us being students. Our sponsor has made us like specific accounts for specific websites where a lot of time and effort goes into maintaining the anonymity behind them and making it safe for us. So it's very selective what we're allowed to follow. So Leakbase, Black Hat World, but there's a couple different up and coming ones.
Question. You mentioned other scrapers for like ClearNet stores are closed source. Will you be releasing this open source then?
I think that's more of a question for our sponsor and the company that we've been working with a little bit. Because we've been working as research with them as partners, I think it's more in terms of what they want to do with it going forward. I know for me at least, I will just be working on this for the next 2 years until it's inevitably my senior capping project, but where it goes after that, I'm not sure. He says we do plan on making it open source. Yes. I've never heard of that before, but I'd love to hear more about it afterwards. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not used to this. He asked if we would be interested in using any commercially licensed dark web scraping forms, right? Oh. Wow. So it's a database of already scraped dark web forms. Everything on the dark web. Wow. It's called Dark Owl? Dark Owl. Oh. I don't like that sound. Not me. I don't have that. I'm a college student.
Are there any difficulties with using cubes with your software as opposed to another VM?
So truthfully, I haven't explored cubes that much, only because I don't really want to do any of this dark web stuff on my school laptop. I have an extra laptop that's like an old Microsoft Surface that I used in high school, and I've been doing it on that, and it's just like not a big enough computer to run things properly on it. So that's been kind of part of the hang up. I would like to explore it more, but I kind of have to do a different setup too. Yes. I'm like raising my hand back at you. Mm-hmm. No, but we would like to explore large language models in terms of that. And if we can apply something that's already been made, we would like to. But if it doesn't really fit what we're going for, we are open to making our own.
Regarding the ML you just spoke of, will this resolve issues of people on the dark web switching aliases to try to remain hidden?
So when people on the dark web lose their accounts, they lose a lot of the credibility they've built with it. With forms like this, they're selling things, and some of that credibility is necessary. So there's two types of people. There's a person who wants that credibility because they're selling things, and there's another type of person, out of many different options, who has 18 different accounts across the web. And they can use these 18 different accounts to make fake credibility or do other things, but if they're using the same language, it will hopefully cut down on that. So if there's an instance where somebody is scamming other people using multiple different accounts, this will hopefully be the solution to that. They could always get around it by talking like totally different people. If I put what I was gonna say into an AI model and said, hey, make this sound like a sixth grader wrote it, it's going to mess us up a little bit. But it's a start to a solution. Oh, green shirt. So he asked if we are going to integrate threat intelligence and APTs, right? I get that right? And thank you. Truthfully, not that I know of, but we are looking to better this project in any way possible. And if you have ideas for that, I would love to hear about them afterwards. But to my knowledge, we haven't really worked on anything like that. Yes. To my knowledge, it might be used for investigation. Okay, so it is a cybersecurity insurance that we are kind of being sponsored by. So I think it's more so for investigations for that, and it's also going to be used to how they can better protect their clients in a way. Sorry, I'm really bad about repeating the questions. It was how we were going to use the data going forward, and if it was, yeah.
Have you looked into the I2P network?
I have never heard of that before, but I will. I2P, write that down.
This one looks really good. What about other solutions such as shared PGP keys across accounts and signed PGP keys from other handles?
Truthfully, I'm not sure how to answer that. Shared PGP handles? My professor says we have not looked into that yet. Yes. Last night, have I looked at the data myself and what's the most interesting thing I've seen? I guess it wasn't really what I was expecting when I looked at it, because I think like media plays up the dark web to be so scary and like, oh, there's really bad things on there. Don't get me wrong, but my school is nice enough to like not expose me to that much. So it's mostly like, hey, tools, hey, 200 stolen government emails, citizenship information for Romania. That was the one we saw last night. I was talking with the senior who just graduated on our project, and he told me to shout out Romania. So, yeah. Some interesting stuff, but like not quite as interesting as you would expect. Oh, back there in the black shirt. Truthfully, I would, if there's anything that we can do to evade linguistic profiling, to my knowledge. Not that I've thought of yet, not that I've researched enough. There probably are other ways. That's like the one that a lot of people I think would initially resort to. But I mean, when it's language-based, it's kind of hard to do that. If you were like writing in like Pig Latin or something, like it's gonna be a dead giveaway, but like you could be totally different across all the board. In the red shirt. Yes. The question is if I'm worried that I'm violating the terms and conditions. I think that that's the beauty of the dark web, is that we just don't listen to rules or anything. So no, we're not. Knock on wood, unless that's like someone's gonna send me to jail. Green shirt. Can you expand a little bit more on what you mean by abuse? Okay. So the question was, if I can summarize, like, how could this project go wrong? De-anonymizing people. Truthfully, we haven't thought of it that much, and that's a really good idea, especially on the ethics side of this, because that's something to keep in mind when doing projects like this, that we haven't looked into that much. I think Tor is already really good if you're in an authoritarian area, going online where it's going to let you look up for like different websites that are probably going to be blocked. So I can understand how a lot of people in that situation would already be on there searching things. I think that if they were just going about normal things, or I don't want to say normal, but day-to-day life on Tor to just get onto blocked websites, that's one thing. But being on this forum and actively listing things, I think if that's what's giving them away, then that's something that they already have to keep in mind, because they might get raided by the government and tracked down that way too. He says, up your game. The flannel, I think, or plaid, I don't know. Truthfully, we aren't running it for that long when we usually do this, just because we've been working a lot on fine-tuning things and legitimately making it work. We haven't been running it and running it and running it to get that data. Right now, the data isn't the most important thing. Once we have kind of something that can analyze the data, then it's definitely going to come into play. But right now, not that much. Orange shirt. So I think, in my opinion, to my knowledge, it's less about us using the data and more about the company sponsoring us using it. Because they are an insurance company, their main goal is probably to look out for their clients. So like if they're going through that, and the person who's been advising us, her main goal is to go through the web and find these things on their own. So they have no problem doing this, and they fully intend to use it to its full extent. I think more so to protect those people and then capitalize on it. Anything I should add? Okay, I think that's the full extent of it. We won't really be doing much. Like, it's not really like we're going through and we're seeing the Social Security numbers and being like, ooh, I'm gonna take a new loan out. If somebody did that, they would get into a lot of trouble, right? Okay.
It's more about scraping for like the metadata of the post, as well as the content as the words of the post itself. Usually don't scrape the actual like final link shared or a link. We don't then scrape the link that has the data.
Okay. Last question. A black shirt. Truthfully, we haven't gotten that far, but the machine learning aspect of it would realistically be how we would verify. So like, say, you mean in terms of like an alias on our end or a profile? Oh, I should repeat the question too. But can you expand on your question a little bit? Mm-hmm. Okay, so the question is how we're going to verify that they're the same people across forums and in general. Truthfully, you can only do so much, to our knowledge, with the research that we've done so far. there is the chance that, like, say you have a brother and sister or something like that that are on the dark web and they talk exactly the same. They grew up in the same household, they have similar language, and they're both on there. There's a chance that the statistics of it, they might be grouped into the same because they have X amount of similarity. So it's not a foolproof solution, but it gets you close enough to have an idea. If that, yeah.
So I've spoken about this with we are more interested in the confidence level. So none of this is going to give a foolproof this person is this person, but they're going to receive some information that this person may be this person at like 33% or maybe 44%. And this is going to be tied in with what operators do, right? So in a real scenario, perhaps there was a ransomware attack, and two actors are saying that they did a ransomware attack and they have the data. We can do an analysis to identify the best suitability. So we're usually going to use these communications that have, very specific, very specific set of in general.
So the summary of that is we're using it in specific use cases. I think that's all. That's all the time we have. Thank you all for listening and being so kind to me.
Test. Yeah.
working? Oh yeah, baby. Oh my god. Is this stream working? Someone in the chat was like, can you make the stream work? Yeah, we're good. Okie dokie. All right. Hey everybody, what is up? I hope you're having fun. I am. Yeah. Sick. Oh, this audience is so good. Oh my god. The last one was like no one would laugh and I'm like, I'm really funny. That wasn't funny, I'm sorry. Okay, so this next talk is called Off the Hook, AMA. And if you don't know what AMA stands for, it means ask me anything. So get ready. And the people at this table, we've got Gila, we've got Rob, we've got Alex, and there's a dog here too, named Cleo. Okay, a round of applause. Okay.
Somewhere, I don't know. There we are.
Okay. Nope. Now. No. Oh man.
What happened?
Wait, that sounded no.
Okay.
No. Wait.
Yes.
Thanks, gang.
Awesome.
Hi.
You know,
Did you hit switch? Where's the switch? I have a switch.
I have a switch too.
Alex is switchless.
I've always suspected that about him.
Damage.
All right.
So like we said, it really would not be a real off-the-hook experience if we didn't have some kind of technical issue at the last minute, especially with Alex's tech. I think this is only appropriate.
That's right. Yeah. Absolutely.
You're not used to seeing our faces, and that's fair, but you may know us from Off the Hook or Off the Hook Overtime. Overtime Nation, are you here? Anybody?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
And why don't we, talk about how this panel, I guess, has arisen over the last, let's say, probably 12 hours or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
we appreciate you all coming and listening to Off the Hook and supporting WBAI in the program. Sadly, one of my co-presenters at the panel that we were supposed to have at 12 o'clock is really ill from something that happened at B-Sides. Apparently everybody over at B-Sides in Vegas got sick. That's what happens when you go to B-Sides. I guess you just have to remember that.
The B stands for bacteria.
That's right, yeah. So this is such an important slot. We wanted to fill it with something good and interesting that would pique people's interest. And so we figured, let's just do kind of an off-the-hook, ask me anything session. And so Rob, Gil, and I are here. To answer all of your questions. We're going to keep the whole session open to questions. Just think of it as if it's like a call-in show or off-the-hook overtime.
Yes. But we could start by just saying what Off the Hook is for anyone who may have wandered in here unawares. Off the Hook is a radio show that Emmanuel Goldstein started back in 1988. In fact, a few days ago would have been the anniversary of the premiere of Off the Hook, except the show was scheduled to start on August 12th, 1988, but the Empire State Building caught fire, and that transmitting equipment was not up to the job at that point, so it was kicked forward to October of 1988. So we very nearly just had an anniversary, but if you didn't get us a card, that's okay, because you can wait till October.
Yeah, and I have been listening to this show. I think I started listening to it possibly in around 1993 or 1994. It was probably 1993, I think, actually. And I mean, I was pretty young, and I was living out on Long Island. And I remember I had a Walkman headphone, and I used to have to string the wire from the Walkman, because that also acted as the antenna, of course, over my bedpost in a certain way in order to get 99.5 all the way out in Suffolk County and Long Island. But I got it, and I'll never forget the first time I tuned in. I think, oh my God, this show is so incredibly cool. And now I find myself on it for probably, I think, consistently for the last 10 years. And a couple of years before that, I was on consistently for maybe 2 or 3 years. And it is very often the highlight of my week to do this. Prior to COVID, we used to all go into the studio down on Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn. It used to be at, I think it was 505 8th Avenue back in the 90s, and then 110 Wall Street back in the aughts.
120 Wall.
Well, 120 Wall Street, that's right. Yep. That was a good one. That
It
had
was,
a lot
it was a cool
good
place.
scene.
And Hurricane Sandy killed the building, basically.
Yeah. Then we were up at CUNY in, where's that?
City
Up at-
College.
Yeah, City College, right? For
130
a
something.
couple of years up there, then Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn, and then COVID hit, and now a lot of times we just connect into the station. But every Wednesday night was really wonderful because we'd all get together, we hang out, we do the show, we take phone calls, and then inevitably we would argue for about 45 minutes about where we were going to go and eat. We'd invite various people to come and join us, and then we'd pack into a car, usually really, really squeezed into a car, go from Brooklyn into the East Village, and then it was kind of party time every Wednesday night. I really miss those days, but we've tried to recreate them online, I think. And still to this day, I really enjoyed doing the show every week and arguing with Emmanuel and Kyle, and hopefully they'll be making an appearance at some point, I hope, shortly, gracing us with their presence. So I'll pass it over to you, Rob, to talk about your Off the Hook story.
Yeah, I mean, Off the Hook was it was something that I also picked up in the early mid '90s. Started listening and thought everyone on it was really cool. And so later, I would find myself getting involved in hacker culture in real life. In the mid-late '90s, I started going to 2600 meetings, started coming to Hope, and started working on stuff with Emmanuel and the crew. And so I joined Off the Hook in 2008, and I've been on steadily since then. And it's funny, one thing I really like is how the subject matter has evolved over the years. If you go back and listen to the first episode, and all the episodes going back to 1988 are available on 2600.com, except for I think one where the tape just disappeared, and it was a tape at that point. But you listen to the early episodes, and it's Emmanuel, often by himself, I think, at the beginning, and it was, you know, welcome to Off the Hook, the show about phones, and that was it. But as telecommunications have evolved, the hacker sort of look at what's going on in the field of telecommunications, technology, politics, of course, activism, and all of that have grown with the times, and it's something that I'm still very proud of. It's something that actually sparked a deep interest in me in audio and audio engineering, and that's something that I went on to do for work. And yeah, it's pretty great. And Gila,
Yes,
how
Rob.
did you get involved with Off the Hook?
Well, thank you for asking. I am the newest member of the panel. I have been on the show consistently since 2020, but before that, starting in about 2017, I was the Off the Hook studio audience. I was the Off the Hook research department. Somebody would ask a question they didn't know the answer to, and I'd be frantically Googling in the back of the studio, and then I would text you the answer. And then on the New Year's show in January of 2020, Emmanuel called me up to the panel, and I felt like Courtney Cox in the Bruce Springsteen music video, where I'd been watching from the audience, then all of a sudden I got to be part of it. And I've been on the panel consistently since 2020, not least because it would be very hard for one person in our home to be on the panel and not the other.
We're married.
We're married to each other.
Important detail, that.
Yeah, it really is. And it has been a phenomenal experience. I had no context for Off the Hook when I first heard about it. I did not grow up in the New York area. I didn't know it existed. And then I moved here and I met Rob, and Rob said, hey, I'm on this radio show. You may want to check it out. And I said, hey, this is incredibly cool. And then there's my story. And for the last 2 years, I have also been the moderator of the chat in Off the Hook Overtime, which is the YouTube free-formier show, which is kind of more like, I think we can say, where we take calls and talk to our audience in ways that we can't on the radio because for a lot of reasons, we don't do it live on the air, but we have Overtime, which is phenomenal and fantastic. And I wield my band hammer with impunity, but I think it's fun.
Excellent. And we have Cleo joining us here now on stage. If you listen to the show, you probably have heard her barking in the background, perhaps, over the last couple of years, but she insisted on being up here now, so she's part of our panel. Right, Cleo? Yeah. One thing I'll tell you guys about the show and kind of the mechanics of how it works is and I think people are always interested to find this out, but we don't really have very much of an idea what we're going to speak about when we get onto the show itself. So, yeah, but the week before that, we pass around articles, and people, our listeners will send us articles, and we'll read them, but we don't necessarily know what Emmanuel is going to bring up. We don't have a set agenda, unless there's some massive news story that we know we're going to cover. It's pretty much a surprise to us as soon as we get on the air. And for me, I feel like this is really great practice, because as some of you probably know, I'm a lawyer. I'm the lawyer on the show. I'm the general counsel of the Ethereum name service, and being a lawyer, it's always good to be good on your feet and to be able to come up with some kind of response no matter what. And Emmanuel's a great kind of foil for that too, right? We love to go back and forth and argue, and the fact that we really don't know very much about what the agenda is going to be very much keeps me on my toes. It makes sure that I read the news. I very often read the top stories in the Financial Times to try to figure out what we're going to be talking about. But then inevitably, Emmanuel always unearths some kind of bizarre story about a teenage hacker getting in trouble in a library in Bulgaria or something that nobody has talked about. But for me, I love it because it feeds into, I think, my professional type of capacity here, and keeps me active, keeps me live.
Yeah, and that touches on something else, which is that those of us who work on the show, and there are those of us you hear on the air, but there are also a couple others behind the scenes working on things with us. We got to shout out our pal Junts, who is the 2600.com behind the scenes dude who makes sure the audio is clean and clear and posted in something like a reasonable time. We got to shout out Voltaire, who was on the show for a while, but nowadays is mostly behind the scenes, helping with the research, the articles, the social media, other stuff. And all of us are just throwing stuff back and forth over the course of the week over our email list. And yeah, that's how we kind of settle on things to talk about when the mics go on.
Yeah, and if anybody has questions, we want to keep this totally open. If you have any questions about this, about any topics that we've covered, about how the show works, about what we do in our spare time, etc., I would just raise your hand. Somebody will come over there with a microphone. Is that how we're going to do it, Moon?
All right.
Yeah. I don't think.
Sorry. Yeah, if you have a question, just walk up over there. And actually, we have one question in the Matrix chat room, so I'll read them out. And this question is, who is the funniest guest you have had on Off the Hook? Or is that too hard? What is the funniest story from the show?
That's a good question. I guess the funniest guest, I mean, are we talking about personality or looks?
We all have great faces for radio.
I guess personality, because we've had a lot of funny-looking people on the show. I would say, what? I have this really distinct memory of, and I guess maybe a lot of people wouldn't consider him to be really funny, but I love when Cory Doctorow comes on, because he's always laughing in one way or another. And I remember having made him laugh really significantly and heartily during one of the episodes a couple of years ago when it was right when ChatGPT and all these LLMs were becoming really popular, and there was some kind of consortium that was put together of technologists that had all drafted a letter. Sorry, Cleo's not cooperating with me here. They drafted a letter about the need to slow down the evolution of these large language models and the danger to humanity. And it was a somewhat compelling letter, and I made the comment that I found it quite sad to read this letter because it would have been so much more compelling if Andrew Yang hadn't signed it. And he cracked up about this, and I remember. So I think Cory Doctorow is probably one of my favorite guests, and I always enjoy his laugh.
Yeah. One thing that comes to mind for me, and this wasn't necessarily when he was on the air with us, but this was a guest we had, and afterward we all went out to dinner together, and he's very sadly no longer with us, a hacker by the name of Dan Kaminsky. Anyone remember him?
Of course.
Yeah. And he was such a lighthearted, positive, funny dude, and I don't even remember what the joke was or what we were laughing at, but I just remember a moment at dinner that is the moment of him that I hold closest, where we were just like laughing to the point of tears over something, and it was just this wonderful moment, and yeah, that was pretty hilarious. So yeah.
So we haven't had as many guests in my tenure on the show for obvious reasons, but I'm going to go with conference favorite Jason Scott. Jason is always just so much fun to listen to, but also when he's calling in from his office, just to watch what he's doing, what he has in the background, you never know what's going to happen next, and I just really appreciate those moments.
Yeah, if you've ever watched Jason Scott's Twitch, where he's just digitizing things and slinging discs over and over, and he's doing that when he's on with us too. And I'm sure some things were digitized this past Wednesday when we had him on. It was good times. Good
I
times.
would also like to mention our most recent in-studio guest.
Oh yes.
Thunder.
Thunder.
If any of you were listening to the show on Wednesday, there was a severe thunderstorm happening while we were on air, and it was pretty intense while we were broadcasting, and it was kind of scary for a minute. So yes, we had Jason Scott with us, Kusanagi was with us, and our very special guest was Thunder.
Yes, and it was very nicely punctuating the ominous conversation we were having about misuse of generative AI, and right on cue, you'd hear a big rumble of thunder, like it was an old school Hollywood movie. So, yeah, that was pretty great. I think we have a question up here.
Yeah. So to maybe change topics a little bit, this is a bit of an open-ended question. So can you speak to maybe some high drama experiences you may have had? Doesn't need to be interpersonal, but maybe something that got broadcast and caused drama, but maybe interpersonal. What is an interesting story?
I can tell you, I think one of the most dramatic episodes of Off the Hook ever, and I often bring this up on the show when we do our WBAI fundraisers, which we should probably plug WBAI. Please support WBAI to keep us on the air, keep Off the Hook going for another, 37 years at this
1960.
point? Yeah. The show is.
The show.
Yeah.
WBAI started in 1960. The show started in 1988.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
So,
but
yeah,
I remember back in 2000 when WBAI and the Pacifica National Board was taken over. Oh, look at this. Look, we have another panelist over here. Hey, look who it is. Kyle is here, everybody.
I don't remember the dog being part of the show.
Well, then you haven't been listening closely enough. Come on up, Kyle.
Come on up.
Yeah. Yep.
Doors.
Just climb up, man. You know how to do it.
No, don't. No. You have to. No, turn around. No.
Do not anger Moon.
No, you're doing it wrong. Stop it. No, come here. You have to come this way.
That's it. Somebody lead this guy to the staircase, please. While Kyle's trying to figure out the entranceway here, and by the way, here, Kyle, everybody.
Hi there.
There we go. Who's graced us with his presence here. Wonderful. So the bit of high drama that I wanted to reference came back in 2000 when the Pacifica National Board was taken over by corporate interests, and there was this intention to sell the WBAI station, which obviously is right in the middle of the dial in New York, which is 99.5 FM. So at that point, people were very much still listening to the radio all the time. It was an incredibly valuable frequency to have in the middle of Manhattan over there. So I think at the time it was valued at around something like $300 million. I mean, it was massive. But there were a lot of protests about this. There was this, the local advisory board performed some kind of sit-in, and I think it was on the 20th floor of, was it 120 Wall Street? Of course, I always get it mixed up, 120 or 110. 120 Wall Street at the time, and we were on the air when the sit-in was happening, and the NYPD was called into the station, and the NYPD was ordering people to leave the station, and everybody there just refused to leave the station. And at that point, not everybody around had a cell phone, but Emmanuel did, and we were in the studio, so he called into his cell phone, put it on the air, and I ran into the hallway, and I put the cell phone up to a cop's mouth when he was announcing that everybody there was going to be arrested if they didn't move. And this was broadcast out to the air, around New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, bits of Pennsylvania, of course, and it was amazing the show of support that happened when all these WBAI listeners showed up at the station, were rallying outside. When we came out that night, we were pretty much greeted as heroes. There were people banging drums. There was a real show of force against the NYPD, and they walked out. It had to be 10 to 12, maybe more people that got arrested as a sit-in, as an act of civil disobedience. So for me, I think in terms of Off the Hook, that was probably one of the highest drama instances that I can remember.
Yeah, that's definitely up there. There was an incident, and I've got the show's Wikipedia article open in front of me because, you know, I do my research. And on November 30th, 1999, and I remember listening to this live, journalist Amy Goodman was reporting live from the World Trade Organization protests while being repeatedly approached by police and tear gassed. And this moment, actually, there is a huge Best of 2600 book that came out some time ago, and they included a CD with audio from you know, notable points in Off the Hook's history. And this was the chunk that I recommended get included in that, because it was just extremely interesting to listen to what was going on. And of course, Amy Goodman is amazing. In terms of drama while I was involved with the show, I do love the next thing Wikipedia mentions, which is in 2009, on April Fool's Day, listeners to WBAI would have heard the intro to Country 99.5. Anyone remember this? It was basically a long string of audio that Emmanuel had prepared with the help of people he knows in the radio world and stuff to do these tags and excerpts and things that made it sound like WBAI was now bought out and had become a country station and was going to begin a 10,000 song country block with no interruptions. And there are all these little tags from like different country singers and stuff. And it was fun to be there sitting in the studio saying nothing while this was playing. And we later heard that the phones were of course lighting up at the station. I think someone got out of bed as a result, asked what the hell was going on. That was a lot of fun, and eventually that ended, and WBAI did not become a country station.
More's the pity. Can I borrow your mic? Thank you. I'm new. But I think it's not so much interpersonal drama as just what we've gone through to keep the show on the air since 2020. And during especially the early days of the pandemic, when we were all isolated in our homes, and this is one of the only times in the week we actually got to like see other people, and everything it took to make sure that we had everybody's audio was working and we were connected to this station. And so I'm glad you're here, Kyle, because this is a really wonderful moment of appreciation to say thank you for everything you've done to keep all of that working and moving, and you make it happen.
You're welcome. You're absolutely welcome. I could talk nonstop about all kinds of aspects of behind the scenes stuff. I think the question was what kind of drama and what was the funniest guest. I would say our recent episode with Jason Scott was hilarious. His takes on things just occurring, what's happening, his perspective on this community and the wider world. It was just so much fun, and we talked for several hours. I think the most drama, you kind of have to clarify, because I would ask then, this terrible response to ask in response to a question, but do you mean on-air drama, or would that be like behind the scenes stuff? Because the examples of keeping community radio going, that in and of itself is an entire world and is an enormous lesson in wrangling without just real alchemy as far as media goes, just making the best work you can with high production values, with very little resources, and even in particular with WBAI being sort of an outspoken quasi-target in some cases, depending on what the political or other situations are regarding speech. So to be a part of that, and I think that that's more the thing I think of when I think of any kind of drama per se. And of course, a lot of the people that we talk to, there are kind of a wide range of personalities, so definitely like adjusting and adapting to people's expectations and coordinating stuff. Obviously, we have technical issues all the time. And as you pointed out, just the level we had to step to after 2020, totally new stuff. But it was sort of this progression because the station had moved. We were very early on, when I started getting involved as a guest, we were at 120 Wall Street, which is a very professional studio on the 10th floor of a building in, downtown in literally Wall Street. So that place was built out, was a very, it was a long-term lease, a place they had been for a very long time, and you could tell it was an old school, proper radio station. So as we moved, we were at WHCR, Harlem Community Radio for a little while, and that was similar to St. John's. They have a station on campus, so we would go up to Harlem and broadcast from there, and just bringing the necessities from that old station to WHCR to make our stuff work was a precursor. I definitely say foreshadowing to the build-it-yourself DIY stuff that we ended up doing when remote broadcasting came into vogue. And I think a lot of credit is due to the spirit of this community. I, as Rob said, have an interest in production, specifically photography, nonlinear editing, all of that kind of stuff. I do a lot more like design stuff now. But that curiosity, I'm not an expert with pro audio or anything for like doing this kind of stuff or a concert or something like that. Amateur at best for like, let's say, remote production, or as we say, field production, like out there in the world, news reporting. That's kind of my training. And with 2600 and the radio, I get to kind of pretend I'm professional, whether I'm doing that kind of stuff. And then this moment when we couldn't really be in then the third station in Brooklyn, it was really hard. I remember just basically driving by one day when we had to kind of turn away from that station, and that was it for a couple of years. And I remember, I think Voltaire, some other people were showing up then, and we like called them from outside
Jim
on the
as well.
street.
Got to shout Jim out.
Yeah, and Jim was there, absolutely. Oh, miss him. But it was surreal. And then what I'm getting to is all of the kind of scrappiness and let's say the hope spirit of making things happen. And I certainly am a bit of a wild crafter or someone who makes stuff happen. And it was basically like we needed a studio. So as amateur as I felt I was, I'm really proud of what we built. And to put it simply, I bought 2 machines and 2 PreSonus, which are pro-level audio interfaces for computers, and they basically talk to one another, and one of them talks to the station. So we bring in the guests on one computer, and that talks to the other one through the board, and then our mics, where we broadcast from, combine that and then send it to the station over a pro audio system. And I will say, like, this was not just us doing this. You can look across commercial and community radio right now. Everyone has done this. Like, many stations are quite simply unmanned, and this was actually a critique or unpersoned. Let's say you would want people there. We used to say, like, a DJ farm is not a real radio station. In some, I know E feels this way, feels very strongly about people being present, but it just necessitated that under the circumstances. And now it's kind of a cool thing because we could be in studio, we could do, as Alex said, what we had done traditionally, but we've built something permanent, so it's always an option, it's always there for us. And in addition,
here's trouble.
Oh, I know him.
Speak of the devil.
In addition, we like to do that from the road as well. Like, we can adapt the same stuff to being out in the field if we were at, say, a protest or something. So we've definitely stepped it up along with a lot of other people in radio. Anyway, end of diatribe. Cut me off, somebody, please.
Everybody say hi to Emmanuel Goldstein.
Yeah, I haven't seen these people in a while in person, so it's how long has it been? Ages.
I remember you taller.
Yeah, no, that happened. Yeah, because of COVID, we started doing everything remotely, and we decided we like it better because you don't have to leave your house. You know, we would always drive 2 hours into the city. It was fun, but man, it was a pain in the ass. And now Kyle built a studio that really works well. I don't want to say better than BAI, but you know, less hassle sometimes. And yeah, we can even take phone calls and have delay and all that kind of stuff. So. Yeah, it's neat. It's we've advanced quite a bit, and I got to say though, you know, radio is such an amazing, unique, priceless thing, and I think a lot of people in the hacker community really appreciate radio, and there's a lot of people doing radio, you know, on the internet, but also on the air, and it's something that we have really grown to treasure as a scarce commodity that's being taken over by all kinds of corporate interests and people who just don't get it. You know, technically we're a podcast, but we're really a radio show because we broadcast on the radio. And I trace that back to my days at WUSB. Actually, I still do a show on WUSB with Kyle called Off the Wall. And that place taught me how amazing radio can be back in my college days. And that kind of made 2600 possible as well. So all of that, it's all linked. It's all part of the same thing. And I'm just glad so many people appreciate it and so many people are doing it themselves. So, you know, if you have the opportunity, join a local radio station and put your own magic into it. Listen to all kinds of different music, talk about all kinds of different subject matter, cover news that isn't covered anywhere else, and you'll find you have an amazing audience that's just waiting for something different out there.
I'd just like to, I know I've seen some hands up. If you have a question, come on up to the mic here, the standing mic, and we'll be happy to hear from you. Also, if anyone online has some questions.
Yes, we have a comment. Am I allowed to interrupt y'all? Because like, sometimes I'm like, maybe I should, but y'all are saying so many interesting things.
We can't get interrupted on the air, so this is new for us.
Okay, let's go. All right, listen. So we have comment for the panel. In 2004, an IT manager I worked for let me have a stack of 2,600 magazines, which kick-started a career in security for me. Once I discovered Off the Hook, it felt like I had a connection to the hacking community, which largely didn't exist in my area. I used to burn your backlog shows a year at a time to CD, compact disc, to listen to in my car as I drive to boring IT client visits. A big thank you for all you do. It's been formative not only for me professionally, but also as a security, privacy, humanity-minded human-shaped object. Heart emoji.
Awesome. That was lovely.
Nice. Yeah.
And who's that from?
Great question. It's from Hev.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Hev.
H-E-V.
Much better than people complaining about us talking about politics. Thank you.
Okay,
I love
and
that.
another question. Oh, sorry.
Please.
Should I just, okay, there's another question. It was repeated.
One more question, then I want to get the
And
person.
then, yeah, we'll go to you next, okay? I see you. What is the phone, from aesthetics, what is the phone number for the WBAI fundraiser? I forgot. And then in there's a parenthetical, it's like, that should make them laugh, which it did.
Yeah.
So.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm. The WBAI pledge phone number is 1-833-WBAI-NYC. That's 1-833-922-4692 for the numerical string fans, or you could go to buddy.wbai.org and do your business online.
You know, the pledge drive never ends at WBAI. In fact, we take weird pride in this as being the first station in the country to ask for money from listeners. In fact, WBAI is said to stand for We Beg at Intervals, except now it's no longer intervals, it's all the time. But there's a reason for that. It's because funding has dried up and it's really, really difficult to run a radio station, especially a radio station in New York City in the middle of the commercial band. In other words, above 92. Below 92 are all the non-commercial stations. Above 92 generally are commercial stations. But we have a frequency that's right smack in the middle, 99.5. And the only reason we have that frequency is because somebody who used to own a commercial radio station back in 1960 decided to donate the station to the Pacifica Foundation. and literally called up the Pacifica Foundation, having heard their broadcasting and saying, I want to donate a station to this group of people. They hung up on him several times because, you know, someone saying, I want to donate a 50,000 watt radio station in the middle of New York City. Yeah, right, you know, but it turned out, as is something we're all familiar with, the impossible turned out to be true. And that's how WBAI was born. And the weird thing is, you know, for all the tumult and insecurity that we constantly face, WBAI has kept its format longer than any other radio station in New York City. If you look at every frequency, you'll see they've changed in some way. They've gone country, they've gone all talk. They can't figure out what to do. But WBAI has always been about alternative thoughts, alternative speech, and the only reason it still exists, it's because of listeners. You know, we had CPB funding. That's no longer a thing, so obviously we need listeners. We don't do very much underwriting, and we certainly don't do commercials. The station is impossible, but yet it exists, and we're happy to be a part of it. And I think we should take a question from the audience. Go ahead.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey Alex. This is Oliver from Vermont, or Auk.
Oh my God, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So good to see you, Oliver.
So great to see you guys.
Amazing. Fantastic.
I just want to say, first off, thank you so much for keeping the radio station going. I feel like, you know, in a lot of ways, you guys are keeping the old school New York City hacker spirit alive and keeping people interested in radio in general. So it's been just a huge inspiration to always listen to you guys. Everybody loves you. It's awesome to hear you guys still on the air. I gotta say, I think Rebel cracks me up the most when he calls to the funny question. But anyway,
He's here, you
say
know.
Thank you.
He's here, so
He
you can
is?
meet him in person.
All right.
He might be in this
great.
room. Rebel,
All
are you
right.
here? No? Okay, he's not in this room.
Can't believe
This
he's
was
here.
hastily scheduled, so, but you'll meet him.
I do want to say that, you know, you can thank us for what we do, but you can't thank us for keeping the station going, because that credit is in the hands of all the listeners and all the supporters of WBAI over the years. So any of you in here in the house now, members, BAI supporters, thank you very much for doing what you do so we could keep doing what we do.
We have a couple comments from the internet. From Stajaru. I shouldn't try to read handles, like, for reals. I'd also like to tell the panel I have listened for years and shared the good times, the difficult times, and feel connected to the community because of their excellent work. The energy, passion, and generosity is a glue that keeps the community alive / together. My love of hacking / tech, our culture, and the people is due in no small part to all your contributions. Shout out from Kansas. Oh my God. Stay excellent because your work matters and inspires. Wholesome.
Thank you.
Heartwarming. Should I read the second comment? Okay, I'll read it faster. I'm sorry, I'm being silly. Comment for the panel. Just want, this is from Prestel Pirate, whatever. Just wanted to say thanks to the panel for keeping Off the Hook going for all these years. It's been a must listen for me in Europe. What? Since it first got going. Thank you. Donating to a NY radio station from Europe has been challenging at times. (D).
That is delightful. That is awesome. One thing we don't get a lot of when we're doing the radio show is a lot of direct, immediate feedback. So this is actually really wonderful. We have another question here.
Yes, thanks. So my name is Ken, and I'm a long-time listener. So I loved hearing all these stories, and thank you again. But my question is, one of my favorite series of episodes was when Emmanuel went to Cuba. And I was wondering if you had any other ideas for interesting remote locations for future episodes.
Well, let's see. I've been to Cuba, Albania, North Korea, like to go to the moon, but doesn't seem likely. I don't know, name a place. And yeah, between me and Alex, we seem to be traveling throughout the planet. So there are very few places that we haven't been. Africa, we should explore more of Africa. I haven't explored any of that. If there are people there to show us around, it makes it a lot easier. So that definitely helps. If somebody says, yes, I live in Greenland, and I'll be, I can show you some cool, glaciers before they fall apart. We'd be into that. Sure, absolutely.
That reminds me, I forgot to tell you, Emmanuel, I will be overseas next week. So we'll be doing a show from another remote location next week. So that'll be fun. One of the things that I want to say too about the show, just over the years, over the decades that it's been on too, is not only I think is it a very accurate historical record of everything that's been happening within the hacker community going back 36, 37 years now. And as Rob indicated, you can go back to the archives and listen to all of this. And I think some of the best shows are in the 90s when they're talking about things like the Clipper chip and various things that have really become, you can see a real through line from those fights and those battles that we were talking about to the very types of technologies that we're using today. But so many people that have been involved with the show, that have been involved with 2600 and could have been forgotten when they went away to prison, were never forgotten on the show. And I'm talking about people like Kevin Mitnick and Fiber Optic, Bernie S., Virgil Griffith, and Virgil, I think, is one of the last people that we went to on an excursion, and we recorded. I think that was a really amazing show when we went out to Pennsylvania and visited Virgil. And so I think that the show is also a way for the community to come to rally together and remember and not forget and honor the people that have really made such great sacrifices for our community too. So curious what you guys have to say about that.
Yeah, definitely. Like as a historical archive, Off the Hook, in my time on it, in the time before me, it's just amazing. We had an artist that very sadly also no longer with us, named Ed Pisker, who, without knowing anything about the hacker world, the hacker community, was just passed the link to Off the Hook as something to listen to while he was drawing. And he ended up listening from the beginning, listening to through the entire show up to that point, which was, I want to say, 15 years ago or something, and drew a comic, a graphic novel called WYSIWYG, which was based on the cases of Kevin Mitnick, Bernie S., and everything, but fictionalized. There's a fictional counterpart to Emmanuel in the book and everything, and he just created this great piece of fiction, which was set in hacker culture of the 90s. And this wonderful creative work came out of just getting massive history lessons through listening to our program.
One experience that we had fairly recently, which was also amazing, is because, again, at its heart, we are a show on local radio in New York. But when we had the guests from the phone store in Wisconsin, that was an amazing show. I loved those people, and having the chance to open up their world to us and our world to them, because I know a lot of people in New York don't know where Wisconsin is even. So, thank you. So I adored that, and I do hope we can get there sometime.
Yeah. So I would make a couple comments. It is very surreal to have been a listener and then start participating, and that's partly something I've grappled with, and realizing that so much of my opinions and what we've discussed has been sort of an audio journal over the years is remarkable, and I'm happy for it. I do cherish that we are recording a lot of that stuff. Lots of times we don't know what to say, and our opinions might change over time, and I've taken to stop listening, and so much happens that we're working on, that we're trying to document or come up with, or whatever we talk about, because as was said earlier, we don't really plan it out formally. We often don't know what we're going to be discussing necessarily other than general stuff. It's important to have something to go back and realize, oh wow, that was something we covered or we talked about years ago. And as far as traveling and stuff like that, we're definitely open to that. And as I talked about earlier, there's a lot of ability with doing live remotes or also just recording and replaying as we do. And then also the thank you and acknowledgement. I really appreciate that. We are taken to having a healthy dose of altruism in our contributions, and we love the people that listen. And sometimes, for me personally, it feels like we don't get that feedback necessarily, and I think people that have critiques are a little bit more forthcoming with their critiques. And so it doesn't always feel to me like the show loves us back, and that the reward of it is worth the effort. So I really appreciate the acknowledgement, and that it matters to people, because it can be hard sometimes to understand the effect you're having, and like, does it matter if you even keep doing it? So it's interesting to hear that stuff from such a personal level from people. So I just wanted to say that's really appreciated, because holding so much together is it's a lot of work, and I know everybody pours their heart into it.
Can I just say, the fact that we have an archive is so important. It goes back to when I first started in radio on WUSB. I did a show with a good friend of mine, I'm still friends with to this day, named Mike Uhas. We did a show called The Voice of Long Island. Last night, we got email from somebody saying, hey, I just listened to an episode of that show from early 1980s. They still get something out of that. Listeners are still out there. And I would have even thought to record what we do, were it not for Mike, who would, because we didn't have a working cassette player in the radio station, he would lug in this gigantic cassette recorder and plug it into our patch bay and record our show week after week. And it was because of that we had that library, and I realized if I'm going to do radio, I should probably record what I do and have it for the future. Even though, you never want to hear yourself, and you always are thinking in your head what you want to say and you don't say, so it's worse to you than it is when people listen to it without knowing that. So, all credit to him for us recording Off the Hook all these years. And having those recordings, you hear the way the phone system used to work, you hear how society was different, you hear how we were different. So if you're going to get involved in anything that involves recording something, save it. Don't throw it out. Don't think it's worthless. It's worth something, and people will be fascinated. The people who tell you, don't record me, they're the ones that are most interested in seeing what they look like later on. Don't record people, though, without their permission, because that's not cool. I didn't mean it that way. I'm talking about, recording people, relatives, and things like that, just doing your own personal stuff and being involved in broadcasting. It's really awesome.
We have 9 minutes left, and a question down there, and we have a question in the room. So y'all can use this time however you want, but I'm going to read the question from the internet, and then you're next. Question from Hev. Would you ever consider doing another program like Shadow over Long Island? And people are saying cactus for some reason in this room. I don't know what that's.
People are saying what?
Cactus.
Those are, I believe those are for me.
Well, Shadow over Long Island, for those who don't know, is a radio play that I wrote back in the 90s about a fictitious nuclear power plant on Long Island that had a meltdown. Now, at the time, there were plans to build a nuclear power plant on Long Island in the village of Shoreham, and it was very controversial. So, doing a fictitious radio show in real time about a fictitious nuclear power plant in the Shoreham area, it was kind of like a War of the Worlds type of a thing, and it was meant to be. And it got a lot of attention, got a lot of publicity, but we raised some really good points as far as the lack of an evacuation plan and just how people would respond if something went wrong. We're on an island. There's only one way off that island. And it was, it made people think. And eventually they canceled that nuclear power plant, which I thought was the right move. So yeah, it was a lot of fun to write something like that. We had so many people from WUSB participate in the production of that radio play. And sure, I'd love to do something like that again. If they try to build another nuclear plant, I'll definitely do a sequel. But yeah, there's probably a lot of things that we could do radio plays about. I'm sure of it. It's the magic of radio. You can do that.
And Gayla and I have also dabbled in some audio fiction, and we'll probably do more of in future.
Let's get this question.
My question is one of demographics. I look around and I see some gray hair. I'm glad that we're all here. This generation is here. We're represented. I feel like hacker culture, you guys are doing work in preserving a lot of that. We talked about that preservation effort. There's a lot of lessons there that can be learned. I feel like it's especially prescient, relevant for our times, but I'm curious about demographics, and are we seeing younger folks learning anything from this? And are you optimistic about that? Yeah.
I have a lot to say about this issue. And I have like no time to say it. I will say, specifically, short answer is, I think this is a huge issue. I think specifically with our mission, like the Hope event as well as the magazine come from a specific corner of things. It is not representative of the entirety of it, and in many ways, a lot of this culture has itself grown and become, and in some ways, mainstream. But for us, we have to do a little bit more work bridging that and creating understanding around what applies from some of the older stories and the older tech, how that may be different for different generations. From my experience, an example I use a lot is most of the things that maybe Alex or other generations, I think that's the cutoff. You and I have talked about this. They were straight up illegal by the time I was getting interested. All I wanted to do was learn something other than a graphic user interface. Like that was kind of a big milestone for me. But transgressing the law, like a lot of that was already on the books. I don't have much time, so I'm just going to put the microphone down now. I wish I could speak more, and I really do have a lot of feelings about this. We have got to get a lot of understanding and patience, and
But I also think you'll see all of us around the conference, and we'd love to talk with you about this. So feel free to come up to us.
Please ask us more. Yeah, thank you.
Big round of applause as they wrap it up.
right, I think we're ready to roll here. Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. How is everyone doing? Is everyone excited here? This is going to be a great talk. This is very exciting for me to introduce to you what I think is going to be a wonderful and very interesting and entertaining speaker with some very incisive comments on our culture and our ethos, I'm sure, which will be following these comments. But so it is my great pleasure. I'm Alex Urbellis, by the way. I'm with Off the Hook. I was on the last panel. I'm a lawyer and various other things. Should probably introduce myself for a moment. But now I can introduce to you your wonderful speaker here, Harper Reed, who is, I think, a man with many, many talents. He creates rather interesting things. He wanted me to mention that first and foremost, the most important aspect of his bio is that he's happy to be here, which I think speaks volumes about his personality. But I guess the most interesting aspect of his background, and his background I think will also be part of the presentation, so I'm not going to go too far into the very interesting and rich and varied and complex life this man next to me has had. But starting in 2011 and I think 2012, Harper was the Chief Technology Officer of the Barack Obama campaign and was one of the people responsible for the re-election of Barack Obama to President of the United States. So with that, I will hand it off, and please, some applause for Harper Reed.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. Hi, I'm Harper. You can, if there's any questions or comments, please reach out on Blue Sky. Super excited to talk. I'm so excited to be here. I have never been more nervous or excited about a talk in my whole life. Typically, I'm speaking to people who I'm like, oh, this is very nice. But here, I love this. This is me in like 1995. If you notice that shirt there, that's very happy about that shirt. I wanted to go to the original Hope. I love this. I grew up in Colorado. I did not have an opportunity. My town didn't have a 2600 meeting. I would just look at the back of that magazine wishing I lived in a bigger city. And so being here is just so exciting. Thank you to Greg and Aesthetics for helping me get here. And yeah, I'm very happy to be here. So today I'm going to talk about something that I really like to talk about. It's very uncomfortable and it's kind of fun, so bear with me. But basically it's like this, technology. In the end, it will all work out. I don't know, we'll see. But first let me talk about my favorite topic in the whole world, which is myself. You guys know who these guys are? Right, okay, so it's Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and then some other guy. That was my first computer. This is a book I read when I was very young, and it changed my entire outlook on life. And then, one of the things I really like about that book, and it set a tone for my entire career, which I've spent a lot of time in open source, a lot of time building teams around this technology, and really enjoying this stuff. I've always called myself a hacker. I'm a programmer. I spend a lot of time touching code. I really believe in the words of Dr. Dre, which is touch code every day. I think it's really important. I was at this company called Threadless. Does anyone remember Threadless from back in the day? Really great company, really fun. We accidentally invented crowdsourcing. We did not mean to. We didn't know what crowdsourcing was, and we went to MIT for a conference, and they said, this is Threadless. They invented crowdsourcing, and we were like, what? We just take this and turn it into that. It's a very simple thing that we did. We obviously knew a lot about the crowd. We spent a lot of time thinking about the crowd, and we really engaged in these 4 steps, which was get designs from people like y'all. You would upload them, and then you would score them, and then we would get all this money, and it was perfect. It was fun. This was a really nice experience. One of the key things I learned, and this is a theme throughout my life, is we did none of the hard work. I don't want to do any work. Does anyone here want to work? Okay, some of you probably like work. Liking work is different than wanting to work. But around 2009, I accomplished all my goals, and so I did the one thing that I love doing over and over again, which is I quit my job. And I highly recommend everyone do that today. We can do a party in the back where we just pull out our phones and email our bosses. So I went on a little bit of a vision quest at that moment where I kind of wandered the earth and then was dragged into this amazing organization, the Obama campaign, by this guy. This is Michael Slaby. He was a CTO in 2008. And Michael Slaby was a pretty normal political guy, and they grabbed me. This is a good transition, I think. This was a very fun time. I was a CTO in 2012, and by fun, I mean it was a horrible experience that was great, and I learned the words rewarding. Whenever you say to someone, how was that? And they say, that was a rewarding experience. That just means it sucks. It just, they don't know how to describe it. Politics is politics. The first part of House of Cards until they kill someone is exactly what it was like. Anyway, why me? This is the first question that was asked to me by my mother. Why you? And I was like, come on, Mom. Well, the reason is they were looking for someone that was different than 2008. 2008, it was a startup. 2012, it was enterprise. And for some reason, I represented enterprise technology. And we had a very simple mantra, which was just hiring engineers to do engineering. This is a very bizarre thing. We had a lot of engineers, mostly from these great companies. This is the most important one. And then we had all this tech staff. And it was a really fun thing to do, pretty wild. We started from absolutely zero. And then we just had to go and build all of this great stuff. This was great. And on election day, it was super chill, calm, relaxing. And luckily, we won. Or I wouldn't be here today. That's my theory. Anyway, so I went on another vision quest after that, and we started a company called Modest. This company we named after ourselves. We're very modest. And we had this very simple goal to build e-commerce apps that were very exciting. And it worked out pretty well, and we had this really good cheat code for scaling a business, which is to sell it to a bigger company. It turns out that we can build cool things, but I don't know if we can build big things. And they can build big things, but not cool things. And so it worked out pretty well. And this was a lot of fun, but I didn't last very long, so I went on another vision quest. And this is the time where I installed a payphone in my backyard. Dreams can come true. Even you can do this. You can just buy those. And this is 2019. You guys remember 2019. That was a great time, a time of dreams, an exciting time. We were focusing on robots. And then, you know what's coming. That year sucked. That was a horrible year. And so my plan of just kind of fucking off and doing this fun stuff turned into this really nightmarish time of just sitting in my basement like we all did and trying to figure out what the new world was. And this was a very strange time. And there was a lot of things that happened there that I think I appreciate today, and a lot of things that happened there that it scared the shit out of me today. But change happened. This was great. So after that, I started a company called Galactic. This was a funny company. We were trying to build things for the new internet, which was kind of this Web3 thing, and we thought this was going to be great. We really like stablecoins. Our view is crypto isn't real until you can pay for rent or childcare. The moment you can pay for rent and child care, I'll believe it is real. So we were trying to do that, and that did not work. So that was kind of that was a bummer. But now I'm on another vision quest. We're doing some cool stuff. Every time I go on these things, they're weirder each time. And so this is the beginning of my presentation. I think a lot about my career, as you can just see. I loved every one of these things. Even the ones that failed, the team was beautiful. It was a beautiful time. I spent all this time working with people that I loved. And in every case, you know, somehow out of this, I became known as this innovator. And it was this beautiful thing where I would just sit there and we were building all these experiences. And we spent a lot of time building things, being thoughtful, thinking about how to be careful. We did a thing called practicing failure, where we would do a lot of experiences to say, how could this go wrong? How could this be used in a way that we don't intend it? We had constant discussions about how do we make this not creepy? How do we make sure that this is safe? How do we make sure it's legal? And we also asked this question of should we do this? And this was sometimes a complicated conversation. This started back in Threadless, through Obama World, through all of these startups. And the thing is, we also set these checkpoints. We spent a lot of time doing this, and we did everything we could to try and help enable safety in spaces that, for the most part, people had not yet invented, had not yet built inside of. And it was wonderful in 2013. Like, I was on the top of the world. This was great. I was famous. Look at this. I was on a cover of a rock and roll magazine in Italy, and then in Spain, and then in Germany. This is exciting. And then what happened? Oh yeah, 2014, Ukraine, misinformation. Right? You had disinformation was becoming this really big deal. 2016, the same misinformation, disinformation cannons. The problem was this was our playbook that we invented. We'd spent a lot of time building this technology, but they did it better than we did, in a way that was way better, way scarier. We built these foundations. These foundations were foundations that we were proud of, that we spent a lot of time, and then they were weaponized against us in many ways. And so there's this thing happening where it felt a little bit like the things that I was proud of, the things that I had achieved, what I thought was the answer, this kind of, I'm on the cover of a magazine, that type of thing, were now used in a way where every time someone talked to me about it, Harper, what happened here? What was this? I would just be like, oh yeah, I remember when we built that. It continues today, right? So we see this already. This is not a new thing. This is happening over and over and over again. And so it's happening just with this social media technology that we built. And we were really careful. Like, I was in a lot of meetings with a lot of people, from lawyers to UX people to ethics type people, talking about how this could be used against us. But the thing is this is not where it ends. We also invented crowdsourcing, right? Like, this is also weaponized. This is really exciting. It's kind of fun to look back at my career and think of all these great things we built and see them used in a way that we didn't intend. A lot of the stuff that we have done was this, right? We did not intend for this to happen. I remember being interviewed by a reporter in Germany, and she just kept pushing on, like, but you're using data in a wrong way. And I was just like, no, it's beautiful. This is going to work great. And for some reason, who knows why, they had a historical context for what was coming. And she was pushing on this, and I just was not listening, because our intention was to build something that was right. Everything we did was rooted in this hope. And yet, even with all the steps we did to be careful, we weren't careful enough. And the unintended consequences of those very decisions of hope were used against us. One thing that I've come to believe is that technology is a very, very sharp sword. And I don't know if it's because we're creatives. I don't know if it's because we're building something with hope and excitement, but we only think of one side. We never think about the other side. And we have to figure out how to think about both sides. And so now we have AI. I love AI. Anyone here like it? Am I the only? Okay, good. I was a little worried that I was going to be the only person that was going to be like, AI is incredible. But I really, really like AI. So there's only two of us. We'll go quit our jobs in the back. It's some of the coolest tech I have ever used, and I used AIX. Thank you, the two people in the back. But I really believe that we're in the middle of this really unprecedented shift with AI. And the thing that's funny about this is in 2017, I don't know if y'all remember this, all the articles about AI and machine learning were like, oh cool, we're gonna replace truckers, warehouse workers, manual laborers. Most of those people were conveniently not us. It was very easy for us to have this conversation. Oh, let's go replace the warehouse workers, it'll be great. Robots. And we're like, what will happen to the warehouse workers? Oh no, they'll just get another job. It'll be fine. We'll re-educate. Then ChatGPT launched in 2022. 2025, you just replace half your workforce. Knowledge workers, people like me. This is an uncomfortable thing that I think suddenly all of the people like me are like, whoa, we got to think of safety. But when you were back here, no one was thinking about safety. And so why is this? And there's a couple things that are happening right now, specifically within tech. There's a lot of layoffs. I don't know if this is all AI. All I know is that in the past, startups and companies I've started with 50% more engineers. We have half the number of engineers now, and we're 200% more productive. We're way faster. The team is drastically changed. For instance, we do 90% code generated, like generative AI code. That's nuts. I'm a programmer. My entire life was programming. I do it for fun. When I open my laptop, there's always a terminal. I don't even use an IDE anymore. It's insane. I don't know how to handle this emotionally. But one thing I do notice is we hire seniors and we hire juniors. The seniors are coaches. We heard the comment about people with gray hair. We hire a lot of those folks. That's me. Then we hire juniors, people who are just fresh out of college, who don't have any experience. The juniors end up hitting this button that says continue or magic or whatever it is to get the AIs to do things while the seniors coach. This is working really well. I am very happy with how this works from a capitalism frame. But the mid-level is gone. There's no mid-level anymore. We don't hire them. You're either very senior, strategic, thoughtful, thinking about things, or you're very junior, where you're focused only on execution. The middle just has disappeared. And I don't know what happens to those folks, because for those folks to suddenly become a senior in this time frame is very, very, very hard. Some people will be able to do it. For them to become a junior and maybe drop a pay scale or what have you is going to be very, very painful. So I think probably they're just going to leave the workforce, find a job somewhere else, do something that isn't great. But I don't think this is just the middle. I think the seniors and juniors will be replaced. I was talking to a friend that does a startup that does this type of code generation stuff, and he was saying seniors will be replaced in 3 years. So I have 3 years before I'm completely replaced as a programmer. Now wait a minute, like let's just chill out for a second. Y'all remember this book? This is one of the worst books ever made, I think. I don't know, does anyone remember it? Y'all remember this book? This was the book they would hand you when they were doing layoffs. They're like, we laid off your team, here, read this book. And you're just like, what? What do you mean? Why am I reading a book about cheese? One of the things I think a lot about is like, as a CEO, as a head of a project, as a head of a whatever, why is the only option we have, especially in this time where, from a technology standpoint, we have some abundance? Why do we only think about cutting? And I think we need to really lean into the shift and design the world we want. But I don't think that's it. I think there's all these other questions of like, what do we do as technology people? Do we go and become bakers? Do we move to the woods? Like, I know every programmer I've ever met has a fantasy about this. They want to, it's like they want to go work at Home Depot, and it's like, why? And it's like, just because, I don't know. That's a different talk maybe. But I can't do this. That's not what I do. Like, I'm a technology. My tools are technology. Like I said, when I open my laptop, there's a terminal there. I'm trying to build my dream is like a little, I don't know, a cyber deck or whatever. But we have to be really careful here. Like, this is something I keep thinking about. And I keep thinking about this in regards to AI, of making things worse. Because AI does it exactly what we tell it. And I was talking to my team about this, a good friend, and he was just like, oh, no. AI is not like a genie. It's like the monkey paw. It does do whatever you want. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. But I cannot figure out what happened at the end of that book. Does anyone know? If you do know, tell me, because I have not read it and I want to know, because I feel like using it as an example, I should know the end. But here we are. So with all that said, I was trying to think of what are some tips that we use, obviously very successful, at building things without destroying the world. And so let me go through these things, and then we can talk about them later. And I'm not super confident on this. I have a good track record. So let's see how it goes. Also, the caveat here is some of these things are intensely not popular. I think someone would describe some of them as woke, which I'm not worried about. Fuck it. So the first one is, think of the people. I know this is a weird thing. And does anyone know this picture, what this is from? Yeah, it's people. But the thing is I think we need to really engage in humanist ideas. Like, when we are thinking, when I start a company, I raise venture-backed money for startups from San Francisco VCs. And when we pitch them, we say things like, we're going to interrogate systems of power we do not like. And they give us money. You don't have to, you can think of humans. You don't have to only think of capitalism. Now, we don't get as much money as the people who are thinking of capitalism, but here we are. We're still doing it. Another thing that we truly value and has saved our lives many times, and I think the work we would have done on Obama would have been way worse if we did not have this. This is over and over again, is hyper-diverse teams. This is very simple. Other perspectives will help you. There's a great example of this. This is one of my favorite examples of machine learning. Self-driving cars hit black people more. You can imagine what Google's team looked like. I have a better example, maybe not better, different example. I had a team of people I was advising. They were an incredible machine learning team doing computer vision. They were incredible. They were the smartest people I knew in this stuff. They ended up selling the company to Amazon for gobs of money. They were Chinese. They came in. They did this great demo. They had a thing where you take a selfie and it would guess your age. And I was like, that's pretty impressive. I should do it. I did it. I was 240 years old. And then my buddy Clint did it. Also, side note, Clint and I were supposed to come here together, but we didn't really communicate, so Clint arrives tomorrow, I speak today. Who knew? Clint does it, 200 years old. And they're like, what? These are like the smartest ML people I know. They are so smart. They get in a little huddle, they're talking, and they come back and they're like, oh, we just never tested it on anyone who wasn't Chinese. Their network was Chinese, their team was Chinese. They had never they had never tested on a white person, a black person, whatever. Their network was so tight. Their team was so tight. It doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, the diversity will help. Because homogeneous teams will only think of one side of the sword no matter what. And in this type of situation, there are so many sides of the sword that we need to really think about. This is one that I think is really hard. Oftentimes as creative people, we are inventing things. We think that no one has come before us. I think that's often wrong. I find that my peers are reading only Hacker News. That's a lot of bias. It's fine, but there's a lot of other things out there, right? I find that when I prioritize voices who are underrepresented and often ignored, that the outcomes that I have are better. Because many times they have been here before. Many times they have experienced these things before, not with AI, not with crowdsourcing, but with other things, interrogating those systems of power. And that leads me to this one, which I find very, very hard for me, which is, how do you build a threat model for your product, for your project, etc.? In every case that I put up there about the work that we did, there were signs that kind of suggested maybe this was the path, whether it was the German person telling me, hey, why don't you think a little harder about this, etc. And every time I was just like, maybe, I didn't really believe them because I wasn't listening. But the thing is humans are really clever, and they're really good at taking something and building upon it. We know this from the hacker community. We know this from the open source community. Why wouldn't we know this from an adversary? Why don't we trust them to be good at their job? And that leads me to this other thing which we've done a lot of, which is tabletop exercises. Invite that diverse team. Invite people you wouldn't expect, artists, cops for some reason, other people. Diversity, right? And we invite them to game out all the eventualities. Invite them to really think about what goes wrong. There's a reason why the defense companies do this, because it's very good at understanding that. Fail safety is another one. I love this because if you go to like the NASA, you go to Orlando or whatever, you see all those NASA things. They always have this thing about fail safety. We got to bring them back alive. And it's like, yeah, but there's all these things about like just making sure that you're thinking about the humans. This is something that I think we don't do when we're building software. It's very strange. I mean, another thing is basically do what I'm doing. Launder your guilt. Talk about your failures. Get up here and tell a story about how you fucked up, what was successful, what worked really well. And then I think this is the second to last thing. It's like should. I think this is the question that we all should ask ourselves for almost everything. Just because we can, should we? Maybe no, but maybe yes. But actually going through that process is really helpful, and do it with someone else. But the final one is design and creativity, because like, here's the thing. With a diverse team, you get stuff that isn't necessarily your world. If you ask people what they think and you go through that exercise of should, then you get things that aren't necessarily maybe what you think. And this is about reacting to dominant culture. Sometimes we're building inside of a dominant culture that we don't even realize is dominant. And we have to reach outside of that dominant culture to understand why we're fucking this up. But the key here is just designing the world we want. We have to be building that thing in the future that we want, that we're looking for. And it is up to us. And so do I think this will work, these things? Maybe. Previously this said no, but I thought that was a little negative. Do I think it's better than the alternative? Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is the thing. I think that all of this innovation that we're seeing, whether it's crowdsourcing from back in the early 2000s to the social media cannons that we built on Obama land to the AI displacing everything, I think it's inevitable. Someone is going to do it. I misspelled inevitable. Don't tell anyone. But if it's not me doing this, then it's going to be y'all, I hope. And if it's not us, then it's them. And I would prefer that y'all do it with safety and being thoughtful about it than them doing it without safety. So with all that said, I'm back. I started a new company. It's an AI company. So yeah, with that, I think we're all doomed. That's it. Thank you so much for having me. Hopefully this was a good thing. I have some time for questions, I think. And you don't have to as well. I'm totally fine just slinking out of here.
Hello. So you said you don't need mid-level engineers, right?
Excuse me, say that again?
You don't need mid-level engineers right now?
Need is a complicated word, but yeah, I think that's the right one.
But then why are you hiring the low-level engineers?
So that's a great question. Actually, that's a really good question. The reason we hire the low engineers is because they're cheap. So if you think about the tiers, right, you have a low engineer in Chicago where I live. Anyone from Chicago? Yeah, it's a great place to live. You all should move there. Incredible. Actually, never mind. I meant it sucks. It's horrible, very violent. The weather is terrible. Don't move there. Talk to me later. But in Chicago, an entry-level fresh grad engineer is like 100K, 120K, right? A mid-level, 250K. A senior, 250 to 500K. If you're trying to save money, who do you lay off? The seniors have all the knowledge. The middles don't yet have all the knowledge and are kind of a pain in the ass. And the juniors are just a pain in the ass. And so you look at that thing there and you're like, okay, where do I save money? And you lay off the juniors. They're cheap. They cost nothing. And then you can train them to do whatever work you want. The middle there is the really complicated ones, because we know that the middle has to be the middle and the juniors have to be the middle to become the senior. But capitalism doesn't really care about the future. It only cares about today, right? So when you look at that from like the view of like a financial model, it's very easy to say, oh, we should lay off the middle. And I think what we're seeing now in the industry is there's a lot, especially in programming, there's a pretty high, like a 7% unemployment rate. And I think what we're seeing is that this has not yet hit as hard. But every CEO I talk to about this and ask about this agrees that the middle is the one that they're not hiring for. And that, as someone who has been in the middle, is complicated. And so I don't know how to solve that. I actually think, I was talking to a friend of mine at a giant, Fortune 100 company yesterday, and he said something that I thought was really good. He was like, we should just be building the products in ways that actually employ people who are at the middle of their career. Like, change how we work to support those careers. But that seems a little too hopeful for the United States of America at this moment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my question is, what advice would you give to recent college graduates that are trying to get into this field? Because it just kind of looks like the hope is fading away.
Well, I think the question is, which field?
Like, if you're trying to get into programming, would you prefer, like, would it be better to just go start your own thing and figure it out from there, or work at one of these companies and just be a junior executor, I guess?
Great question. I think being an entrepreneur is a compulsion and probably could be cured with medicine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so I wish that I had that intervention as a youth, because I probably would have been much happier and would have more money if I just would have gotten a job somewhere and did that for the same amount of time that I struggled and was participating in risk. With that said, it's really fun. If you have an idea and you feel like you can start something, then I'd highly recommend starting something. If you feel like you want to try it out, then just participate on a project. Like walking around the hall up here, there's so many projects that would love help, and just participating there. If you are a programmer, getting a job isn't horrible. They do pay. I personally find that finding an employer that matches my values to be very difficult, which is why I am typically my employer. And I sometimes don't match my values either. And so it's very complicated. But talk to me after. I'd help connect you or what have you. My email is up here for a reason. Please email me. I would love to talk more about some of this stuff as needed, or if there's questions, or if anyone's looking for connections. And if you're middle, I'm sorry. We can just commiserate.
Hi, thanks so much for this. How would you measure success at fighting or combating disinformation?
Personally, probably poor, because we made that disinformation canon. I find it really interesting. I had this very interesting experience, which I didn't really talk about, but it's kind of insinuated, which was we built all this technology that did the exact same thing that the Trump team did in 2016, but we were lauded as doing a good thing because we were on the Obama side, whereas Trump, to us, did a bad thing because they were on the Trump side. It was pretty much the same tool. Like, we didn't do the psychometric stuff, and we had access to Facebook's graph legally. They did not. Like, there's some nuances there that I think are probably not worth it, because the end was pretty much the same. And so I think this is the same question as who owns the truth at the moment, right? Like, in 2013, it certainly seemed like we did magic. 2025, I'm like, oh, yeah, we did other things too. We don't, so I don't know. I don't know the right answer. I actually have no idea how to counter it either, because I think it's the same kind of problem, is that, I'm awkwardly for this group on the board of a school for the RAND Corporation, and they had this really interesting conversation about what happens when facts become political. And someone said, well, the facts have a really kind of annoying way of coming true over time. I think about that a lot when some misinformation happens, where it's like, this is going to be a really hard time for the future, but maybe eventually, hopefully, I guess we don't die before that happens is the hope. Yeah. Okay, any more questions or no? Oh, one more, yes, thank you. 2 more, whoa. Let's do the red shirt first. Thank you. A text question. No problem. How do you think the company loyalty among seniors is affecting junior choices for career paths? Great question. Company culture is everything. One of the things that I've been talking a lot of people about is apprenticeships. I think one of the things that tech has is this idea that no one has come here before, which is obviously not true. Like, automation has hit factories, automation has hit accounting, automation has hit designers. And if you look at even designers today, they often talk about apprenticeships. You look at, accountants, they always have these kind of apprenticeship-like programs, internships, et cetera, even at the big fours. And I think that's what we need to do as technologists, is be open to training. And not just certs, like actually helping someone, shadow you and spend time. And if you're a middle employee somewhere and you're worried, like, what does that look like? What world can we create for that? Like, how do you advocate for the next middle employee? We have a little bit of time, I think. I don't know how long until this is all true, but I do think that the key is really about trying to help them through it. But I do think culture is the key. Like, you're at a place that shits on middle developers and junior engineers, like, it's gonna be shittier. Thank you for your question.
My concern is AI-powered troll farms.
Yeah.
We're seeing that more now, and it's particularly scary because it profiles people according to their interests or fears, and basically gets greater penetration now, more than the simple like Russian troll farms did in 2016. They're harder to spot, and they look
like
designed to
humans.
really get into people's heads.
Yeah, this is a really hard one. And has everyone here played with LLMs? It's going to be very hard. And I have a few friends, and I'm sure we all do, of people who are trying to think about how to solve this problem. And I was talking to a interestingly Japanese politician, and he said, we're spending all this time to tag LLM-generated text, when maybe we should spend more time about verifying humans, because the LLM text is it's just out there. We can't pull that back. But verifying humanity, verifying, whether it's, verifiable credentials, whether it's, even in the crypto space, there's all these things that people are doing to verify humanity that I think it will eventually come. And it's up to us to make that, to hasten that, to make that come faster. But what your question is really onto something. I have friends that work in this space, and they're saying they could detect the networks in 2016, they could detect them in 2018, 2023, no more detection.
I'm probably a minority opinion, but I don't consider LLM to be true AI. It has no mind. It has no concept. It's simply manipulating, symbols in order to put things together and making certain connections. But it's not. And I say that as somebody who's working in the AI field, going back to the 80s, and this is not true AI. But it's industrially useful, but it has no mind. It has no theory of mind.
I think that's pretty true. I think it's going to be hard to convince people of that. I say that as someone who studies this quite a bit, and one of the things I've noticed is all my friends that aren't in the space have named it. And so then you're like, okay, if you name it, and then I also have this theory, which I'm sure you can see very quickly, which is when you're chatting with your Excel spreadsheet or you're chatting with your email, as soon as you get bad information from that, they're gonna be like, you got an email and it says you're fired or whatever, and I'm just gonna type, that sucks, and it's just gonna be like, how does that make you feel? And suddenly I have a therapist email client, and I think that it's very hard to stop these very human interactions, and I don't think we're thinking about it enough. We're spending a lot of time thinking about this, and to be honest, when I talk to VCs, sometimes us even thinking about the outcomes of that turns them off. But then are some that are really good that don't. So, and hilariously, we raise money from like Bloomberg and BetaWorks and a few others that are like really interested in these like solving these humanist problems within the ML space. And this is also something that is deeply poisonous within our industry, because like if you work in ML, now you're no longer hip. It's literally the same. But you just have to change it to AI, and then you raise your salary a bunch.
Yep. I was going to say, like, just like in when ELIZA was invented in the AI lab at MIT, they started throwing people out of the lab so they could be alone to talk.
Yeah. I do the same with ChatGPT.
And that was just manipulating symbols. ChatGPT, LLM is just that on steroids.
Yeah, it is. Thank you so much.
So I am a high school teacher, and so I think a lot about how to inspire students and like young people who are looking into getting into CS and tech in general. And then as someone with like a philosophy and ethics background, I also think about like what kinds of ethical and like what like besides just teaching someone how to code, what things to really bring up and try to build into a classroom. So I would be curious about your thoughts on kind of advice to students and things to focus on or think about as I'm discussing things with, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old kids who are really trying to figure out what their future looks like and what this world is that feels really unstable.
I have a young child, so I'm thinking about this, but he's too young to like actually think about this a lot. But I've been talking to some teacher friends, and there's two things that strike me. One is, how many of y'all got started as a hacker when you were that age? Like, there's obviously something happening, and one of the things that does happen is systems that are trying to stop the kids from doing something. And so like having a world in which you can try and figure out what's behind the door. All of my friends who, like I have so many friends whose genesis point, we're all old, so like the genesis point is the 90s, but the genesis point was like their parents taking away their keyboard. And so in AOL chats, they got stolen credit cards, bought a new keyboard, and continued their whatever reign of terror on AOL chats. But like that kind of story is, I think, how a lot of us get started, is trying to get around it. And I think we have such a world specifically within this stuff of only talking about the walls and the barriers, instead of talking about, okay, so this is a barrier, what do you need to do to get over the barrier, to get through the barrier, to get around the barrier? And I love when any of my friends are like, I finally I locked down my kid's phone, and I'm just like, another hacker born. And I love this, and I think about this a lot. But then I think there's the other side of that, of just creating an environment where all this stuff isn't just bad ends. So like ChatGPT, they obviously have. I did a talk at Northwestern in Chicago, and I was just trying to get them to admit that they use ChatGPT, and none of them would say anything in the class. And then afterwards, the teacher left, and they're all like, we all do. Every one of them was like, yeah, I do. Do you have any hints? And it's like this thing of like, I think it's like a public health. It's like they're gonna do it, so how do we help them do it safely? None of this is helpful, probably. You probably know all this. But I think that's kind of the idea. I don't know. Maybe we need a new hackers movie to get a new generation of people into Angelina Jolie and that other guy, I don't know. I'm trying to think of all the things that like really got me in. It was such a different time. There was hope, and everything was beautiful. I don't know, like tricky. Where are you a teacher at? Like in the city or?
Massachusetts.
Okay, Massachusetts.
Yeah. I don't think I can show hackers to my kids. I don't think.
I recently showed it to my team at work, and it was a little awkward. I was like, I gotta go. You guys have to do this on your own time. But everyone looked really cool still. I was happy. Thank you.
Hello. I would love to see Hackers 2 with the original cast older now and just chilling.
They'll have kids.
That'd be that'd be great.
They're just like, you're not on Life 360.
Yes. So, excellent presentation. I'm reflecting on the topic of AI and the fact that I feel like a lot of things are becoming a slop factory right now in terms of social media and everything else. Let's say we can't stop it. Let's say every social media platform, newspaper, et cetera, it's all AI slop coming out. What do you see happening to the internet then, and how we interface with it as non-slop lovers?
I'm kind of not worried, because in some regards, the internet has always been slop. It's just slower. And so we routed around that by building communities that we appreciated and people that we love to interact with. And I mean, in the beginning, like when you first saw a corporate website, you were like, oh no, the corpos are here, right? You remember this? Like that was a horrible idea. Like, what are we gonna, they're gonna take away my mud. Like I think what we have now is an acceleration. And so I think what we have to do is use those same tools to accelerate the communities. So you see this actually a little bit already. Like, this is a Blue Sky link. There's a lot of really neat stuff that's being built on that proto. It is not being built by hands and fingers. People are vibe coding the shit out of that to build cool stuff so that they can facilitate human-to-human conversation. I think that's great. I also think that parts of the internet probably could use a little more slop. And so maybe it's time to fill up Twitter with some more slop. And so we can have some networks of safety. There's a great article that was, I think, from yesterday about how a lot of the misinformation farms are actually just from Bangalore, people making money off ads, and they're finding the Republicans to be very susceptible. And I think that's true. I think that's great. Fuck them. But then there's the other side, which I think is really interesting. That is, some of these LLMs, you can do a lot of work to generate things that aren't slop. And then there's questions of privacy, et cetera, that go along with that. But I'm not super worried about this as probably a slop generator myself. But it has accelerated everything in my life from startups to information stuff. But I am seeing also, as probably we all are, I had to put a thing on my blog that says it was written by humans because I didn't want people to think it wasn't. I said it was 98% written by humans because I felt bad about spell check. But I find that happening a lot. Like we're starting to, like we talked about earlier, like verify humanness. And so like, fuck it, you're wading through slop, but as long as you know you have a space where you can verify humanness and take advantage of that humanity, and also take advantage of the slop generated by those humans, then like it seems like it's gonna be okay. We'll see. I'm not necessarily good at predicting as we just saw, so maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, let's meet up next year and see how it goes.
You had a slide that said in 2017 we're going to replace the truckers, we're going to replace the warehouse workers, but last I checked, a guy drove my groceries here, and Amazon warehouses are full of minimum wage employees.
This is my favorite thing. I love this so much because people are paid so much money to stand on stages like this and be like, in 2017 we will do, and then they're just like, they were just so wrong.
Well, yeah, we get to look back on that. And I get that you said 90% of your code is AI generated, and your friend said in 3 years we predict we won't need the senior developers. But where is that optimism? I feel like most of it's overhyped because while I do use LLMs all the time, I do find efficiencies grabbed from it. I feel like more of the hype is to raise capital so they can keep burning $5 billion a year and losing it. But where do you think we'll actually have in 3 years? How do we balance that optimism, and where you should head at on that?
So my canary in the coal mine is a weird one, and it is the big four consulting firms. And the reason is because there are I don't know a technology company, maybe y'all know one that's different, that understands the amount of revenue per employee they get. Whereas the big four consulting firms know 100% how much every single employee, from an admin all the way to their partners, generates for their organization. And the moment that they stop hiring or lay off mid-level, that's when I know I'm right. So about 6 months ago, if you went to the Deloitte subreddit, or you went to the E&Y subreddit, or any of these big consulting firms, it was new hires being like, where should I work? It's super exciting to be here. People getting promoted to more senior positions, and mid-level getting laid off. And I think the reason for that is because, well, DOGE took away a huge contract for all of them. But the second reason is I think that they have found that they can get the same work done with better tooling and less people. But this didn't start with AI, right? This started, I remember in 2001 when I got my first Java job, there was like a sea of cubicles as far as the eye could see, and Solaris boxes stacked to the ceiling. And that then turned into 20 people and less boxes. And then that turned into 10 people and Linux. And then that, so on and so forth. So it's not, I don't think this is just like a suddenly drop, but when you look at people who understand the revenue per employee, and when they start getting rid of employees, that means that the revenue story is there. And that's what scares me. The story of I can code with my robots, that's cool. I think that's neat, but that's not, a startup doesn't have that same story. We could hire 10 people and have the same output as 4. Great, who cares? It's a startup. We raised fantasy money. But when you have people who actually have real businesses thinking about this stuff, that's when it gets scary. And I think we're on the cusp of that. But that's who I watch. And I watch it via the subreddits. It's actually a really interesting signal. Is that helpful? Yeah, thank you.
So one thing I've started to see more is employers mandating the use of AI in workflows. And the thing that I have a hard time with is kind of encountering the bullshit asymmetry principle, where it takes an order of magnitude more effort to correct mis or disinformation. And that's ultimately resulted in my withdrawal from online discourse. How do you combat that or see that playing out in workplaces?
That is, you've echoed 100% my perspective, sadly. I also have withdrawn for the most part from online discourse. All I do is consume memes and share them to private group chats. I no longer participate. And Twitter, I was such a huge Twitter fan. I loved Twitter. I adored it. I met so many great friends and really truly good friends. in that experience, and it's just gone. I haven't found the same on some of these other blue sky seems close, but still, I don't know. I've been trying to figure this out. I miss the days of yore where you had like public IRC channels, but I can't tell if that's just because I'm a boomer and I feel nostalgic every once in a while for poorly ran Linux boxes, or if it's just that we need those spaces again. But I really believe, and I just truly believe this, and I'm so happy when I walk through the halls and see some of this happening, whether it's the D-Web stuff or the Mesh New York stuff or whatever it might be, of creating some of these experiences that aren't rife with people trying to get views or trying to get whatever. And it doesn't matter your political belief, where you are, it just feels so good to be in this space that is like quote unquote a safe space to achieve the things that you want, which sometimes for me is just hanging out. Like, I just want to have friends and talk about things that are normal, like what is it like, why was the Hacker movie so weird, like, or whatever. I don't need to have something that is like always, I don't want to always have to present online, and I feel like that's part of it as well. But I think we have to create the spaces. I don't know, like I don't know. Is everyone stuck in group chats? Is that just me? Yeah, I feel like we're all stuck in group chats. So I don't know, yeah, maybe we just need to publish the group chats out, like have a bot that just spits them out to Tumblr or something. It'd be horrible, could you imagine? I actually have that. If you can find the Tumblr or the group chat, I'll invite you to it. Okay, maybe zero more?
We've got some questions coming in from online as well, so we can't ignore our virtual attendees, of course. A couple of them, hopefully we have questions for time for a few. So question is, why is so much effort put into startups like Uber that, quote, disrupt industries that are already struggling, like taxis, and not much effort into startups to disrupt industries like oil companies? It seems like Silicon Valley congratulates themselves a lot for not actually doing anything that challenging.
That's a really, really, really good question. I love it. As someone who has participated in Silicon Valley culture for a really long time, I think it's just because they're very boring people. I think that's it. I think that they are often people who don't, like, we live in cities. I'm sure how many people here live in a city? Like, cities are pretty cool, and the thing about cities, you kind of have to figure out how to live with one another and interact with one another, and like, you're not scared of people on the street. You just are like, yo, what's up, and then that's it, and you go on your way. And so I think that people from cities, because of that density, et cetera, are gonna build things that are a little more focused on not disrupting the city and the harmony, et cetera. That's not always true. You have the finance people, but there are a lot of people who are building interesting things there. But I think the other problem is that there's just a general lack of imagination, and hard things are hard. So I have a few friends that are focusing on energy, and they have been working on the same problem for 5 or 6 years, and they struggle to raise money because it's just hard. Science, it's hard science. Deep tech is hard. It's super easy to build an app that, like, you sell to taxi drivers or whatever to like create Uber. That seems to be much easier. Now the hard thing about that is growth and all that other stuff. They're very smart, but I just think it's, I don't know. I think about this a lot when we build companies, because we don't want to build something that is small, right? We want to build something that feels good to be a part of a big team, but also I don't want to build something that is just destroying, and it's just a hard thing. I don't know. I think the problem is, and I once talked to this young person about this. He was like, I'm just very disappointed in all the jobs. And we talked for about an hour, and I was like, I think your problem is with capitalism. I don't think it's an employment problem. I think the issue here is capitalism, and I think it's like water, right?
Yeah, great answer. Another question from the audience. In fact, this was the first question that was asked. Are you an LLM?
I sometimes wish I was. It would just be easier just to buy GPUs, increase my capacity. I am pretty sure my context window is much smaller than anything you can run on a standard Mac today. Probably a little under 1,000 tokens, because I have a real problem with recency bias.
Yeah, and a more pointed question here. You've spoken about the companies you founded. What are you personally doing as a senior leader to address the issues with junior and mid-level developers within your own startups?
So we're kind of experimenting right now. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to do it by actually doing it. We've always ran a little bit of like more of a studio kind of environment in Chicago, where anyone who kind of wants to come hang out can just come hang out. And if they just happen to accidentally join the team, basically by being there all the time, then they just kind of join the team by being there all the time. And of course, like this is, we pay people, et cetera, and we've been experimenting with interns. Most people that we have that are interns are not necessarily junior. They're not just fresh out of undergrad. And I had an intern when I was mid-career, and it kind of changed the trajectory of my entire career. And so I think that the language of intern kind of is bad language, but I think we could change it to apprenticeship or something else to try and bring some people who are just trying to figure out how to get into that role, how to get into that thing. The other thing is we work in startups. No one should ever work in startups. Do not do this. It's like that scene in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, where it's like, do not seek the treasure. It's bad. But if you do choose that because it is a compulsion and you have problems, then come talk to me later. But yeah, I don't know. I really wish I had a better idea of how to solve this because I do worry about it. And I remember the time fondly when I had the senior people who were helping me up through that career ladder. And yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think we're just about out of time unless there's perhaps maybe one more question or so we might have time for since we're a little bit over, but very popular session.
Well, thank you so much. This has been really, really nice to chat.
Yes, let's
and
hear it for Harper.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. How is Hope 16 so far? There's absolutely no need to shame anybody who couldn't make it. There's a lot of reasons people couldn't make it, but it's really appreciated that you came, even through everything and the heat and everything else. It was great to have people here, have them walking around. How many people here, it's your first Hope? Oh, boy. Excellent. So that is amazing, and I hope you get as much out of it as you put into it. There are some amazing speakers here, people from all over the world who've made the effort to come down and speak. All of the talks are expertly recorded by our wonderful AV people back there, so don't get that FOMO destroying you. And of course, we have years and years of fascinating talks given, including this one. So I was just asked to do a quick introduction to this one. We have a keynote here. It's gonna come in the form of an interview. I'm not involved. Top hat guy goes away. Don't worry, you're not gonna get distracted by this. We're gonna be talking with an ex-DOGE engineer, and I would like everybody to please get your booze out now. Can we get that? Whoa! Whoa! All right, now let's talk like civilized fucking human beings for the rest of the show, shall we? All right, excellent. We are going to be having our two favorite people, an ex-government employee and a journalist, talk together. And they are going to cover a wide variety of subjects, and they will hopefully take it somewhere that we'll all learn a little bit today, because learning is really what it's all about, that and giving to the EFF. All right. First, let's have Adam Klasfeld come on out. Adam! Adam, check your mic. Make sure that we're all good there. That's why you pack two parachutes.
I can just project.
Two parachutes. That's why you pack them.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh.
Awesome. How about this one? Oh, we're going to do the world famous we're going to do the famous toque format. All right, toque format it is. All right, there we go. And of course, the man of the hour, Sahill Lavengia. X with emphasis on the X, ex-DOGE engineer. All right, everybody have a wonderful time, and I'll be giving a talk later today, and as will many other people. Thank you, and again, to all the newcomers, thank you for coming to Hope.
Well, thank you all for coming. I want to say that that the MC actually gave Sahill fair warning of those boos a little bit before. We didn't really understand what that happening.
You guys weren't allowed booze on campus.
I know, absolutely. But just a little bit of introduction. My name's Adam Klasfeld. I'm the founder and editor-in-chief of All Rise News. I've been covering the legal beat for about a couple decades now, and very pleased to talk to Sahill over here.
I think this works.
Okay, fantastic.
Tech support over here.
There we go.
Yeah.
So yeah, why don't we just start things off? Tell me about what led you to DOGE.
Yeah, so I actually applied to the original DOGE, the U.S. Digital Service, which DOGE is technically, in 2015 or 16. Back, DOGE, or the USDS, was set up under Obama, under the White House. Actually, Harper's, who's over there, probably was involved to some degree, maybe, or certainly knows people. But basically the goal, healthcare.gov rolled out, kind of flopped. And so they were like, we need technology people, in the White House, the federal government isn't used to shipping consumer product. It's kind of new for them. So they created the USDS. I applied. I never heard back. So that was the first time I applied, was 2016 or 15 or so. And then when I heard about this sort of DOGE project starting to spin up again, I applied again, I guess. And my goals, I'm not sort of super politically active. I'm a software engineer, and I wanted to ship code for the federal government. That's I think that's like a really great way to make the world a better place. Like people who've interacted with the federal government probably aren't super impressed with like the HTML, CSS, JavaScript that runs the place. But we have, there's like 500 million consumers of that software every year. Whether you like it or not, you're forced to be a customer of the largest company on earth. So I thought, being a software engineer would be a good way to have a positive impact. And for better or worse, this was the path to doing it. DOGE, Trump, et cetera, et cetera. So.
And in between that, you worked on the Bernie Sanders campaign as well?
Yeah. So in 2016, I volunteered for the Bernie campaign. That's my political affiliations, or just trying to make the world better would be cool.
So just walk me through the process that after Trump's election, you see the opportunity of working for the federal government with DOGE. I know that your wife had a certain reaction with this. You've spoken about this publicly before. Tell me about the process of starting to work for DOGE.
Yeah, most people, in my life were not pleased. I live in Brooklyn. Unfortunately, I think it's like, I don't know, like if you want to make the world a better place, like, if that's your core priority, like who cares?
Right.
Like everyone has a shitty boss. That's like what that's what bosses are. But you do the work because you want to serve the customer. What was your question exactly? Like what?
So basically lead us through it, that you applied for the job.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I found out, this is like pre-Trump winning the election, DOGE was kind of starting to become like a topic, right? And so I just tried to like find somebody who worked there, and randomly I was at an event, and I met someone there. We grabbed dinner later, and he mentioned that he had a friend, or he had not even a friend, but he had met someone at some other party. This is how like people, this is social networking, right? Like pre the internet. He knew somebody who was working at DOGE. This is maybe like October or November or something of last year. And so I was like, oh, could I like get an intro? I'd love to like ship software for the federal government. So he just introed me, and then I talked to him. I talked to a few other people on, entirely on Signal. And then they didn't really even make an offer. There's no offer. I wasn't paid or anything like that. It was just like, when can you move to DC?
And who was the intro to?
So the first engineer I talked to, or the first few people, I can't really name them. They haven't like publicly doxed themselves. So, but the final interview was with this guy Steve Davis, who was like the de facto head of DOGE.
Okay. Well, sorry, just to kind of explore that a little bit more. I mean, we've heard that term doxing and applied to DOGE in the past. They've accused some folks of doxing, but the common response to that is, you work for the government. That why would that be? Are they working for the government in any sort of secret capacity, I guess is the question.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in, like, I think everyone who works for the U.S. federal government should be doxxed.
Right.
But like that's not how the U.S. federal government operates right now.
Right.
Like I know all 500,000 employees who work for the VA because I worked at the VA.
Yeah.
I had access to all the HR data at VA. All 473,000 people, all their social security numbers, how much they got paid, all their promotions, all that kind of stuff. Should the world have access to that data? I think so. Yeah, you work for the U.S. federal government.
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree with you, but on like
Right.
a personal level, if you're a friend of mine and you have a job as a career employee, I'm not going to like share your name on the internet.
Understood. So,
but I am like one of the few people who's worked at DOGE who has, I'm publicly talking to the public. That's a pretty rare
and the
situation.
As a matter
unfortunately.
of fact, your willingness to speak to the press has shed so much light on the way that DOGE operates.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the press. I care about talking to the public and like educating people on what we're doing, because I think transparency is good. The press is like the media literally is an intermediary to the public.
Well, we'll get into that. Quick question about, you mentioned that the predecessor agency of DOGE is the U.S. Digital Service created by Barack Obama. I remember one of the first reactions that I had to the creation of DOGE was that it was, of course, named after a cryptocurrency that Elon Musk had heavily promoted. Did you have any reaction to the rebrand? What it signaled, what it meant?
I mean, I think it's nice to have like one syllable. Like I think that's great.
So you thought of it just basically branding. I think, I guess what I'm getting at here is a lot of folks.
I don't own any Doge.
No. I wasn't accusing you of anything. There's nothing like that.
I own some Bitcoin.
No. What I'm talking about, you talked about, a medium to the public. I think a lot of folks in the public, their first reaction is, oh, Doge, the cryptocurrency. It's getting a rebrand that is associated.
To be honest, I forgot that cryptocurrency existed.
Right.
I think Doge has sort of superseded Dogecoin, so for better or worse, it might be a negative impact on the value.
Right. Tell me a little bit about there was a really interesting thing, and you wrote about it on your website in diary entry, Doge Days. I encourage folks to read it. You talked about your first days, just kind of like day one on Doge. What does that look like?
Yeah, day one. So my official job title was senior advisor to the chief of staff for the Veteran Affairs Department. So that was my, that's where I showed up. I showed up 7:45 a.m. Monday, March 17th, at VACO, the Veteran Affairs Central Office in D.C. And they're like, "Who are you?" This is just like VA people, career people. And they're like, "No one's joining the government right now. Like, what are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Well, I think I am." And they're like, "Okay, you got to go get fingerprinted." So they send me to the fingerprinting office. I get fingerprinted. I get my government sort of PIV card that lets me into any government building. And then I sit through 3 hours. Have you ever joined like a company? As an employee.
The normal day one stuff.
Right? You like sit through 3 hours of HR,
right,
where they like tell you about your benefits that you're not going to qualify for, but you need to sit through this presentation, and they give you a shitty laptop.
Right.
And then they say, okay, like we've done that. Like who like what are you here to do? Like where are you going?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I don't know. We're just like looking at each other, and I'm like, they're like, what are you here to do? And I'm like, I don't know. I just want to like ship software for the federal government. And so they're like, who's your boss? I'm like, I don't know. And so it took a little while to sort of figure out like what I was supposed to be doing. Eventually, I signaled some people. I was like, where do I go? And they're like, oh, talk to this person. He's, and then he told me like, okay, one of the projects we're working on is, we're doing all these contract reviews. Like Harper mentioned, Deloitte. I don't know if we were successful in cutting Deloitte's VA contract. Certainly, it should be de-scoped to some degree. So that was kind of like, the sort of day ended with like kind of going through like the other things that Doge was, the Doge people were working on at VA, which mostly revolves around like reviewing contracts,
right?
Trying to help with like the RIF, the reduction in force implementation, which VA has publicly said they're not doing actually. So the VA has actually hired more employees this year than have let go. So there's a lot of nuance. There's part of why I want to talk publicly about this kind of stuff. It's not as easy as like some one-syllable headlines.
Well, there was a very big public announcement that there would be mass layoffs at the VA, and then there was public pushback against that. But before that, there was an interesting thing. Like, when did you actually find out you were assigned to the VA?
Well, that was before I joined. I mean, they told me like, hey, I was talking to sort of the Doge people. And then I got like a sort of a signal message out of the blue that was like, hey, we have a spot for you at VA if you're interested. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
That was like the entirety of the conversation.
And it was quite a long time before you actually had that meeting with Elon Musk. I think that was kind of abbreviated as an E-meeting.
Yes, the E-meeting. Yeah, the Elon Musk meeting, I think is what it stood for, not electronic meeting. It was not electronic, it was in person. So that was like maybe a couple weeks into my tenure.
And before that, and this was fascinating, there's this really interesting interview on Planet Money, NPR, folks should listen to it. It took place, you had what was called a political alignment test. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, political alignment interview, which I think this is like not like a Doge, I'm sure Doge would prefer for it to not be a thing. But generally, if you join the administration, whether it's Democrat, Republican, whatever, you have to go through a political alignment interview. And so basically, Trump's not going to hire you if you are a massive Democrat, right? And vice versa, also true. Obama's not going to hire you if you're like a massive Trump supporter. So that's part of the interview process, is to make sure that you are not potentially the enemy.
Well, let's get into that a little bit, because the specific questions seemed very Trump-specific. There was a question about tariffs, right?
Correct. There's a question. Yeah, they love that question. What are your opinions on tariffs?
And what were some of the other questions of the political alignment interview?
I mean, just go to like whatever Trump.com or whatever his website is, and just go through and say are you massively against any of these things? Like, what are your biggest problems with Trump? I assume similar to if you're trying to get a visa to America or something like that. Those kind of questions. But again, I think it's terrible, but this is just the way the federal government works.
But they also asked who you voted for, correct?
I don't think they ever asked me specifically who I voted for. I can't remember the specifics. They did ask me if I had previously donated to anyone.
Okay. The NPR had, on that episode, they characterized it as a loyalty test. Would you think that's a fair assessment?
I mean, I think, look, it's politics. Like, loyalty doesn't exist. I think that loyalty is actually a terrible thing because, we have the United States of America and the Constitution and Americans who I'm loyal to, who's president. Inherently, you should not be loyal to a person.
Right.
But it's alignment. It's literally alignment. We were voted on. We were elected on certain things, and we're here to execute on that specific plan. And if you are going to help us achieve these goals, you're sort of draw two vectors. What's the degree of separation between these complementary arrows? And if it's 180 degrees, you should not be here. You're just gonna slow us down or not do anything.
Well, I'll tell you one of the reasons that
I'm not a diehard Trump supporter, so I had
totally.
to say.
I'm not saying that. The reason that I ask, we had a conversation before today, and one of the things that you said that I found really striking is that one of a lot of the people who have your skill set wouldn't necessarily might find having such a test could stop the White House from getting good talent, correct?
100%. 100%.
So
totally.
do you think that kind of test, this political alignment test, is standing against DOGE's stated goal?
I mean, it has nothing to do with DOGE or not. It's Trump. I mean,
right.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think it is good. For example, who the current just because I worked at VA, I'm most familiar with VA. I'll use it as an example. The current secretary of VA, the person that Trump nominated to be the secretary of VA, is this guy Doug Collins, who's very funny, nice person, but he's he was a former. He's obviously he's a veteran. He's ex Navy or something like that, chaplain. But VA has 473,000 employees, right? So I would say you should probably have a secretary who you're kind of hiring a CEO for 4 years. You should probably pick who's the CEO of Kaiser Permanente, the largest Western Hemisphere integrated healthcare system. That person would probably be pretty good. But Obama or Biden, they had this VP from Microsoft, some senior VP from Microsoft who was pretty high up in the VA. So neither is the right choice I think the word that gets thrown around is meritocracy, right? You pick the best person for the job.
Right.
Yeah, I fully agree in that. But we don't live in a meritocracy. We live in a democracy. Right. And this is what people voted for. People voted, for the Republican, and the Republican is going to pick Republicans. And we all vote for for these two parties, and that's just the system we live in. We live in a society.
Right.
What are you going to do?
Doug Collins also, in addition to being secretary of the VA, he used to be a congressman, very loyalist, part of the MAGA coalition. Quick question about you started doing an audio diary of your time at DOGE, and what made you? We started talking about this shortly before getting up on the stage. What informed that decision? What did you want to record?
Yeah, I mean, I recorded this set of audio diaries for myself, and then turns out NPR was interested in them. But I recorded them mostly because I didn't know what DOGE was going to be. Like the details I had on DOGE were pretty sparse, and so going into it, I just thought it would be nice to have my own sort of like a time capsule of like what I sort of the possible set of distributions of like what this experience could look like, such that when after the fact I could look back and be like, how accurate was I? Like, what was I super wrong about? What was I right about? And also as a way of like protecting myself to be like, this is what I really wanted to do. So like, you know, in case I don't know, someone thinks I sort of enabled a fascist to take over the world or something, like I can say, hey, look, I didn't really, that was not my goal. I wanted to just write some JavaScript.
And so you have kind of a real-time diary of, you know, day one, here's what happened, here's...
Yeah. And I haven't published those, though. I think there's some edits on Planet Money, but I did use them to then like make sure that the article I wrote, Doge Days, was accurate to my experience.
Gotcha. So start talking to me about your work at the VA. You talked about reductions in force. It was a plan for mass layoffs. You originally started working on software known as a contract muncher. Explain a little bit about that.
Yeah, so Doge, so Doge is really what is Doge? Like Doge is really a set of executive orders that Trump signed pretty early on in his second term. One of these contracts is like, I think called like cost efficiency initiative, which basically sort of says every agency has to go review all of their contracts with every, there's a lot of contracts. The VA has tens of thousands of contracts. And has to review them for efficiency and like any cost savings that can accrue to the American taxpayer. Like every agency has to do that. But these agencies don't have any capacity like to do that. They can't hire anyone to do it. So Doge is basically like this like volunteer force of people who will like help the agencies do these things. So I wrote a script which is open source. You can find it on the internet. Big fan of open source software and so I contributed the contract muncher, which is a Python script that basically just goes through all the contracts that the VA had and reviews them for possible termination, which really just means a short list that then gets sent to humans to then review, and nothing is getting cut because an AI said to cut it. That would be dumb.
It caused a bit of a stir.
AI typically does.
The Wired magazine reached out to you. Can you tell me about that encounter?
Yeah, I mean, I think the media serves a great purpose, which is like to like hold people accountable to doing things. So I think there's nothing wrong with like the media trying to figure out what's going on. And sometimes I think they report it like a little bit one-sided, but obviously I'm going to say that. But yeah, the Wired wrote a piece about how like the VA and other agencies were sort of using AI to do the work faster. And the thing is like Doge, you can think of it like a bunch of like mini cells. Like there wasn't like a clear central org. So I don't know how Doge was necessarily acting in these other agencies. I can't speak to that. But at VA, I was the one writing all the code. So I can say that like I talked to the humans, I talked to the contract people, the contracting officers they're called, and said, hey, I know you guys are like reviewing all the contracts. What are you doing? Like, what does that work actually look like? And I just sat with them and then basically wrote like a prompt with AI to then, sort of try to encapsulate their thinking in like 300 to 400 English words. And then I ran through the script, on 10 PDFs and sort of got their feedback, like how accurate do you think this is? And then we kind of refined it. Until they felt like pretty good. And then I said, hey, instead of having to review 90,000 contracts, you can review these 4,500 contracts that, AI has just, you can think of it like a sort. It's kind of a new way of sorting, right? Like there's these sorting algorithms that exist in computer science. Like a bubble sort is like one kind of sort. You can think of like an AI as like it's kind of an LLM sort. It's like a way of ranking the likelihood that a contract should get cut such that the humans aren't wasting their time on like a bunch of stuff that obviously should not get cut, right? Like healthcare, for example, should not get cut. So like you don't have to review like 2/3 of the contracts that are related to healthcare.
One of the things that's striking from that Wired article is, well, one thing, your response to the request for comment, you were very cordial. You said, I'm a fan of your work. And you see throughout the article, it's a very interesting article because you see kind of your immersion into the federal government, that a lot of things aren't as simple as it seems. There's this thing that the NPR picked up on. You changed Twitter to X.
Yeah.
There are all sorts of that can change how accessibility. It can that simple things take a lot. There are lots of checks and balances in place.
Yeah, totally.
So tell me about
They made
that.
me come off as very stupid.
Well, what did you? What's that?
Very stupid. They tried.
Well,
They also called me an operative, which I think is a fascinating.
What did they get wrong then?
Well, I don't think they got anything wrong. I actually did a podcast interview with Victoria from Wired. I think she's great. But I think there is this sort of like, sort of bull in a china shop sort of like sort of image that they want to create of this someone who walks in like having zero clue what's going on, as someone who's like never actually written code before. But generally, like, I'm decently good at shipping software, and
it's interesting. The impression that I got from the article wasn't that you. I don't.
Well,
think
things
that,
like, for example, like changing Twitter to X, and there being accessibility issues is like a solvable problem.
Right. Well, I mean, how would you have known that problem without having first worked for the federal government, right?
I mean, anyone who makes websites should be aware of accessibility issues.
Sure, fair enough.
AI is actually really good at like considering accessibility when writing front-end code, which is cool. Better than humans, if you tell it to be.
So what did you learn from that experience? I mean, what did you learn from being in the federal government for the first time? You had wanted to work for the federal government.
Yeah, I learned a lot. I mean, that's why I did it. Like as MC said before, like we're here to learn. And I wanted to learn as much about how the federal government worked as possible, and I learned a lot. I learned it's hard to like, there's no mental model for it. It's not like I can give you like 5 ways the federal government works, right? But I think I generally learned that like there's a huge force in terms of like all the things we want out of the federal government are happening. It's becoming more efficient. It's getting more modern, but it just takes a long time. And just seeing like how certain decisions get made. At the end of the day, it's just like a bunch of people. Not that different than a big tech company. I did learn that, like, for example, like basically no software engineers work for the federal government, which is kind of a problem because it makes it really hard to ship good software when no software engineers work for you. It would be like outsourcing all of your software to a third party like Deloitte, which I thought was a toothpaste company before I joined the federal government. And obviously it makes sense why it's so expensive and the software is so shitty. It's like you're outsourcing it to McKinsey.
Just one, because I see we're running a little.
We're running out of time already.
No. We have.
We
some
want Q&A.
time, but
Q&A will be awesome.
Not for all the ground I wanted to cover, Sahill. The e-meeting.
I'm here all day.
Good. Tell me about the e-meeting.
Yeah, the e-meeting. I mean, you could think of it like a Joe Rogan podcast, but Joe Rogan wasn't there. It was not as. I was honestly hoping. Generally, one of the. I guess you could call it a disappointment. Though a journalist would take that and make it look worse than it is. But basically, I was expecting DOGE to be more like a startup, more like a central organization with a clear goal and all the vectors aligned in a specific direction, and a way of breaking up this big goal into sub goals and making a lot of progress on it on a weekly basis. This sort of "what did you get done last week" meme that Elon kind of created. But it really was just like sort of a bunch of people who like were just trying to make the agencies efficient in this very broad, undefined way. So when this e-meeting happened, I was hoping for this sort of alignment of like, this is what we're here doing. Everyone's going to give an update. What did everyone get done last week? Okay, cool. Like, knowledge sharing, feedback, like, et cetera, et cetera. And really, it was just more this kind of like informal, casual, really just like a way of like hanging out with Elon and like sort of like hearing him opine on like, how shitty the government is, which was like a cool experience, I guess. Like it's, but like certainly was not as productive in terms of like accomplishing the thing and actually shipping software for the federal government. I think like Elon was not really involved with DOGE, to be honest. Like he was really just kind of like a figurehead. There were no, group signal chats with anyone really in them like that. So
So that was the first time you had met him or spoken to him at DOGE?
yeah, me personally, yeah.
Yeah, and that was, you told me that happened in the Eisenhower building?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
part of the White House complex.
Yeah, technically part of the Eisenhower, the White House complex. I did get badged by the White House, which is cool.
Wow. So that was a very long meeting. You know, like Joe Rogan podcasts are very long. This was tell me about how long exactly?
Yeah, I mean, I think it started at like 7 or 8 p.m. and it ended at like midnight.
And it was just him philosophizing?
Well, it was like a back and forth, you know.
Okay.
It was kind of like an all hands. You know, if you've worked at like a tech company or a company, like, you know, you have these all hands with like the leadership or the CEO of the company where people kind of like, you know, TGIF at Google, right? Where like people have questions, they answer them, and it's kind of like becomes this like bit of a sort of fireside chat. So it's a little bit like that.
Well, I want to explore one thing. You talked about the
like
power of Elon Musk, that you said he was more of a figurehead. Did you ever hear the name Amy Gleason?
Yeah, I met her one time, actually.
Oh, you met her? Okay, what was the context?
Yeah, so the context was I wanted to hire software engineers at VA because I fundamentally think that, by the way, people ask, like, what do all the software engineers do that can't get jobs? Like, go work for the U.S. federal government as software engineers would be awesome. They actually pay pretty well, especially relative to not having a job. And so I wanted to hire software engineers at VA, and so I was like, hey, can we hire software engineers at VA? And they're like, no, DOGE won't let us. I'm like, well, guess what? I am DOGE here. So I think we can, you know, and so they're like, okay, well, DOGE, like Amy Gleason, like, you know, you got to get her like on board with this. And so I just emailed her and said, hey, you know, can I hire software engineers at VA? And she's like, of course. And the Trump EO actually says we can. It says specifically for every contract we cut, we can redirect 25% of the savings to hiring in-house, actually increasing state capacity, which I think would be awesome. And so that was like the meeting. I went with the CTO of VA, who's an awesome guy, Charles, and who actually worked at USDS, the original one. A lot of the CTOs at these different agencies kind of came from that. And we just asked her, like, can we hire people? And she said, obviously. And that was the meeting.
What was your understanding of who Amy Gleason was in the chain?
Well, she was like the acting head of USDS, right? So the EOs explicitly sort of refer to that position, but she wasn't really involved in like any of the DOGE, like the sort of Trump, DOGE, Elon stuff.
One of the reasons that I ask, there's, you know, my background, I mentioned I'm a legal journalist, and there are a couple of live cases going on right now about that go to the appointments clause, which is basically the constitutional mandates of how an agency is created, how someone heads an agency. And a question that has come up, and legal journalists have asked this question over and over again, who is the administrator of DOGE? And who, during your time, would have been the boss?
Well, there's no boss. I mean, I was working as senior advisor to chief of staff in VA, and I was asked to help the agency execute the EOs that Trump signed.
But your understanding of who you reported to?
Like, well, but what does reported, like, what does that mean? Like,
well,
no one, like, I'm not, like, the federal government is very interesting because, like, in a typical company, you have, like, a manager. But in the kind of the context of the U.S. federal government, it's actually incredibly flat. Like, because it really, Congress defines statutory roles. But I was an advisor to the chief of staff, right? So, like, if I would, you know, if I had a boss, it was the chief of staff of the Department of Veterans Affairs. Like, if he wanted to, if he said you can't do this or you should do this, like, that's my job to help him run the org, right?
Got it.
And he was nominated, I believe, appointed by Trump.
Right. So I think, you know, what you're saying and what is often the kind of live issue being litigated here in a couple of these cases is there's a presentation of DOGE of, oh, we're just advisors. Then there's the perception of DOGE that Elon Musk was in the White House, he tweets out CFPB RIP, and then the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau they try to shut it down. And it's a kind of question of...
I think he was just being a whistleblower in that context.
What's that?
He's just a whistleblower.
That Elon Musk is.
Well, if he's saying a CFPB RIP, right, he's just... sharing private information with the public.
That he wasn't at that point. You're saying that he wasn't having a role in shutting it down?
No, correct. Yeah.
That he had a similar comment. I'm trying to. He said with USAID, we're in the process of shutting down USAID.
Yeah, the royal we, like Trump and Marco Rubio and Russ Vought.
So from your vantage point, this was just Elon Musk informing the public.
Well, I mean,
So it's
in
only an
political
advisor.
political theory, you have like the concept of scapegoats, right? Like Rene Girard likes to talk about, and I think DOGE is like the perfect scapegoat because, like, at the end of the day, like, who's in charge? Like, Trump and the secretaries of each agency, and if DOGE, like, you know the meme where like someone's like getting like all these arrows are hitting somebody and like there's someone like defending them. That's like Elon, like taking all the heat, right? I don't know why he was so interested in doing that. It's kind of like goes back to why he called it DOGE. I think he likes being the center of attention, and he likes like the sort of like the conflict of that, which most people do not like. But yeah, I think USAID was going to get shut down no matter what, as part of Project 2025 or whatnot, and DOGE was happy to take the credit. And Trump was obviously happy to let them. So kind of, I think, genius like political strategy by the Trump admin. And by the media for, by the way, supporting it completely. They've done a very good job of like making DOGE feel super powerful, even though we have literally zero authority to do anything besides be an advisory body. Which is why the lawsuits won't go anywhere, why none of the people doing the lawsuits have ever asked me, who's on the record of saying all these things, to like do an affidavit or anything. No one really cares. No one really believes that there's a problem here. And I mean, there is a problem, but like the people in power aren't really willing to do much about it.
Tell me about you're going back to kind of the contract muncher and all that. You told NPR that I hope we didn't break things in terms of folks being scared about losing their jobs and things like that. With benefit of hindsight, do you think that any of that actually occurred?
I don't know. I mean, I'm super public with like my email and stuff like that, so people can like email me if they like want to tell me anything that's happened. So far, that hasn't really come back to me though.
Do you keep in touch with folks from the federal government who you met?
Totally.
What's that been like?
Yeah. I mean, they're basically like, this happens every 4 years. Like, yeah, this is, nothing new. This is like, this is what's been happening with the U.S. federal government for a long time. Like, it just goes through crazy whiplash all the time. Everyone thinks they can change it. No one can. The deep state wins again.
The USDS versus DOGE here, what do you think your experience would have been like had your application to join the U.S. Digital Service? How would that have been different?
Yeah, well, I actually talked to quite a few USDS people. They did. Some of them reached out like after I wrote my article, and they said it's sort of, I think, broadly two things. One, I think it would have been worse in the sense that like we wouldn't have been able to do anything. Like I think that USDS 1.0 had such like the political class was so uninterested in letting hackers into the room that like DOGE was actually like the fact that like Elon, the Aura, all of this stuff helped software engineers be in the room when these decisions were being made. Like I got to talk to the Deloitte people and the IBM people and the Accenture people as a software engineer and like really drill down on their cost structure, and I think that's great. I think that's a really good thing. USDS 1.0 had basically no power. Like the software engineers have like very low credibility in the federal government, which is unfortunate because they should have the most. That's really just because all the lawyers are scared that they're going to be replaced by software engineers at some point in the future, which will happen.
I see that you want to go to questions from folks, but before that, I just want to ask, you had told NPR that you were surprised by how efficient the federal government actually was. If you had been, kind of two-part question, if you were entering DOGE again for the first time, knowing what you know now, how might you have approached it differently, or would you have joined at all?
I mean, I'm happy to join again, like in 2.5, 3 years, whenever there's a new cycle. I'd love to do this every 4 years for the rest of my life, because I think there's a huge amount of value to be had by just like trying to make the system better slowly. as much as it will allow you to do it. But yeah, generally I would say that the government was more efficient than I was expecting. I think I've sort of spent a lot of time in software, startups, et cetera. Startups are like the least efficient industry on earth. And that's mostly because we're so high leverage, we're so successful, and investors are willing to like sort of inflate our stock value by so much money that we have like free cash to blow, basically. So you go into the average startup office and it's a bunch of really nice laptops and bean bags and all sorts of really cool stuff. And you're like, what do you guys do here? You know, that you ask that at Google and Facebook and like, you know, but it pays off because, you know, because the market caps of these companies are crazy because a lot of people use Google.com, right, and Google Maps, things like that. So I think that was the bias I came into it, was like expecting the federal government to look a little bit more like a tech company. And actually the U.S. federal government is relatively efficiently run because in a tech company, you can just hire people because you want to. In the federal government will only hire if it's required. So the only way to really replace and like make the government more efficient would be to do what I said, which is to hire software engineers. Requires hiring people, requires building stuff. And then once the stuff is built and doing things and people, then you may need less people to then, you know, fulfill the same service that the U.S. government is statutorily required to do by Congress. But you can't really flip the two. You can't first cut a bunch of stuff and then build a bunch of stuff to replace that's something you know I would definitely want to aim more towards, which was always what I tried to do. And I learned over time that you know, for example, if you can't hire Democrats, like guess what? Most software engineers are Democrats. So like good luck hiring like a lot of software engineers, right? So there's a lot of reasons we can get into on why like the federal government is so bad at software. But that's yeah, I would definitely want to spend more time on the kind of the systemic issues and the sort of congressional changes that might need to happen than maybe just like trying to change 450 agencies at the same time. And I think more transparency, like I open source my code. That was one of the things I asked Elon when I met him. I said, can I open source my code? And he said, sure. So I did.
I'm mindful of the need to go to viewer and audience questions, but just one last thing based on what you said. That I want to get to the what you stopped working at DOGE, I think, less than 2 months in after they essentially cut off your credentials because you responded to a request for an interview, and it was with Fast Company. And do you think that the way that went down, you've talked about transparency quite a bit. They unceremoniously sack you
sure.
after you reach out and
after you get
a press inquiry and you talk to the press.
Ironic.
And without a word, your credentials are yanked.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. I thought I was being pretty productive. And yeah, kind of ironic that the Doge person got doged. But also kind of funny. So, you know, the most entertaining outcome is the most likely, that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, I was hoping that Doge would be more transparent. And that was kind of like one of the reasons I joined, is it was marketed as like a sort of hyper-transparent thing. And it unfortunately was not that transparent. And that's certainly disappointing. And I would encourage the next people who, you know, take over USDS and Doge, et cetera, like actually commit to making it more transparent, because I think more transparency is sort of apolitically a good thing. I think it's hard to argue that the, you know, I don't think anyone is arguing that the U.S. federal government should be more opaque. And it's not the right amount of opaque, so certainly it should be more transparent.
And the project that you didn't get to work on next was processing software for facilitating claims processing, correct?
Yeah, that's what I really wanted to work on. It's kind of crazy how much the VA spends on claims processing, which is effectively just like scanning PDFs. But they gave IBM and Booz Allen Hamilton like $200 million a year to process PDFs and stuff. And I thought we should just do it ourselves and save $200 million a year.
Well, we're going to switch to a Q&A, and we're just going to extend a courtesy to our virtual followers to have them ask a few questions, which Kyle will give to the two panelists. If you were leaving, just be aware there's a little water spill out in the hallway. You might just want to leave through the exit right there on the left and avoid slipping and sliding away on your first day. And after that, if we're lucky, we're going to get a few questions asked through this microphone over here to your right. And let's start. Go ahead, Kyle, please.
Yeah, one of the first questions from our virtual attendees is as follows. This was Trump's second term, and the sort of person Elon was well known. Why did you decide to work for them specifically, especially in an organization that was clearly aiming to asset strip and data mine the government?
What was that? Acid strip?
Asset strip.
Asset strip. I mean, in one word, hope. I think that's why we do what we do. I was hopeful. Some might call it naively optimistic, but I still have hope. So, yeah, hope.
Go ahead. Was that the whole question?
There are several others. I can switch off. I'll read the second one that we have here. Given how sycophantic AIs can be, if you were LLM ranking contracts, how are you deciding what was wasteful given the administration's clear desire to nuke Medicaid from orbit?
We told the AI do not cut any healthcare. So, yeah. It was,
okay.
We did not cut any healthcare.
Yes. Okay, well, I think we'll leave it at 2 for
I just mean VA, though. I don't know what other agencies were doing.
Okay, we have several more, but we can take some live questions here.
Okay, let's go for a live question. Please go ahead.
Hey, so you mentioned the government being bad at software and needing to hire more software engineers. I'm sure we all remember AT&F, which did a lot of important open source work and was axed by DOGE. Could you speak to your view on that and tell us anything about that decision?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't familiar with that decision. But yeah, I certainly think we should hire more software engineers for the federal government, including a lot of the people who worked at AT&F. But I don't know why that decision was made. I don't agree with it. And actually, they shipped a lot of really cool software. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ruben.
Yeah. So I got from your description that one of the main contributions you personally worked on was this script that would help sort the contracts. Is that did I get?
Yeah, that's one of the things I worked on. Yeah.
All right. Did you also write the criteria in it?
Yeah. Yeah, with contracting officers, so like with career employees.
So the agency helped write the criteria, or was that your work? Do you have a background in social?
I mean, it's like I'm typing on the keyboard, but the human contracting officers are, like imagine like this script on the wall, and like there's a bunch of contracting officers like helping me write the script, and then we test it on contracts. But the AI is not, like, to be clear, like the AI, the AI is not doing any contract cutting, right? The humans are the ones then cutting the contracts. And there's like a long 10-step process that every contract has to get through to get cut. It's not like I can't do anything. I'm not allowed legally or anything to cut any contract.
No, I got that. But
Yeah.
the criteria for sorting, which is a social policy criteria, I was just wanting to clarify who came up with that. If it was the agency, or if it was DOGE, if it was Elon, who came up with that?
Got it. Yeah, the agency.
Thank you very much for this interview. I want to push back just a little bit on something you said before.
Please
before the
do.
Question.
That's great.
I actually worked as a contractor, direct contractor with the federal government, not through booze or any of those, for 21 years through Republican and Democratic administrations. I never faced any kind of like loyalty tests or any kind of questions about my.
Well, yeah, the loyalty is about the employees of the federal government, not contractors.
All right.
Actually, it's one of the reasons contractors, like to go into the systemic reasons of why contractors are great, is they don't have to go through a lot of the bullshit that federal government employees have to go through.
But working with a lot of the employees, we had people fighting over elections and stuff like that. So anyway, but that's just my experience. The question I had was, one of the things that I think a lot of people have been very concerned about is the amount of information that has been allowed by the courts to be given to DOGE and to the federal government. Do you have any concerns about people being targeted based on things like by administrations, maybe this, maybe other administrations, based on things that they did financially, for example, donations to certain charities, and certain views that they may hold people outside of the federal government. But if you're exposing complete IRS records to federal government, ostensibly to fight fraud, but you're also telling them like who they're donating and who they're supporting, and that may have some negative ramifications to those individuals down the road.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of sort of like zero trust. Like, I think when you ask for data, you should give reasons for asking for the data, and there should be clear logs of why you're asking for the data. And if you ask for the data and you don't need it, like, you should get fired. This is how most countries operate. Like Estonia kind of famously has like this model around government data, citizen data, et cetera. I do think like there's a lot of value to like, you know, taking two data sources and connecting them to like find some insight around fraud, for example. So I think you want to be able to do that to some degree. But of course, the way you do that, you want to be very good about, you know. This is why I like open source software personally, is because I think that there's a lot of eyeballs on it, and you can build like a really good, resilient, maybe zero knowledge system. You know, so I think there's sort of, there are good ways to do it and bad ways to do it. You know, there's good ways to have the government do stuff. There's good ways to have contractors do stuff. There's also bad things the government can do, bad things the contractors can do. So at the end of the day, you want to just do a good job, no matter what. So yeah, I think there are concerns. I think that's why like the journalism is great. Lawsuits are great. Pushback is great. You know, open source code is great. Like we all want to do the right thing, and the more people like push back, and you know, the better the result will be, right? I think that's
Thank you.
Really good. Thank you.
Hi there. So I'm just curious, because when DOGE came out, I was familiar with the Government Accountability Office existing, doing auditing and stuff of that nature. How much of DOGE's mission interlaps with GAO's mission, and did you have any kind of interaction, and what do those types of interactions look like?
I did talk to the GAO afterwards. Like they read my article and were like, hey, we should chat. We're both interested in the same kind of stuff. GAO is very, like, is great. I mean, they do a lot of cool stuff. And the first thing that everyone does when they join DOGE is to go read the GAO reports on the agency, because obviously, you know, they've done a lot of the work. But the writing the report and then executing the report is, you know, quite different. So yeah, I think there's tons of overlap with GAO and DOGE, and you know, lots of organizations want the same outcome, which is like a more efficient, better federal government.
Got it. So what you're saying is kind of like GAO is laying the foundation, and then the DOGE is the value add? Is that kind of like what you're trying to get at?
I mean, I don't think they're like, you know, like they're colluding in any way. They're you know, but they have like the same mission. GAO takes it from sort of like a congressional view, and DOGE is kind of like a White House agent. Like it's not really even an agency. It shouldn't really be called a department. It's really an office within the White House, which is like really tiny, you know, like four people kind of thing.
So we are at time. Sahill has generously offered to stick around and not get into a rocket-powered Tesla and disappear. So I would suggest going, I'd say upstairs.
I did take the subway here.
Yeah, so go upstairs, and maybe we'll have some follow-ups from people who want to discuss it. Thanks again for everyone for coming. Thanks again to the newcomers.
Thanks for listening.
Thanks to our two panelists.
And being open-minded.
See you all very soon.
right, if everybody wants to grab a seat, we're going to start in about a minute. Okay, everyone, settle down, find a seat. It's okay to sit in the middle. You can sit in the front. Nobody's going to call on you and ask questions. All right, well, I'm Alex. I'm very excited to introduce the first EFF talk of Hope 2025 here. And we're going to hear some very, very interesting stuff about how a handful of location data brokers actively track millions. And then we're going to also learn about how to stop them. So mitigation techniques are always good. And to instruct us in this very important topic, we have Bill Buddington, who is a staff technologist at the EFF. He enjoys cryptography in his spare time. He is also, his research has been featured in the New York Times. He has also been cited by US Congress, if you can believe that. He's based out of San Francisco, and he's with the EFF. We have also joining with us, coming from Washington, D.C., Lena Cohen, who is another staff technologist with the EFF. And her work at the EFF has primarily focused on what many of you will know as Privacy Badger. And so they've both done extraordinary work, and we're very excited to hear from them. So give it up for Lena and Bill.
Thanks, everyone, and thanks for coming to first EFF talk of 2025 Hope. So first of all, if you don't know about us and who EFF is, yeah, let me do that. Can you get some more audio? Great. So who are we? We're a 501c3 nonprofit based in the San Francisco Bay Area, although we do international and national work as well. We are technologists who develop technologies like Privacy Badger and formerly HTTPS Everywhere and other technologies, Ray Hunter being one, that work on making internet safer and more secure and defending your privacy. We also have activists that work against bad legislation and sometimes for good legislation when that comes around every so often. And lawyers who do things like sue DOGE. Yeah, we are surveillance technologists. we're a surveillance. We fight against the expansion of seemingly ever expansion of surveillance technologies and the threats to your privacy rights. We conduct outreach, advise lawmakers, and fight badger legislation, as I mentioned, develop technologies to that end. Here are some resources that you can look up to find out more about us and possibly donate to us if you like our work. Now, who the hell am I? Well, I'm a senior staff technologist at EFF. Work with the public interest technology team and work on our threat lab and cybersecurity policy working groups, kind of internal ways we figure out what to tackle at EFF. Previous work of mine includes HTTPS Everywhere, leading that project from 2015 to 2018. Thank you. Currently, HTTPS Everywhere has kind of been retired now that the browsers have adopted a lot of the things that we first pioneered. But currently, I'm working on Panopticlick, which is still a browser fingerprinting tool to figure out how trackable you are. APKeep, which is a command line tool for downloading APKs from various sources, Google Play, F-Droid, etc. And some malware versing, focusing on Android primarily.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lena. I'm also a staff technologist at EFF. I primarily work on Privacy Badger. It's EFF's free browser extension. It stops companies from spying on you as you browse the web. I highly encourage everyone to download it. I also just do general advocacy for consumer privacy and against corporate surveillance.
So, who here, show of hands, has heard of a company called Gravy Analytics? All right, a few of you. You should, a few more of you should know about them because they are a massive threat to our privacy. One of the slogans that they have is, "Where we go is who we are." Yeah, being that we're in a talk about the data brokers, they're dealing with their location. This slogan kind of reminds me of this guy here. So Gravy Analytics is, as I mentioned, a location data broker. Their claim is that they collect detailed location information from 1 billion people every day. These include locations like where we live, which points to our residence, where we work, which points to our profession, where we meet with others, which points to our associations, where we worship, which points to our religions, and where we protest, which points to our political affiliations, and also where we seek medical care, pointing to our sensitive conditions. The Wall Street Journal reported about Gravy Analytics and their business dealings. They sell to organizations on the federal level like DHS and ICE with a $190 million or $1,000 contract in 2018 and $1.1 million by CBP, first reported by Washington Post in 2017. And then with all your information that they had stored, there was a data breach earlier this year where widely reported both in 404 Media and TechCrunch. And here's a screenshot of the data that was collected from that breach of all of the a fraction of the Tinder users in the UK. So this breach was just a small subset of the total data that they had collected, which is only several terabytes of consumer data, each geolocation comprising of a few bytes. You do the math. It includes historical location data on millions of smartphones, sourced from thousands of apps, which included Tinder and Grindr dating apps, Candy Crush and Temple Run, games like that, weather apps, finance apps, and more. But funnily enough, when journalists reached out to these apps, then most of them had no idea and didn't even know about a company called Gravy or its parent company Ventel. Wait a minute, how's that possible? How is it that billions of people's location data makes its way from these apps to Gravy Analytics without app developers' knowledge? The answer to this question lies with the data brokers and location data brokers, their business dealings, how they collect information, how they gather that information on our locations, what tools they create based on that information, and who eventually gets it. In this talk, we're going to kind of explore how this happens, what you can do to protect yourself against this, and why we need federal privacy legislation to fix it.
So zooming out a little bit, Gravy Analytics is part of this multi-billion-dollar data broker industry. Data brokers are companies whose main business model is collecting and selling information about people, typically people who they have no direct relationship with and don't provide any services to. They can build up profiles of people's interests, locations, relationships, transactions, browsing history, and more, and sell it to basically anyone willing to pay. The data broker industry is very opaque, so even though they know a lot about us, we don't know enough about them. We know the names of about 800 data brokers in the US because certain states have transparency laws that require them to register, but the EFF has found that hundreds of data brokers are not following these transparency laws. It's almost impossible to know who data brokers are selling your personal information to. Under several state privacy laws, you can request access to information that companies have about you and the categories of businesses they're selling to. This is a screenshot of a response I got from Axiom, a major data broker. These are like you can see at the top, data sold, data category, and third-party recipient category. I know they've sold my sensitive information to dozens of businesses, but I don't have many useful details beyond that. Like, I can tell they sold my geolocation info to a financial services company, an insurance company got inferences about me, but this is my sensitive information, so I would like to know a lot more than that. There are many different types of data brokers, but today's talk is going to focus on location data brokers, which are companies that collect and sell information about people's precise movements. Some of them sell. Some of them sell lists of people based on their location data, like lists of devices that were in a certain location in a certain time period, and others sell raw location data, like what's pictured up here. Gravy Analytics does both. This is a data dictionary from Mobilewalla, another location data broker, and you can see that they're selling exact latitude, longitude, device identifiers, the name of the app that the data is coming from. And stitched together, all of these data points can create a very intimate picture of someone's life. Even though a lot of these data brokers claim the precise location data they're selling is anonymous because there's not names attached, it's trivial to attach device identifiers to people's real identities. And once you know where someone sleeps and where someone works during the day, you can understand how easy it is to narrow down who they are. So, unfortunately, Gravy Analytics is not the only company trafficking in this sort of data. The markup in 2021 identified about 47 companies that are harvesting, selling, trading your location data. And yeah, so where do they get all of this data? The answer is, unfortunately, our phones. You've probably had an app ask for permission to have your location information, and you might have trusted it because the app obviously needed your location for some functionality, like a weather app needs your location to send you the location in your area. But as many of you know, apps often have code that shares data with third parties, including the location information that you shared with the app and wouldn't want a third party to know about. So data brokers are not transparent about their sources, but thanks to the excellent work of investigative journalists and government enforcement agencies, we do know about 2 common paths that location data can take from your apps to a data broker. I'll let Bill talk about the first one.
Yeah, so the first path is embedded SDKs that are included in apps. So the way it works is that in exchange for some monetary or insight, monetary kickback or insight knowledge, app developers include software development kits for location data brokers within their apps. And the app, if it has location data, location permissions enabled, it can deliver that precise location directly to the data broker. But even in cases where the location permission is not given to an app, that can be the precise, or more coarse location can be inferred from, say, for instance, IP address or other metrics that are delivered to the data broker. Google even provides an API for, given which sensors you've given to the app, here is the best we can do to locate this user. And so one example of a company that provides an embedded SDK is Xmode Social. We've reported on Xmode and its parent company, OutLogic LLC. And according to the FTC, its own marketing material claims that it is the second largest US location data broker company, collecting 10 billion data points per day. Xmode advertising this location data is accurate to about 20 meters or less for 70% of the users. I'm promising that users, if you include their SDK in your app, then you'll get passive revenue collection for each consumer device that they collect from you. It's been included in more than 300 apps, including games, fitness trackers, and religious apps. But it's not only collected, it's also bought directly by a company like Xmode, from other data brokers directly, but also from app developers that have collected this and are storing it on their server, and they just want to transfer it directly to Xmode. Even if it's not sending that API call out to Xmode directly, well, the app developer has it. Hey, can you give it to us? They also developed their own apps, and this is kind of initially how they began selling data that was collected. They developed an app, a couple of apps called Walk Against Humanity and Drunk Mode. And this is kind of an app that was, you get into a car and you kind of do some logic problems and determine if you're too drunk to drive. So that's where they came from, and they're like, oh, we have all this juicy data that we can just give over to someone. This is apparently valuable. Let's sell it. And they sold to hundreds of clients in a range of different markets, including finance, determining whether you get a loan, real estate, determining whether you are given a mortgage, for instance, and selling it to U.S. defense contractors and law enforcement across the country as well. Not only Did they sell this raw location data that's tied to unique identifiers? But also they determined and inferred different inferences from this information as well. For instance, the FTC complaint lists a list of devices that visited a customer provided list of specialty infusion centers for at least an hour. So this is no joke. This is very sensitive information that X mode is delivering to their selling to their markets. And in an investigation by ExpressVPN, they found that even though it was banned by Apple and Google, it persisted. And despite the ban, only 10% of the apps have been removed from Google Play. Found also that it disproportionately surveilled Muslim audiences and dating apps.
So not every app that's sending your location to data brokers is using a data broker created tracking SDK. Another big pipeline is the advertising infrastructure that is unfortunately built into most of the apps we use. So the ads you see in apps are typically delivered through this real-time bidding system, RTB, and this system involves broadcasting your personal data to thousands of companies a day. The moment before you see an ad, there's this milliseconds long auction that takes place to determine which ad you'll see, and data brokers can and do participate in those auctions to harvest data. So this is sort of an oversimplified version of how it works. But when you open an app, the advertising SDK in the app will trigger one of these real-time bidding auctions. The advertising SDK will package as much information as it can get about you from the app, along with all the other information that this advertising company has collected with you over time. And it'll package that information about you into a bid request, which there's several different types of ad tech companies that this bid request will go to. But basically, one of these ad tech companies is responsible for holding this auction where they broadcast the bid request with all of your information to hundreds, if not thousands, of potential advertisers or the ad tech companies representing advertisers. And a key vulnerability of this system is even if an advertiser sees your information and chooses not to bid on your ad space, or if they don't win the bid for your ad space, they can still keep the data that they've seen in the auction, and they can, many data brokers participate in these auctions as ad companies for the sole purpose of harvesting data, not placing ads. And this is, next slide is an example bid request. This is the sort of, this is a shortened version of what gets sent out to the thousands of companies participating in this auction. It's a little bit small, but you can see that it doesn't always, but it can include precise GPS coordinates, latitude and longitude. It often includes device identifiers, oftentimes bids that include device identifiers, bid requests that have the device identifiers get higher bids. So there's a financial incentive to send more personal data into these real-time bidding auctions. So yeah, this isn't really, it's not like a hypothetical danger that data brokers could participate in these auctions. This is a concrete example of a data broker who has. So the FTC found that Mobile Walla collected about 500 million data points between 2018 and 2020, and that 60% of them, 60% of that data was sourced from real-time bidding exchanges, that Mobile Walla actively participated in ad auctions for the purposes of collecting data. And they claim to have stopped collecting data from ad networks in 2020, but these systems, these ad systems don't have the transparency or guardrails to prevent other data brokers from doing the exact same thing. We don't even have the transparency and guardrails to know if Mobile Walla really stopped doing this. If you think about how many ads you see a day on websites and apps, you can get a sense of how much information flows through this system a day, and how lucrative it is for data brokers to participate and just collect all of the advertising data that they can. And Mobile Walla has used the information they collected for some pretty invasive purposes. They've sold it to people tracking union organizers and protesters. They've sold lists of people. This is a very specific example. They compiled the home addresses of healthcare employees for recruitment by a competing employer. Like, this is the sort of hyper-specific requests that someone can make of a location data broker, and without any of these employees' knowledge, the data broker will sell their information. They also sell lists of people that they've made based on their location data. Some categories they've put people into and to sell are members of the LGBT community, Hispanic churchgoers, pregnant women. You can imagine how these sensitive lists could be abused when sold to a bad actor. Their data also ended up in the hands of ICE and CBP, and this happened because Mobile Walla sold to our old friend Gravy Analytics. Mobile Walla, when it was caught, said that they didn't know it was happening and that this violated their policy against selling data for law enforcement surveillance. But that ignorance is a big problem, because if data brokers themselves don't know what they're doing with our data, then how should we? So yeah, in practice, data brokers combine the two methods that Bill and I talked about. This is a data dictionary from another location data broker. They cite real-time bidding and SDKs as sources. Gravy Analytics, this is a quote from an FTC complaint against them. Gravy Analytics, rather than collecting data themselves, they seem to buy location data from other data brokers, such as Mobile Walla. And based on the sheer number and variety of apps that appeared in their hacked data set, it's likely, but we don't know for sure, that a lot of that data comes through the real-time bidding system and ad networks, because it came from a lot of apps that, high-profile apps that likely don't have a data broker created SDK in them, but do participate in ad networks.
So how does this happen? How do SDKs harvest location data? Well, they piggyback off of the permissions that you've granted for an app for ostensibly legitimate purposes, like we've mentioned, like weather apps. And they use GPS sensors that are in your device, right? Which are pretty accurate within 16 feet or 5 meters. They'll also scan nearby Wi-Fi or Bluetooth beacons in an effort to determine your location. And the accuracy of that was kind of tested by the New York Times, and it was accurate from a range of about 50 meters. So accurate location, even out to 50 meters from the Bluetooth or Wi-Fi beacon. And our old friend Google Fused API, which smartly determines the location data based on what permissions an app has been given. The accuracy of this is a subject of further research. In the Privacy Enhancing Technology Symposium this year, a paper was released, Your Signal, Their Data, an Empirical Privacy Analysis of Wireless Tracking SDKs in Android. There's a few interesting findings from this paper. They found that wireless scanning SDKs, they were studying 52 Wi-Fi or Bluetooth scanning SDKs, and several were linked directly to data brokers. They found that 86% of the apps that they study, or the SDKs that they studied, were also involved in collecting some other sensitive information from the app. They also, interestingly, uncovered this technique by which different SDKs will communicate within an app with each other in order to do this ID bridging, so that it'll subvert the normal mechanisms of your mobile operating system in order to form a persistent identifier, even if you clear your mobile identifier in the operating system settings. This was, when I read this, really familiar to me. I was like, whoa, deja vu. Because 9 years ago, I presented on what Semicomcar had coined the term for an ever cookie. And ever cookie operates in much the same way, using different persistent storage mechanisms within the browser. So, this technique of SDK to SDK communication and ever cookies really struck a familiar note for me. History repeats itself.
So the unfortunate reality is that there are privacy invasive SDKs in most apps. Advertising SDKs are more common than these data broker created ones, but both can send your data into the opaque and unregulated data broker systems. So why are app developers putting all these risky SDKs into our apps? The answer comes down to the dominant model of advertising today, which is online behavioral advertising. Ads are targeted based on our offline and online behavior. Basically, advertisers want all the information they can collect about us to micro-target ads. And that incentivizes all of the companies we interact with to collect as much of our information as possible. That fuels the data broker industry, and you can't have massive troves of personal data for sale without attracting law enforcement, bad actors, and predatory companies. Advertising doesn't need to be done this way. Like, ads could still be targeted contextually based on the content of an app or of a website you're on, without requiring a detailed profile of your online and offline behavior. But yeah, so most developers aren't evil. Many of them don't know the implications of sending even a little bit of information into this advertising system, but the SDKs they're using are created by advertising companies who, under this dominant model of advertising, the advertising company's business model relies on collecting as much of your information as possible. And this has very, very real consequences. We've talked a little about this already, but the location data broker industry facilitates government surveillance. Law enforcement agencies at the federal and local level have bypassed Fourth Amendment safeguards to just purchase our sensitive location data without a warrant. This is kind of a high-level summary of the path from SDKs, real-time bidding, to Gravy Analytics, to Ventel, and then to many different government agencies that they've been linked to, including the FBI, CBP, ICE, and more. This also happens at the local level. A few years ago, the EFF exposed a company called Fog Data Science, which had and still has contracts with several local police departments across the country. Fog let any police officer access this website where they could draw a box on a map and see the devices that were in that area in a given time frame. They could also, with Fog, they could also trace specific device ID's history over months or years. This is another similar tool called LocateX by a company called Babel. Joseph Cox at 404 Media found that this is a tool designed for law enforcement, but a private investigator had gotten access to it by claiming that they were going to work with the government at some point in the future. So yeah, even the tools that are designed for law enforcement, the sellers of these spy tools are not vetting their buyers. They're just trying to make money. Beyond law enforcement uses of location data, data brokers also sell information that can be used to target people based on their beliefs and identities. Data brokers have sold data on protesters and military personnel. Anti-abortion groups have bought location data about Planned Parenthood visitors to target them with anti-abortion ads. And there's a famous example of a Catholic group that bought location data in an effort to track and out gay priests. Okay, I'm going to skip this slide in the interest of time, but also look into surveillance pricing and data brokers selling lists of elderly victims to scammers.
So firstly, we're at a hacker conference, and some of you all are developers. So what can developers actually do against this? App developers, at least, can choose which SDKs they include in their apps and choose them carefully. Look into them, investigate them, see what they actually do, what their business models are, and take some time to carefully consider whether you should include those SDKs in your app. Those that are promising remuneration are particularly kind of, should be particularly subject to this investigation or effort and time. Reduce the permissions of your apps to those that are only strictly necessary instead of being permission greedy within your apps. Publish your privacy policies. Let everyone know what you're doing to protect their data. And finally, have your users back, especially if your data that you have collected on them is subject to, say, a data breach. Make sure that they know about it and aren't just kind of left without the knowledge that their sensitive information is out there. Mobile platform developers, if you work for Apple or Google, give users better, more granular control over their permissions. Allow them to choose what to give over to your app and, by extension, any SDK that you're including. Build more tools into the OS level to actually block known trackers. Make sure that they're not sending that data out. And enforce your own damn policies. Make sure that when you ban a company like Gravy Analytics from the App Store, that they're actually removing that SDK before you make sure that they're available again to the general public. What can legislators do? Fucking literally anything. Please. There are, to be fair, some state-level legislation like California's Consumer Privacy Act and Illinois' Biometric Information Privacy Act, which are effective and do allow us to, for instance, request data on ourselves or have that data deleted. So there has been some movement at the state level for data protection. But federal legislators enact a damn data privacy law already, please. One without preemption so that federal privacy law acts as a floor and doesn't overwrite state privacy law. And one that has private right of action so that those whose privacy rights are violated are able to actually sue those who abuse their privacy. This actually gives the legislation real teeth because it costs them a lot of money when individuals are able to sue them, and instead of relying on a state prosecutor. If you don't have a PRA in your, in a piece of legislation, then at least enforce privacy legislation that already exists, and give some leeway to federal regulators. For instance, the FTC, who were effective in the previous administration, on limiting some of the worst abuses of the data broker industry. What can individuals, all of you, the users, do? Well, you can randomize or delete your mobile advertising ID. You can do that on a number of mobile platforms. I'll give people a moment to screenshot that. I'll also give links so you don't have to. Individuals can also audit the app permissions in a number of ways on their mobile operating systems to ensure that your information isn't going where you don't want it to go. There are a number of interesting new tools that have developed that have been built into mobile operating systems to actually look at what data is going where, which is a positive development. Use airplane mode if you are in particularly sensitive situations where, say, you are someone going from a state where abortion is illegal to a state that you would like to have reproductive health care. In airplane mode might be useful to you. And this doesn't necessarily mean that you can't navigate in that sense. GPS is a receive-only technology, and you can use mobile navigation and maps apps like organic maps or just offline maps in Google Maps in order to navigate where you want to go. And you might want to use a separate device for separate purposes as well. Keeping those devices separated invokes a physical firewall, basically, so that you're not communicating this data across different devices and your location isn't being tracked every step of the way. So if you want to find out more, there's the URL. There's a blog post that has more detailed information for you to look up to how to protect yourselves. So on a positive note, all this the technologies that are out there do actually work. In preparation for this talk, we filed a number of California data requests to a number of data brokers who we knew collected data, location information, and my location was not discoverable by any of them. And granted, I live in a paranoia world where I have tracker blocking on the firewall level as well as my web browser, as well as on a VPN app that I use. I always have those on, but when you employ those protective technologies, they do actually work. They couldn't produce the information that I requested from them. So protective technologies work. Protective technologies like we develop at EFF and Lena develops Privacy Badger. They actually work. So yeah, leave it at that. If we have time for any questions.
Yeah, looks like we have 6 minutes for questions, if anyone has one.
think if you could come up to the mics, if there are mics. There's the looks like there's a mic on the right side there.
Okay. Two questions, if you don't mind. Number one, it seems like if I would like to know what you think is the biggest risk of leaking this data for people who use like VPNs, avoid apps, and avoid social networks. And I would assume that is car privacy. So, so I would, or well, you can say if it's something else, but what would you suggest doing for that to avoid your car selling location on you? And second, since a lot of us are hoping for the Supreme Court and Congress to do something about this eventually, is there any evidence that the Supreme Court police and the Capitol Police are are buying data about tracking people based on viewpoint?
One great resource is Privacy for Cars, and Privacy for Cars will let you know based on your specific car model what you can do to cut the ties between your driving and the delivery of your driving habits, for instance, to insurance companies. So that's
Privacy for Cars hates people who take hacking approaches. They just want you to request permission from the manufacturers.
Yeah, well, and unfortunately, there's a for cars, firmware hacking on cars sketches me out a little bit, but it probably shouldn't, to be fair. I don't know.
Yeah. There's also the separate issue of automatic license plate readers as another source of location data about cars. I think we haven't asked the EFF panel tomorrow, and we'll be tabling at the EFF vendor booth. So we'll chat with you about the other question afterwards, but maybe we'll try to get like your question and your question in.
Yeah, so my question was, I've asked some of the large data brokers to like not track me or remove my information. Do you feel like that's helpful or just a waste of time?
I mean, I think it's helpful. What Bill was saying about like not getting a lot of data back from our data access requests, Bill, like we use Delete Me and some automated opt-out services. There was a great study from Consumer Reports about the effectiveness of different automated opt-out tools, and unfortunately, like doing it manually was, I think, more effective than all of the automated solutions, but the automated solutions were still pretty effective. The issue is that you can delete your data from them, and then they are continuously getting more of your data. So I don't think it's harder than it should be. We need better like legislative solutions, but it's not pointless. It might not be 100% effective though.
The data deletion services that Consumer Reports specifically pointed out were Optory and Easy Opt-outs. Depending on your price point,
Those were the most effective.
Yeah, most effective. And also, Yael Grauer, who is, I think, in the crowd somewhere, developed a easy data broker, easy opt-out list, Bad Bool, and that will allow you to go through the data brokers and manually delete your information, which is great. So I recommend checking that out as well.
But like I said, like there's over 800 known data brokers in the US. Like it's a pain to manually go through all of them and opt out. So that's why we need more solutions. The California Delete Act is gonna try to give people like a one-step way to opt out, send deletion and opt-out requests to a bunch of different data brokers. So enjoy that right if you live in California.
I just wanted to bring up one minor thing was, I know since you guys recommended organic maps, there's recently been some concerns over them. I know some of the shareholders pushing in proprietary code, and like, and it's also a Russian company, so there's a lot of concerns over how that's going. A lot of the community members of organic maps have forked it over to CoMaps, so I'd recommend checking that out.
Okay.
Thank you for that suggestion. I had no idea.
My question is actually about, I've been slowly putting PF Blocker NG on my firewall, and I've been slowly, ratcheting up the level of restriction I'm putting on ad tech. My concern is the signal that will be produced in dropping off the radar entirely. if it could be done effectively, given how pervasive this is now, is it not a signal in and of itself to drop off the map, so to speak?
Yeah, I think that there's fairness to that question. One of the reasons why I never deleted, for instance, my Facebook account was because of that very reason. But I think that it also depends on your threat model and depends on what you want to, like what signal you want to be giving out. I think it's a very individual choice. So I don't think there's one size fits all kind of solution for that.
Yeah, I agree. It depends on your threat model, and also like based on some of the tools that we know police are using to like look up our location data. A lot of it involves looking up someone's device ID or looking for people who do have a location data point on a map. So for those tools, I don't think that they're necessarily looking for people who have an exceptionally small amount of data in the database.
I think we probably have time for both of you, but no more questions after that.
Okay, thank you. I'll make it quick. These are really powerful tools, obviously. I like to follow things like Predator and Pegasus, spyware, Tellius, NSO, and so on. What I'm concerned about is the spread of these tools to other threat actors, like individuals like hackers or something. Somebody be able to target, like, I'm going through a contentious divorce. I want to target my partner. Are you seeing the ability for people to do that, access this, as a malicious actor on an individual level or whatnot, instead of, I should say, just companies, but in governments?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem with how little transparency we have into this ecosystem, because that individually targeting is entirely possible. I mean, you saw the Joseph Cox's 404 media report about the police location tracking tool that wasn't vetting its buyers. Like, it's there. I think there's also instances of police themselves like abusing the tools they have access to look up information about exes. But that sort of stuff is happening at a level that we don't know about because of how little transparency we have. So yes, it's possible. No, we don't really know how often it's happening.
And they don't vet their buyers. They just purchase it for pennies on the dollar, and a massive amount of information is available often to anyone that ponies up with the cash. This last question, I think.
Question, or do we have to? Oh, okay. Do we have time for one in person? Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Let's say I wanted to weaponize this to some extent and say creep out my legislators. Do we have an idea of how much that would cost? Seriously, I'm serious.
I feel like the EFF lawyers would tell us to be careful answering this question, but
do your own research.
I think it depends. Okay, it depends on the data broker. The big ones like LexisNexis, they're gonna have like more restrictions on who they sell to and sell for much higher prices. There's a site called Data Raid. That's like a data marketplace that you can like browse available data sets. Not all the data brokers are on there, but it just depends. Yeah. Cool idea.
I'm not asking you to do an order of magnitude cost. Do we know?
I mean, I feel like there are data brokers that will sell, like, I don't know, for a few cents per record, but I think it really depends on the data broker and whether you have to buy access to their, like, API for lots and lots of money, or if you can just purchase individual records.
And a lot of times, just included in massive data leaks too. For free, freely available out there if you go to the through a browser that allows you to access the Tor network, for instance.
But I definitely do not think that legislators understand the extent to which they are present in these commercially available data sets. A lot of data brokers have been found with lists of location data has been used to identify people on U.S. military bases abroad. So just because you're part of the government or in the military doesn't mean you're not present in these surveillance tools.
Two from virtual attendees, real quick. Can we write apps or false device layer to generate random fuzzing or tailored false data en masse? And the other is there any value in creating programs or other tech that provides fake, spoofed location data?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, and you certainly can deliver false GPS coordinates on open source operating systems like Android, for instance. You can that's a possibility. En masse, I think that it would be probably pretty trivial for a data broker to do some data integrity tests in order to determine that this coming from this IP address over this period of time is not non-legitimate data. Also, I think it just depends on this is data collected about this one person who has their location tracked over time and their unique device identifier tracked over time. So you can't, without insight into that information a priori, you can't just kind of generate that data unless you know the mobile advertising identifier that you want to obfuscate or insert noise into. It's an interesting idea, though.
And outside of, I don't know specifically about location data brokers, but a lot of the information that data brokers say they have about us is wrong. My data access request showed major data brokers thinking my net worth was $2 million. They're selling so much conflicting information about the same people. I think that data brokers are dangerous when they're selling accurate information, but they're also dangerous when they're selling a bunch of inaccurate information, because that information could also be used to target people. Surveillance, I didn't talk much about surveillance pricing, but companies are showing increasing interest in targeting specific prices to different people based on their predicted willingness to pay higher prices. And if that sort of information is based off of inaccurate inferences, that can also be harmful. So it depends on your threat model, as always.
Thanks so much. I don't think we have any more time for any more questions. You can seek us out at the EFF booth in the vendor area if you have any follow-ups.
And we'll also both be on the Ask the EFF panel at some point tomorrow if people have more questions then.
Test, test. Test, test. You guys give me the wireless? Test.
Test.
All right.
I can read my notes upside down, so let's go from here. Okay, basic disclaimers. One, I'm not your attorney. I'm basing this on, what I was trained, go to law school, pass a couple bar exams, practice for a while, but in case you hadn't noticed, we're in a new environment now. And one reminder is the law is whatever the appeals court says it is. So trust 9 people in black robes, which some may be bribed or paid off or compromat, allegedly. So I'm not going to try to talk you out of doing stuff. For those of you who may want to come into to do some kind of protest, either in physical space or online, I'm not trying to talk you out of it. In fact, we need protest. I'm just going to tell you kind of what the rules are so you know how far you can go and assess your risk appropriately. So, more disclaimers. I'm describing U.S. law for U.S. citizens. I am sad to say that I am not competent enough to talk about how it works for non-citizens because, well, I don't think anyone can accurately describe it. Because, from what I've heard about people, non-U.S. citizens coming into the United States and dealing with a Customs and Border Patrol employee who just decides, yeah, why are we doing this? Because fuck you, that's why. So it's fuzzy for non-citizens, and why that annoys me is, if you've ever worked in like an industrial plant or around industrial robots or in where you repair heavy machinery, you'll see that there's tape on the floor, right? See, like that's the CBP thing. Is that illegal? It should be because it's goddamn terrifying. Because like I close my eyes and I still see it. So. But that meme getting you banned from the United States, and to be true, that didn't. The problem is that if you've ever dealt with an angry cop, it's not what you did, it's what they can find. So they go through, they decide they don't like this guy, and they find like a weed possession charge from like 10 years ago and go, you're not allowed to be here. Because we don't allow felons in this country, right? So basic fundamental idea of law. Law is the attempt to control, manage, and explain state violence, right? We grant the power to, the state has the power to inflict violence upon us. We just want there to be safe enough, we want there to be clear enough rules about when does the state come and kick my ass, right? And going back to that industrial thing, right? That tape is there to tell you where you're safe and where you should pay attention. You have those as very, very bright lines. You know where to step and where not to step. The same should be about our laws. Am I breaking law should be absolutely clear, especially when we're talking about punitive law, right? You might get fined, it can be a little fuzzier. You might get sued, let it be fuzzier. But if I'm gonna go to jail, I want that to be a very clear line so I know which side of the line I'm on. And if we make it fuzzy, it means that you don't know where you're safe. It changes your behavior. Because if you're afraid that you'll get arrested at any point, you will be a lot quieter. You'll be a lot more cautious. And I think that's what they want. So, a few magic words to start. Am I free to go? If you are talking to a police officer and you've decided that you would like to not talk to them and you would like to be about your business, that is one of the magic words. Or the flip of that is, am I being detained? So if you've decided I am done talking to you, may I go? Can I leave? Am I being detained? I don't consent to any searches. And this is one of those tricks they'll play with you, which is, it's okay for me to look in your bag, right? Kind of a leading question. And we're kind of trained to be polite and Sure. It's like, nope, and make it clear. Not, no, I don't want you to. No, I don't want you to search as not no. I do not consent. Say that into the body cam. I want a lawyer. I'm not talking, right? Not, I think I need one. Do I need one? No. Be clear and unequivocal. And the final one is that, which is nothing. Don't talk. Are the one that we've all heard is, and repeat after me, shut the fuck up. Okay. So, protest. And I'm going to split this out in person, online. So, and from less troublesome to more troublesome. A picket or a march, right? You're outside, holding signs, making noise, walking in a direction. A sit-in, which is a little bit more confrontational. You are controlling space that ain't yours. And then direct action. Not only am I controlling space that is not mine, I am doing something loud, obnoxious. I am not only just occupying space, I'm preventing other people from enjoying that space. And then I will put an asterisk for more disruptive things. Property damage. Not advocating it, just saying like that's the final category here, right? You have decided to escalate to level 4. Online, facilitation. And I'm going to use this as, you're not protesting, but you are somehow offering a service to those who are. And this can be anything as simple as, you own a web hosting company. You're like, sure, you want to protest that thing? There's a login. Go put up a page, right? You're facilitating that protest. Even if you're not participating in it, you are making it happen. If you're, Moxie and you write Signal, well, you've facilitated protest. Posting, right? I'm going to post some shit online that shows my, that's a little bit more confrontational because you are showing your own opinion. You're not just making it available. You are saying, I am putting this out there. And then doxing, a little bit even more confrontational, a little bit more aggressive. And then more disruptive actions. You know what they are. So let's talk about picketing and marching, right? The simplest. You're walking and standing in public, maybe making noise, maybe carrying signs, maybe you're even trying to one-up your neighbor for how cute can I make my sign? And there's a part of me that thinks that's kind of juvenile, except that that's what gets virality, right? You have a cute saying on your sign. Hey, that's going to go viral. That's going to show up in all, your mom's going to see it. And maybe she'll go yeah, or if she's really cool, she's with you at the protest. Unfortunately, mine's a Trumpy, so no. So how can the state regulate that? And it's time, place, manner. As in, they can, as long as it's content neutral, the state, and by the state I mean the government, so that could be your city, your county, to the federal government, right? So no marches more than 50 people after 8 p.m. It should not matter what you're marching about. If it's a church rally, or pro-democracy, or yay our sports team. Doesn't, if it bans, it has to ban across the board. And it has to have a significant government interest for the regulation, right? Like, hey, it's public safety. Hey, it's a nuisance to have a large march after 10 p.m. So that's what the state can do to prevent this. Go a little bit more aggressive to a sit-in or direct action. So you are occupying space that isn't yours, right? The lobby of a bank, a plaza at the city hall, not leaving when ordered, right? You're allowed to be in that bank lobby, or in the plaza outside of City Hall, or in a public park. But when the cops have shown up and said, you have to leave, now you're committing trespass. So they may now remove you. They may now arrest you for not following that order. So trespass, remaining in a private area after being commanded to leave. In most jurisdictions, it's a misdemeanor at top. So that's fines and up to 364 days in jail if you've really, really annoyed everybody. That's pretty rare, but that's like the power the state can to make you stop. Now, here's where it's going to get a little fuzzy, because let's talk about the space between the lawful expression and a criminal act. See, you're holding up your sign, you're banging at pots and pans, you're saying things about what you're unhappy about, and the cops have decided that we would, instead of just asking you to leave, we would like to arrest a few of you. Now, the occupying the space is not the crime, but they can make a crime happen, such as kettling. You all have to leave, but you can't, right? Because they've bounded off the spaces. Like, I would like to go home, but you have barricades everywhere I would go. So I would like, you have asked me to leave, but you have prevented me from doing so. It's a big thing in New York. It happened elsewhere, but I'm most of the big cases like Brooklyn Bridge where they did this. Another trick for smaller ones, I'm seeing a lot of these for people protesting ICE actions where they are getting fairly aggressive to the ICE people. I'm not going to call them agents because they're not really well trained. There's goons. I'm sorry, I apologize to goons. They're thugs. I mean, some of you proudly call yourselves goons, right? Because you wear a red shirt and you yell things like "make a hole" and "sir, you're making a scene" at other conferences. But a trick I've seen is they will, if you're following them and they've decided that they would like to get more aggressive, they will stop suddenly or move back. So you following them go, oops, it's like getting brake checked by a guy with an AR-15 and a mask. And essentially they have tricked you into committing the crime of assault because you have touched that cop or that thug. So law enforcement is trained to find other violations, right? Common one would be you go to a protest, say you're a suburbanite, so you drive to the protest, and you go and you protest, and you go back to your car. The cop will then drive following you, and you will do something that they can construe as a traffic violation, right? And then at that point, as a part of their regular duties, they can find some other violation. I think your car doesn't meet the vehicle code. I think that windshield is too dirty. I saw a puff of smoke. I believe it will fail inspection. I believe that exhaust is too loud. And all of a sudden you've gone from I was protesting to all of a sudden I'm waiting for a tow truck. And by the time they've seized it, you've now suffered something. You haven't been arrested, but you have suffered some inconvenience. The state has paid more attention to you than you would like. So, and it's what I think of as using the regulatory state. They have found something else to find you. Maybe they've decided that I think you're publicly drunk because I am smelling alcohol. I am smelling weed in the few remaining states where it's still illegal. And it's a way of basically bootstrapping nothing to a crime. So once you've been arrested, here's where it escalates because there is, they can search you incident to arrest, right? You have been arrested for something that is relatively spurious, but I have the right as the cop to arrest you. Now I get to search you. Maybe you have contraband. Maybe you have something that is evidence. And the example I give is one of the January 6th, are we still allowed to call them rioters, or are they just great American heroes now? Sorry, that's my cynicism, who, when they arrested him, they, of course, took his devices, and they found child pornography. That had nothing to do with his initial arrest, but that's contraband. You're not allowed to have that. So they get to charge him with that. So they get to search the inventory of whatever if you're in a vehicle, they get to search the vehicle. They get to search you. If you've got devices, they get to seize them. And in some jurisdictions, they would have to have an additional warrant, but that requires probable cause, which I'm sure they can come up with something. So all of a sudden, we've escalated a protest violation of, at most a misdemeanor or a fine. Most cities will be like, here's your ticket, pay it in 30 days or it will double. But now, if they've laid hands on you, like, wait, and we can take some of your stuff. Maybe there's evidence of more stuff we're interested in. The other thing they're going to try to do is make you talk. And not in the sense of like they're going to beat you, but they'll do something like, tell me what you were up to. And in your speaking, you're going to confess some things like, I was here to protest. Who were you with? Oh, you were with that organization. Great. That can now be used to bootstrap probable cause against that organization if they so decide. It allows them to kind of worm their way in. And what I like to think of as little deals. We'll let you go if you tell me who else is a member. We'll let you go if you tell me what you all were doing last week. We'll let you go if you tell me where you meet, right? So we've gone from a little thing to all of a sudden they can pay more attention. The eye of Sauron is on you and your associates a little bit more. So a little guidance here. Let's talk risk mitigation, right? I cannot tell you how to be perfectly safe. I can tell you to figure out what to do to reduce your risk. If you're going to go to a protest and you think that there's the possibility that it is going to get more law enforcement attention than you might expect, let other people know. Tell your family. Tell some people you trust, I'm going to go to this protest. I should be back by 6 p.m. And I'll send you a message saying I'm home. If not, so that way they know to possibly call. In Philadelphia, there's a couple legal collectives that will do things like you call them and because they're on the phones with the arraignment court to go, oh yeah, your friend Bob, yep, he's waiting for bail. He's waiting for his bail hearing. So you know that they're in the system somewhere. Don't bring items that put yourself or others at risk. If you're going to go to a protest, don't bring weapons. I get there will probably be some more Second Amendment absolutists here who will go to protests with AR-15s, but recognize that that can get spicy. But if you have other things that will put yourself or others at risk, like contraband, like a list of information about your future co-conspirators, don't. Like, pat yourself down before they have to. So you know whatever you have on you cannot be used against you or other people, right? Minimize the evidence as you can, right? If you have a device, for the harder core people, bring your burner phone. That is only the numbers you need for that day, right? Because your regular phone has a lot more information about you. Now let's talk about collecting evidence from their perspective. From your perspective, record what happens, right? If you've taken a position in a protest where you are not doing the direct action, but you're going to be kind of auxiliary to that, acting as like a quasi-legal observer, record things. I'm old enough I call it film, but bust out your phone, bust out your burner phone, document what happens, document confrontations between your people and counter-protesters, document what happens between your people and law enforcement. And here's an analysis you might want to take when you do this, is do it in a safe manner. Stay away from any arrests, like 15, 20 feet. You're allowed to record police, but you're not allowed to interfere in the arrest. So stay as close as you can without being within their wingspan. Now, I've seen where the police will get a bit more aggressive. Record that anyway. But back off as you're doing it. So that way there's no way they can construe that as a threat. Consider its use, right? If you have footage of something that happens, but it's also showing people on your side doing criminal stuff, pocket that. Or at least review it before uploading it. Because you want to realize, like, wait a minute, this is proof of both the police being brutal, but also, one of your compatriots throwing a punch. So be careful. Think about that before you post it. And Actually, I'm going to go back one for this consideration. You may decide, like, I'm going to put this up immediately. If there are arrests, hold on to that and instead contact their attorneys, because there's I'll say there's a trend when, if there's a large event like this, the police will review all the available footage and then kind of tell their story from the perspective of that footage, right? Because they want to tell the best story for them. And if you have something that contradicts them and you publish it immediately, they will tell the story that includes that new piece of evidence. If you wait and have them make their statement, and then you can show definitely contradictory evidence, that is helpful for the defense of those people. So if you get it, find out who's representing them, or if it's a public defender or a legal collector or whatever, and go like, I've got footage that contradicts the cop's story. Let's talk about what we do with that. Because it may be helpful for those people in defense. And I did this because ACLU used to have an app for recording police that was really easy to use, and it dumped to cloud storage that they controlled. So if you're subpoenaed, the ACLU could go and say, we have attorney-client privilege. You don't get to see it until we decide to use it. They have withdrawn that from the market, and I can't find another one I would recommend, so perhaps the EFF may make some recommendations, perhaps someone else. I'm not going to say anything, but I saw a good article on how to do like a script on your phone called Siri, I'm getting pulled over. So it will automatically lock your phone and turn recording on, so that way if you are surprised with shall we say, you have the surprise law enforcement encounter, you've got a little snitch in your pocket. And it's locked, so you have to unlock it to show them. It's a nice piece of evidence for you to collect evidence that is not under control of law enforcement immediately. So let's go switch to online, because this is both more interesting and more problematic, because federal laws on computer crime are a lot more draconian than what we have in like physical space. So let's start with facilitation. You are offering some capability to protesters. That can be anything as simple as like web hosting or file storage, to offering communications, to even being the webmaster of a protest group, right? Or running their Facebook or social media or whatever. You are somehow, while you're not at the protest, you're not doing that, you are facilitating other people getting their message out. So you're providing a service used by the targets of that law enforcement. That puts you at a little bit of risk, mostly for more neutral things like a subpoena or a warrant to seize the data you have. But if the prosecution is really, really, really sticky, they may decide to try to call you a member of that group. But we'll talk about that in a bit. That's like the basic one. So like cloud provider, you're a payment provider, your GoFundMe for the people who got arrested, all of a sudden you're now kind of on their target. You're on their target list. You're offering communications, say like Signal. So go to doxing, and that's it requires two parts. One is the obtaining of the personally identifying information of the people you would like to drop dox on, and the second half is the distribution of that. So the first half is, let's figure out what your rights are to that data. So there are three categories. You can be authorized to have it. So say, for example, you work for the DMV. Actually, that's a bad example. You work for a company that holds information about police officers. Maybe you're a mortgage company. You, as a person working there, are lawfully allowed to look at that data for the furtherance of your job, right? Say you're like a loan underwriter. You get to look at that data because you have to figure out, are we going to loan these people money? But under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, you are also allowed, you're allowed to look at that, even if you're doing it for something other than what is your job description. So that's allowed, but outside the scope, right? You're allowed to look at Officer Friendly's mortgage data because you're a loan officer. If you grab that and decide to distribute it, you're not breaking Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. You may be breaking something else, and we'll talk about that in a sec, but you are allowed to see it. And then the worst is completely unauthorized. You are not the loan officer. You just have their login creds. And you've decided to go find let me find every police officer in my jurisdiction, so I have their home addresses and how much they owe and their late payments and whatnot. I don't know how valuable that is, but maybe you want to embarrass them. So, second half of that doxing is, now that you have the data and you release it, what's your intent and what's the data? Is it otherwise protected? And what is your intent in releasing it? Now, generally, doxing, you're doing that to harass them. You're doing that to make their lives worse, right? If you drop sensitive data about someone that you think is a bad person, say it's a police officer who you believe has acted in a brutal and callous manner to people you care about, and you drop something as simple as the names of their children, what schools they go to, and their schedule, right? Arguably, you didn't drop that because you like children. Actually, that's the wrong answer. Sorry. You didn't do that because it's a journalistic thing. You were doing that because you want their children to be harassed. You want to use that as a tool to harass that officer. So you've gone from just dropping docs to actually committing a crime, because you have now set them up for harassment. Now, you could argue, if you argue instead that it's freedom of the press, the justification you have to be able to point to a justification as that this is of journalistic integrity or journalistic importance. Back to the kids thing, it's going to be hard unless there is some other reason, and I'm not really sure what that could be. Maybe they're going to a school outside of their district, and it's a better school, and they're committing fraud. So let's talk about obtaining that data. So I mentioned the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. This is unlawfully obtaining information without authorization, right? You are not permitted to access, the internal law enforcement disciplinary documentation, right? That's supposed to be secret, and you've grabbed it. Well, you've broken into those systems. That's itself a federal crime. Exceeding granted authorization. So if you do a privilege escalation, right, you are allowed to see your own data in this database, but instead you get everyone's. You are now in violation of that. So now this is for a privilege escalation. A policy violation, say for example, you already have that data, but you aren't allowed under your employee handbook to look at other people's stuff. While that may be a fireable offense, it will not open you to liability, at least under federal law. HIPAA. Say, for example, you work at a hospital and you decide to drop docs on every officer who gets treatment there. Yep, you've violated HIPAA. And since that's a voluntary disclosure, it can actually be criminal. So it's the access itself is a violation, and then when we talk about publication, we've just doubled down. So obtaining. Let's talk about two other technical matters. Wiretap. If I am either do an old-fashioned audio bug, or I put malware in some devices to be able to listen into either oral or digital communications, I violated the Wiretap Act. If I put a network sniffer and I've somehow also decrypted the communication and I'm grabbing it while it's being transmitted, federal crime. If I'm grabbing stored email or stored documentation, I violated the Storage Communications Act. Dropping docs it can be dangerous if you're actually violating the law to get it. So obtaining, that's, I've been able to, I break into your Gmail account or the officer's Gmail account to go see stuff, even though it's after they received it, it's a violation of the Stored Communications Act. So now let's go to dropping the docs. You've obtained them, now dropping them. 18 U.S.C. 119 is actually a dropping docs act. It's if I divulge certain personally identifying information like address, phone number, personal email, social security number, to threaten or intimidate a government employee, and someone assisting them. So a civilian assisting law enforcement, you drop docs on them to harass them, is itself a crime. If you drop docs to intimidate or harass a witness or a jury member, it's a crime, as long as it's within the performance of their duties. So let's talk about like more disruptive activities, actual damage. So destruction of property. I want to, instead of just protesting outside the bank or outside the courthouse, I would like to smash its windows. Or disrupting critical infrastructure. These aren't protected by the First Amendment, they're actually crimes. Now, talk about online. What if we disrupt critical infrastructure to protest? What if we knock 911 offline in a county? Well, we have this, 18 U.S.C. 2331, which is terrorism. It's involve acts dangerous to human life that are a violation of the criminal laws of the U.S. or of any state, and it's intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence policy by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping. So at a certain point, it's not too difficult to get there, right? Knock out 911. Shoot at a transformer station. Take a, I'm trying to think, like taking a backhoe to fiber probably wouldn't trip that, because I'm not sure how far it goes to be dangerous to human life, but using explosives, using a firearm, all of a sudden we've now gotten to serious felonies. So let's talk about your friends, right? You decide, say for example, you're talking to people who would like to do these things. And while you are like, hey, I know the feeling, I'm angry too, but I'm not gonna step to burning down a police station. If you work in some furtherance of that act, even if you're not the one throwing the bomb or throwing the Molotov cocktail, you can still be liable if you act in some way in furtherance. Hey, we're going to go bring weapons to this protest, and if a cop arrests somebody, we'll respond with physical force. Even if you're not there, but you have somehow facilitated it. Hey, would you like, I've got a bunch of wine bottles. You can go make Molotov cocktails with it. I'll drop them off. You are furthering that act. So in that way, you are now getting some liability. It's itself, depending on the statute, like bank fraud, for example, just conspiring to do it is a crime in and of itself, even if you don't actually succeed in doing so. Other ways, it's just a theory, as in, this crime did occur. The police station did get burned down. A police officer was assaulted, and you acted in some way in furtherance of it, in the knowledge that that was going to happen. If you've been lied to, and it's like, hey, I want to borrow your AR-15 to go hunting, and you don't ask, what are you hunting? But instead just like, sure, you can borrow it, and it's used in a crime, and you had some inkling to know, like, you were probably, because when you ask, like, hey, do you have those Teflon-tipped bullets? Because the deer in my area tend to wear body armor. That's a shout out to my friend Russ. So now all of a sudden you're now kind of collected in that. You are as liable as they are. So thinking now about evidence, because some of this is how do you control the evidence, or how do you minimize the amount of evidence of anything that you may hypothetically do? So when you do things, consider what gets said, what gets recorded, what gets logged and shared. The number of people who I have talked to who have done things like plan their criminal activities using chat or using SMS is too damn high. And think of that's recorded, that's kept. That group text you're on is on everyone's devices. You know, I mean, watching Pete Hegseth and I'm forgetting the guy who actually added the journalist to the "Let's Go Bomb the Houthis." Everyone involved in that has that recording. All you have to do is grab one of those phones and you get the whole communication. So consider that when you're doing your direct actions or your protests, that everyone involved gets to see it. All you need to get is one of those devices seized and you've kind of rolled up the whole thing. You know all the players. I'll use a quote from Ben Franklin: "3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead." According to that was Ben Franklin. Also, it's the Hells Angels. So that's a consideration, right? Is think of what you do, think of what you record, think of what evidence you leave behind. Think of all the data that you're kind of sloughing off as you go through your life, right? Your phone is pinging your location. Your apps are, you're commenting on things. All that is evidence that can be used against you. So, questions? Did I scare you all? Do we have, yeah.
I'm glad we got to see your slides.
I'm sorry?
I'm glad we got to see your slides.
So am I, as plain as they are.
I was thinking about the facilitation point that you made. I work on a helpline, and we provide mental health support. However, the people that come to us, we don't necessarily know where they come from, but we know that they have been hurt by government actions. Would that be construed as facilitation?
Well, no, because like say for example, I'm undocumented, and I call you up because I'm feeling very stressed and need a crisis intervention. You talking to them is not facilitating anything, right? Now if you go from that to, the opposite of that is, I'm feeling really, really angry, and I'm going to go shoot somebody. And if your response is, wow, you must be really angry, you don't want to talk about it, you're fine. I mean, maybe there's a Tarasov thing in there about personal, some kind of like legal liability, but you're not committing a criminal act. If you instead help them, now you've gone way past your role as, I'm here as a counselor and an ear and to actually, like, you're now becoming a co-conspirator. For like, hey, if don't hit him with the stick. I have a rifle you can borrow. Like, all of a sudden, you've now become a co-conspirator.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome. Oh. You want to use that one? Yeah. Oh. Let's play AV game. No. We have one working. Just sorry.
So actually, I don't have a question, but I just want to thank you for your presentation and say that in 2020, during Black Lives Matter protests in Phoenix, I experienced kettling. I knew it was a tactic. I didn't know what the name was, but it was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life because we were ordered to disperse and funneled into a very narrow street with high chain-linked fences that people were then trying to climb over that, can gouge you at the top as tear gas and officers were closing in on us. During that same protest, a bunch of people were arrested, and then the Phoenix PD basically made up a gang that they could collectively charge people under to increase the charges that were very serious. A federal investigation later found that they had fabricated that gang. They were placed under judicial oversight, found to systematically target minorities, disabled people, undocumented people. This was a years-long investigation. Like I said, placed under oversight from the Department of Justice. As soon as Trump got into office, it was all dismissed. And so that entire pattern that the Phoenix PD has been displaying for years is just now absolutely no repercussions. So I just wanted to thank you for your presentation because it validates and helps me make sense of some of the experiences I've had at in-person protests too. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh. How are we on time?
Hello. As a student at a private liberal arts college, how should I think about these issues, especially as I see my peers engaging in all kinds of different protest activities?
I mean, if I would encourage you to find like what you consider safe and productive. Like I used to, it's actually still, I'm a member of a legal collective in Philly, and I'm, because I'm a, middle-aged white professional douchebag, I found that like the hardcore protesters, like, dude, you're 22. I was 22 too. But it's fun to talk to the people who are like older, and we did one that was a environmental protest, and there were a bunch of people from middle Pennsylvania, which is vastly different from the lovely burg of Philadelphia on Schuylkill. And they're like, I don't know if, and it's like they're middle-aged people. I'm like, no, I want you to, help, please protest, because you look like the cops. You look like their neighbors. You look clean-cut and boring. Maybe you don't want to go and lock yourself to something, but just standing there and going on the march is as effective. I look at old photos of my dad protesting, and my dad was not like a big civil rights guy, but he would protest in his Navy whites as an enlisted person, and that's really effective. Is not looking like a lunatic, but instead looking like, hey, I'm your neighbor. So, be careful and figure out the level at which you feel comfortable and you feel productive doing this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello. I'm sure that some people in this room are familiar with the use of RICO to push back on people that have participated in Stop Cop City. I'm curious if you could talk a little bit about how much success that has had in courts, like with judges, and how much that is more of a chilling tactic to scare people.
It's less about the actual effect, it's the chilling effect. It's because what that does is that a lot of this is to knock what I think, what I described as like that middle-aged guy, right? A person who's, that 22-year-old, I'm angry, it's not going to stop them. But it's going to stop someone who's like, look, I got 4 hours to show up here, and then I got to go pick up the kids and get the minivan and oil change. They have something to lose, right? And that's going to scare them off. There's something interesting is the protests the anti-ICE protests in LA, the percentage of cases that are getting dismissed because they can't get indictments, because the grand jury's like, I'm sorry, this isn't a felony. And the whole bit about the lawyer, any prosecutor can get an indict a ham sandwich. Like, the best comment I heard was a judge saying, one piece of bread does not a sandwich make. And getting those kicked out, like, wait a minute, so if you... Oh, okay, I'm sorry, this is usually the please stop.
Thank you for your time.
We're French and we're protesting.
Okay, you mentioned earlier that it is okay to film the police, but practically I like to have a tip there. And I tell you a story that I was filming police violence against a minor, and then the first thing that happened, that as soon as okay, I'll be very...
Okay.
It's a very quick one. Immediately 10 police officers were around me, and they pushed me away from the scene. So how's a practical tip? How can I get out of this?
I'm gonna punt and say use your best judgment in such a way that you don't hit the cop.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're live here. Wonderful. Welcome once again to Hope, everybody. I am very excited to introduce this very excellent talk here with a really great team for you. The talk is entitled Clawing Back Your Data from Big Tech with SID. And we have three experts on clawing back data here. We have Micah Lee, Redshift Zero, and Yael Grauer. Micah Lee and Redshift Zero are both members of the Lockdown Systems Collective. You probably know Micah from his work as a journalist, as a security researcher, as a coder, and from his most recent book. What is the title of your book again?
Hacks, Leaks, and Revelations.
Hacks, Leaks, and Revelations? Okay, very good. Excellent book about analyzing data from, basically analyzing data from various breaches and things and how to derive meaning from that, if I understood it correctly. Very good. Redshift Zero, a member of the Lockdown Systems Collectives, has worked on a lot of privacy-enhancing technologies, so she's very well suited to speak on this. And Yael Grauer, who is an investigative tech reporter and works extensively now with Consumer Reports, writing on issues such as stalkerware and VPNs and other types of very interesting privacy, I guess, dilutive types of technologies and things. So, without further ado, I'll hand it off to these three. Thank you. Let's give them a hand. Yeah.
Hello. Oh, come on, Tim.
Hey, what's up? We're Lockdown Systems, and we believe that you should have control of your data instead of ceding it to big tech. This is who we are. So I'm Jen Helsby. I go by Redshift Zero on the internet. I'm a researcher and engineer working on privacy tech. I do a lot of work mostly with journalists.
I'm Micah Lee. I'm an independent security researcher, an open source developer, and a journalist. And I'm a member of the Lockdown Systems Collective. Soptak is also a engineer and a member of our collective, but he's not here because he couldn't make it because he's in India.
Hi everybody, I'm Yael, and I'm also a member of the Lockdown Systems Collective, and I'm actually here at this workshop in my personal capacity. But I do journalism, I maintain a data broker opt-out list, and I work for the consumer rights nonprofit that was already mentioned. Oh yeah, Lockdown Systems has 3 projects. So we work on Onion Share, which is an open source tool that lets you securely and anonymously share files, host websites, and chat with friends using the Tor network. And we also work on the ICE detention map, which is an open source dashboard and map showing information about ICE detention facilities, including the number of people in detention. But this talk is about SID, an open source tool that helps you claw back your data from big tech platforms.
So I started using Twitter in 2009, and I eventually grew to become addicted to it. I was writing for The Intercept for a long time. I was doing reporting on the Snowden archive. So I had a ton of followers. At my peak, I had like 50,000. And I got obsessed with like the dopamine rush I would get every time something I posted went viral. But I also attracted a lot of trolls and haters. I distinctly remember this one harassment campaign. In 2018, I had published leaked chat logs from a private WikiLeaks Twitter DM group. And in the group, Julian Assange was explaining why he was backing Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton in 2016, and they plotted ways to discredit feminists. So the WikiLeaks trolls attacked me. And one of them searched my Twitter history for the word Jew and saw that in 2011 I had posted about going to a Jewish wedding, and they started using that to harass me. So this is around the time that I decided that I wanted to delete my old tweets. I care a lot about privacy. All my Signal messages, even like the most innocuous ones, automatically disappear. So why should my tweets be online forever? But I, was a very like heavy Twitter user. I didn't want to delete all of my tweets. There was like, a bunch of Twitter threads that I had that I was proud of. There were a bunch of viral tweets that I wanted to keep. I just wanted to delete like most of them, like 95% of them. And so there were some existing tools out there to delete your tweets, but they all made you delete all of your tweets. So I made my own tool, and I made it open source, called Semi-Ephemeral. And so Semi-Ephemeral made it so I could have a semi-ephemeral Twitter account, and then it also made it easy for everyone else too as well. But then came Elon Musk. So in late 2022, Musk bought Twitter to restore free speech. He started by unsuspending the accounts of Nazis, and those are the only accounts that he unsuspended. So here's an article that I wrote right after Elon Musk bought Twitter. Twitter had started censoring distributed denial of secrets in 2020 when they published the Blue Leaks data set, which is a 250 gigabyte data set of hacked police documents that showed police misconduct during the Black Lives Matter protests. But Elon Musk refused to restore the account or to stop blocking links to DDoS Secrets website, and they're still blocked today. And here's another article that I co-wrote from around the same time. So in addition to bringing back Nazis that have been banned and not bringing back DDoS Secrets or anyone else who is banned but not a Nazi, Musk also started banning prominent leftist accounts that didn't break any of Twitter's rules, but he did this based on the advice of Andy Ngo, a far-right conspiracy theorist. And it was all public, like Andy was like tweeting at Elon Musk and then he would ban someone. And then he started banning journalists, including me. So I don't know if you remember, but there was this Twitter account called ElonJet that posted public records of where Elon Musk's private jet was flying to. And so Elon Musk banned the ElonJet account. And then when the official Mastodon Twitter account tweeted that you could still follow ElonJet on mastodon.social, he banned the Mastodon account. And then when I tweeted that Elon Musk is banning the Mastodon account, he permanently suspended my account for this tweet because I was posting assassination coordinates. And he also suspended like 8 other journalists. And he eventually reversed his decision after a Twitter poll. But the episode kind of poked some holes into his claim that he's a free speech absolutist. So turning Twitter into a fascist propaganda machine is pretty bad, but another big thing that Musk did to ruin Twitter was shut off free access to the Twitter API. He made API usage so expensive, in fact, that if you had been using Twitter for if you had a regular Twitter user and posted a lot for about 10 years, it would cost thousands and thousands of dollars in API fees to delete all of your tweets. So, like every other Twitter app, Semi-Ephemeral was forced to shut down. It had deleted tens of millions of tweets, likes, and direct messages before its tragic death. Elon Musk killing the Twitter API is an example of enshittification. And right after Musk did this to Twitter, Reddit decided to also kill their free API, which completely killed the third-party app ecosystem for Reddit. And Reddit's CEO, Steve Huffman, said that he was inspired by Elon Musk to do it. The tech platforms that we all rely on are controlled by a tiny group of overwhelmingly powerful billionaires. Instead of using their vast wealth to solve global problems like the climate crisis, they spend their resources squeezing every bit of money possible from their users to make themselves richer. They've also been radicalized by their own platforms, and they've become more and more comfortable openly flirting with fascist politics. If you've ever posted anything to the internet, it's a safe bet that people are getting obscenely rich off of your data. Here are some articles about Stack Overflow and Reddit selling user data. And I'm sure many other platforms that you post stuff to are also selling user data. And even if the platforms themselves aren't selling them, I promise that there are other companies that are scraping that data and selling it to other people and making a lot of money off of it. And here's an interesting story about Stack Overflow. Once they announced that they were selling user data, this developer decided to delete his top-rated answer on Stack Overflow. But if your answer is the highest-rated answer to a question, Stack Overflow doesn't let you delete it. So instead, he updated his answer to a protest message, and Stack Overflow suspended his account for a week. So this sucks, and it's time to opt out of this whole corrupt system.
So a year ago, I found a really old social media account that I kept for a few months over 2 decades ago. I had an audience of maybe 5 or 6 friends. And I didn't realize this account and my handle were associated with my email address. So obviously I didn't want that information floating around, or I thought maybe there were some details I wouldn't want widely publicized. I didn't have time to reread the whole thing. And I think this is something that has happened to people if you've ever been active on Twitter. You might have hundreds or thousands of tweets that might not reflect who you are today. Maybe you like this celebrity who's been canceled and you hate them now. what happens to a lot of people is they post personal things like family photos, and then they become more high profile, and suddenly they don't want those up there anymore, or maybe their account becomes a professional account. Sometimes people badmouth industries and then get jobs in those industries. Or maybe you just don't know what's in there but don't have time to go through everything. And maybe you just don't want to be somewhere anymore because the company was taken over by fascists and fired its trust and safety team, and it's turned into a toxic cesspool, and you don't want to support it or contribute to its growth. Maybe not everything has to stick around indefinitely. And even if you don't want to detangle your data from a social media site, that doesn't mean that you don't have a lot of history. Even if you do want, like say you want to remove all your tweets, there might be things in there that you need to look up in the future. Maybe you need to check receipts on something, because our memory can be unreliable. And it's also a form of research to see maybe what you wrote about in the past, because as we know, history echoes. Sometimes something pops up in the future and you really need to find that information. So it's kind of a shame when it's just deleted forever and you can't even look through it. And then sometimes tech companies also just block people or revoke access to data, which is terrifying. So I think that regularly archiving provides some level of protection against that. And I think that we should own our own data. Just because we choose to share it in a specific forum doesn't mean that that forum should own the data. And we should have control over where it goes, how long it stays, and be able to import it wherever we want. And companies should not retain control or ownership over data that we produce. And so I believe there should be no restrictions on data transfer.
Okay, so we've discussed that archiving and deletion matter. What can we do about it? So the SID approach is that you stay in control as the user. So what's shown on the right is the SID application. It's an open source desktop app that runs on your computer. It's written in Electron, so it has cross-platform support. And so we as the developers don't have access to any of your accounts, your account credentials, or any of the data in your accounts. So the way that it works is you sign into your social media accounts, and an embedded browser will download your data and then prompt you to delete what you choose. So now let's look at some demos made using my Twitter account as tribute. Okay, so here we see the embedded web browser. So you log in using your credentials. Again, the credentials stay on your system. And so once we log in, the first thing that SID is going to do is browse to populate your username and your avatar, your little profile picture. So the first thing that we want to do when we first use SID is populate a local database with all the data that's on Twitter in this case. So I'm saying, hey, I want to use the embedded web browser. So we also support using X's export tool, which we'll talk more about later. Here I'm unselecting the save my direct messages option so I don't embarrass myself in front of you all. And then SID lets you know what it's going to do, and then it's going to scroll down to the bottom of your Twitter timeline and then save them all. So it does the same thing with likes, bookmarks, DMs if you enable that option. So you get the general idea. So after a few minutes, and how long that takes depends obviously on how much data you have. There we go. So yeah, so once it finishes, it's going to build a database locally that has all of your tweet data, all the media, photos, videos, animated GIFs, and it's going to save that in a SQLite database. It also will populate a static site. So we generate a static site that you can browse locally. So here, we'll scroll down. It has all your tweets, videos, images saved. So, you know, if for some reason you want to keep your Twitter data, you can do so. Okay, so now we've got a local database populated with all our Twitter data, and we can delete our tweets or retweets, or both. So here we've built a local database, and I'm selecting, okay, yeah, I want to delete both tweets and retweets. So it's going to let you know, okay, here's what we're going to do. I had about 300 tweets and 300 retweets. And once we hit start deleting, you'll watch SID slowly remove. Quickly remove. So quick. Yeah, and so we have a beautiful quote here from Max Eddy at Wirecutter from New York Times, who was describing his emotional reaction to destroying his Twitter account. Photos from my wedding, gone. Photos of my pet rat, Pepper, gone. The process made me choke up a bit. He had a much stronger connection to his Twitter account than I do. But at the end of the process, all your tweets are deleted, and so now we'll talk a bit more about how SID works.
Okay, so SID is an Electron app, and the reason why we picked Electron is because SID needs to be able to control a web browser, and Electron has a web view tab that a lot of the other frameworks that we looked at don't have and don't support. And specifically, like in this web view, we're able to load URLs, wait for the page to finish loading, and then inject our own JavaScript into the web browser and get return values from like the functions that we call. So using that, we can, because we can inject JavaScript, we can basically completely control the browser and do whatever we want. And this, by the way, is why cross-site scripting is so bad, because it's the same thing. If you can inject JavaScript into a web page, you can do whatever you want. So this is what SID was doing in that demo video, where it's like scrolling down and loading all of your tweets to save them. It was just injecting JavaScript. So it would like load the page, wait for it to finish loading, inject some JavaScript to scroll to the bottom, and then wait for that to finish, and then inject some JavaScript to scroll to the bottom and wait for that to finish until it gets to the very bottom. It turns out that most of the data that SID needs to collect when you're actually like downloading the local database isn't actually in the DOM tree, but it is still in the browser context. So it's in API responses that get sent to the browser. So SID doesn't directly use the X API. We can't. It's stupidly expensive, and this is like an open source thing that anyone can use. But the X web application does use the X API. So when we load x.com, then the browser is sitting there making all these API requests, and we can like look at those API responses in order to get the data. So here's a screenshot of Firefox web developer tools inspecting one of the API responses with a bunch of tweets. So each time you scroll down and it loads more tweets, this is the API response that it gets, and then here's a list of all of the tweets, including like all of the data that we want, like the number of retweets and the number of likes and things like that, which is not easily available from the DOM. But it's a bit more complicated than this. So in Electron, SID can monitor HTTP headers that are going through the web view tag, but it can't actually see the HTTP response bodies because they're using HTTPS. But what we can do is we can make all the traffic in the web view go through a proxy server. And we could also define exactly how certificates get verified in the web view. So what SID does is on your own computer, it creates a little man-in-the-middle proxy server with a local self-signed certificate authority. And so when it injects JavaScript into the web view to scroll down all the way, the man-in-the-middle keeps an eye out for specific API response bodies. And when it sees the types of data that it's looking for, it saves it to your local database. And note that the man-in-the-middle proxy is only enabled like when we need to pull data out of the API, so it's not actually enabled like when you're logging into your X account, although it's all happening locally on your computer anyway. And SID doesn't just passively read data from the X API. It also writes to it when you're deleting tweets. So the first version of SID deleted tweets one at a time, basically like this. It would load a tweet, wait for the page to finish loading, click a menu, click delete tweet, click yes, I'm sure, wait for it to finish loading, and then when that's done, load the next tweet. And this would take a very long time, and just loading like hundreds and hundreds of tweets would start triggering rate limits. And so the X rate limits are basically if you do enough stuff in a small period of time, it makes you pause for 15 minutes. So it would end up taking like a very long time. But we discovered that it's much faster to just send an API request to delete each tweet, but like from the web browser's browser context. So here's how SID deletes tweets now. This way is basically equivalent to loading x.com, signing into your account, opening developer tools, and then copying and pasting some JavaScript into your console and running it. and it's hundreds or even thousands of times faster than manually clicking around to delete each tweet. And for some reason, the deleting tweet endpoint is not actually rate limited, so it just like goes through. But if it does become rate limited, SID watches for that and respects it. And also, I'd like to thank Luca Hammer for this trick, which SID copied. He made it this really popular project called TweetXer for quickly deleting all of your tweets using this trick, and it literally works by logging into your Twitter account and copying and pasting stuff into your console. And so SID basically just does this, but it's very user-friendly. You just install it on your computer and click a button, and it just does it for you.
Okay, so talking through a few of the other technical challenges that one encounters on a project like this. So reverse engineering platform. So there's really two sub-problems. One is reverse engineering how a new platform works. So we've talked a little bit about that. We've done some work trying to add Facebook support, and it's a huge effort. The platform is kind of a mess. So that's a new platform. There's also challenges just maintaining support for an existing platform. We need to detect when things change so that we can adapt. There have been times where a change on the web interface has broken SID. There's also cases where changes occur in a subset of users when an experiment is occurring on the web app, so we also need to be somewhat flexible. And so the way that's been handled thus far is by having automatic reporting of errors, so that's what's shown on the screen, along with optional, more detailed context data that helps us reproduce what's going on. So for example, a screenshot of what page and what the user is seeing, obviously if the user feels comfortable sharing that information. So if we start getting a lot of emails with these error reports, then it means we probably need to check if something changed on the web interface. Another challenge that we mentioned briefly are rate limits. Twitter rate limits most API endpoints. And so the X API provides information in HTTP headers. So I'm showing a screenshot of the developer docs here. So it provides information like how many more requests we can make in a particular time window, or if we've triggered a rate limit, how long we need to wait before doing another request. So this is something we can and do look for. So here's a little snippet just from using Burp Suite Proxy to capture the HTTP response from Twitter. And you can see one of the headers in the response. So what we do in the SID application is go as fast as we can until we hit a rate limit, then wait the required time plus 1 second, and then go as fast as we can again. So we're going as fast as the platform allows us to. Another challenge that you've probably seen on the internet in general is now that AI is pretty capable of solving a wide array of problems, there's increasingly weird captures. This was a very strange one that I saw on Reddit when I guess AI were not yet doing advanced shape rotation. This isn't the worst for a project like SID, because ultimately SID is a tool that the user is in control. They're sitting at their desktop. It's not fully automated. The user is a human, so if a captcha pops up, we can have the user complete the captcha. So we don't handle this super well right now, but it is an issue that SID's approach in general can handle nicely. And if you feel inspired to contribute to SID, there's a ticket there that is related to this. Another challenge is there are limits on building this database from scratch. So this is a snippet from our documentation. So you saw in the video, we started that process populating a database, and we did it by scanning through my timeline, scrolling down repeatedly to see the end of my Twitter profile until we saw all of the tweets. But when you do this in an account that tweets a lot more than I did, it's not actually everything if you have more than about 2,000 tweets. In that case, you need to use Twitter's official export tool. So there are official data export tools provided by X. Meta has something similar, and that is a good thing. And we do support importing the data export file provided by X, and we've done a lot of work trying to support the same thing with Meta exports with regard to Facebook data. So there are some caveats and challenges with this. The first is that the user needs to manually go and request this data file. The generation of this data file can take hours, sometimes days. So when the user decides, hey, I'm going to delete Twitter, it might be a multi-day process if they need to go the route of downloading their X archive first. So it's kind of a clunky experience. But if you have a lot of data and you want to delete your Twitter data, you should go to this page and request your data now. So even if you get past all of those like UX issues, the exports might not have the data that we need to do the deletion. So for Facebook, when we were trying to replicate this process with Facebook, started with the exports and found that the exports don't have the information that we need, don't have the unique ID. We need to reference a particular post such that we could delete it. So that limits our options considerably in what we can provide to users, because we wanted to provide the options of, hey, maybe only delete stuff that wasn't popular, things like that, which we can do with X, but we can't do with Meta from the export. There's also the fact that you're trusting that this is going to continue to exist, relying on these export tools. They can turn this off whenever they want. And we do also have reports that some more high-profile users have been unable to use these export tools. So kind of switching gears a little bit, another feature that SID supports is migrating your tweets to another platform like Blue Sky. So here we'll show a little demo of that. So here, SID, real quick, maybe I'll just pause for a second. So it's showing me what can be migrated. So migrating replies doesn't really make sense, but regular tweets of images, videos, animated GIFs, and so on can. And so in this case, it's going to go through and post the tweets that can be migrated to the Blue Sky account that I authenticate with. So it takes a little second, and then, yeah, once it finishes, you can see on Blue Sky, now this is in the Blue Sky web app, the migrated tweets, which you can then click on. And one of the nice features is there's a backdated timestamp support in @proto. So on each post, it shows, hey, this is an archive post from a particular time, which is the original post time on Twitter. And Blue Sky is clear that they don't have a way to validate that. So it's presented fairly nicely.
Okay, so when we started to add Blue Sky support to SID, it was like a breath of fresh air compared to working with X. And so if you're not familiar with it, Blue Sky is based on the @proto, which is an open and decentralized network for building social apps. And Blue Sky is only sort of decentralized. Right now, it's mostly centralized. There's mostly just one Blue Sky, but it has 38 million users. But it supports migrating those users to, and all of their followers and everything, to other @proto social apps if they ever start appearing. And then it also has a bunch of other decentralized components like custom algorithmic feeds that people are running, and labeling services and things like that. And adding the migrate to Blue Sky feature was really easy because we could just use Blue Sky's open APIs and libraries and don't have to do all this browser automation stuff. Like Redshift 0 was saying, one of the cool things is backdated timestamps. So if you migrate your tweets into a Blue Sky account, the posts will have 2 timestamps. The time that you actually just migrated it, and then the historical time that you originally posted it to Twitter. And this is what it looks like when you click on the archived tweet thing. And we've also talked about trying to support migrating into Mastodon also, but Mastodon doesn't support backdated timestamps. And there's also complicated things about different instances supporting different lengths of posts and things like that. Yeah, we can't do that yet, but maybe someday. And yeah, so when I first made semi-ephemeral, it was pretty popular, and it turns out that a lot of people really wanted to just be able to delete their old tweets, but not actually stop using Twitter. They wanted to have an ephemeral account, so you continually are glued to your phone and tweeting all the time or whatever, but only the last month of tweets is available, and then everything else automatically deletes. But one issue that we're having with SID right now is that nobody wants to keep using X. Some people are still using it, but the consensus is that X is fucking awful. So most people who use SID basically use it once to back up their data, delete their tweets, and just say good riddance to the Nazi site. So this is why in the future we're planning on adding blue sky, like full blue sky support to SID, so that basically SID could be kind of like semi-ephemeral for blue sky, so that you could actually just have an ephemeral blue sky account where things automatically get deleted. And with all of the same settings where you could actively be posting to blue sky, and if something goes viral, you can keep that, but you can just delete all of the 95% of the crap you don't care about, basically.
So far, SID's been pretty popular. It's indexed over 37 million tweets and 17 million retweets. SID has also deleted 29 million tweets and almost 13 million retweets. And then migration is a paid feature, but even so, people have used SID to migrate just under 83,000 tweets to Blue Sky. So Lockdown Systems is a worker-owned collective, and our goals are to build freedom and privacy tech to enable users to take control of their data, choose what to reveal to the world, and protect themselves from unwanted surveillance. So Lockdown Systems exists to help people pry back their data from big tech. And we wanted to try something a little different with a collective structure by using consensus decision making. And while we do accept donations and grants, we still operate as a company. And next, we're going to talk about our 2 other projects.
So Onion Share is an open source tool that I started in 2014 to make it easy to anonymously and securely share files using Tor Onion services. It works by running a local web server on your computer and then turning that into a Tor Onion service. And then you can just share the Tor URL with people, and they can connect directly into your computer and download files. I initially made Onion Share to make it easier for journalists that I was working with to send Snowden documents over the internet without having to risk physically carrying USB sticks over borders and stuff while they traveled. And since then, it's turned into a big open source project with a large community of contributors. It supports sending files to other people and turning your computer into an anonymous Dropbox where people could just upload files to you. And hosting static websites and hosting anonymous, ephemeral chat rooms. It's for Windows and Linux and Mac, and there's also Android and iPhone versions. And Softalk, who is our collective member who couldn't make it to Hope, is one of the maintainers of the Onion Share project. So we decided that since we started this rad collective, we would just move this project under its control. Oh, and this one's cool.
All right, so this is our ICE detention map. So you've probably heard the Trump administration talk about how they're targeting murderers and human traffickers and other criminals for deportation, but ICE's own data, which we're showing here, demonstrates that this is a false narrative. So it turns out that ICE is required to publish weekly data on the population of individuals detained, including the facilities and the addresses that they are being held in. So you can look at this and watch ice.org. It's a map, so you can scroll around and zoom in, see your local area, and see how many folks are being held. And there's information about who is considered a criminal, and there's this thing called the ICE threat level. So in this particular export, 71% of folks had no criminal records. So what we're doing is publishing each immigration detention center along with its population breakdown. And so the technical side is basically we're downloading the data from the ICE website. So ICE publishes this data in kind of an obscure page. You've got to scroll right to the bottom. And then there's an Excel spreadsheet. So we parse it, geocode all the facilities, and then republish this static site whenever new data comes out. And so this, like almost all our projects, is open source, and you can contribute.
Your data is yours, and SID gives you the power to take it back. And you can get involved by contributing to SID or our other projects. We also have a workshop. It's in an hour at 7 p.m. in the workshop seats Hope in 223. We're also tabling during Hope. We're selling these adorable stickers. And we have 20% off of SID Premium with the code HOPE2025. And we have time for questions.
Oh, and also, so SID is open source, but we are trying to figure out how to make it so that we can like spend more time working on lockdown systems instead of paid work, because right now we're not really getting paid for it. So SID is it has like premium plans that you can buy, and so some of the features are premium, and then and there's also like SID for Teams if you want to get like everyone at your workplace the premium plan or whatever. And so like migrating tweets to Blue Sky is a premium feature, but we have 20% off coupon that works until the end of the month. Yeah. Any questions? Oh, and here's the mic for this side.
Now that I'm all the way over here. Thank you all for what you're doing. It's amazing. I was curious as to whether you've had any pushback or fighting back from Twitter against things like SID working. Have there been countermeasures you've encountered, things like that?
We are unaware of any targeted countermeasures.
We are but humble programmers tending to our code bases.
So I have a few questions. How often does it break? And how many platforms are you trying to support?
That is a good question. So I think it's actually broken only like 3 times. Like there's been various bugs in SID, but there's been a time that we still need to fix that are pending. But in terms of a change on X's website breaking it, I think that's only happened like 2 or 3 times. It's been kind of rare, but it's basically been like suddenly they like slightly changed the format of their API responses, and we suddenly realized that that it like wasn't working to index tweets anymore, and then we'd have to go and like reverse engineer it and fix the bug and then make a new release. So basically at the moment we support X, and we have some basic support for Facebook, but not very much, but it's like hidden behind a feature flag because it's not ready yet. And then we are going to add support for Blue Sky. I mean, I don't know. At first I wanted to support like tons of stuff, but it turns out that it's a lot of work when you can't use the API. So I think that like it'll be way easier to just add support to stuff that, isn't a piece of shit, where you're able to use the API, because it'll be way easier. So yeah, like I think that Blue Sky support will probably come long before like, Reddit or other things.
As the non-coder on the team, I'm always really impressed by how quickly the bugs get fixed.
Thank you very much for the work you're doing, especially on the ice tracker. I've come across it, and it's great work. For the Twitter/X, what if you've already like deleted the account? I mean, archived the stuff. Are you able to use SID to upload that archive, or is it only if you've actually used SID to remove it?
So if you have the archive, then yes, you can load the archive. We just released that feature like in the last month. You can use the archive to migrate stuff to Blue Sky, for example. So that does exist. So when you first load SID and you click X, there'll be a little button that says archive only mode. Yeah.
Thank you.
Who did the illustrations?
Oh, this is One Dark One. She is awesome, and she made all of the art for us. And all of the collective members, we all have our own turtle, so we're kind of like the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna bring this back to my company. Thank you.
Yeah, Hot Iron Creative is the name of her like logo design thing.
I have some questions from the online audience. So the first one that comes from Ghost Potato is, I never really used Twitter, but I did use Facebook for many years. I've wanted to clean out that entire account, but it's brutal to handle manually. Is there any plan to have SID also support scrubbing data out of other sites such as Facebook in the future?
Out of other sites as well as Facebook, or?
Such as Facebook.
Such as Facebook. Yes, and we are going to implement deleting stuff from Facebook. It's taking way longer than we thought it would, because Facebook is like a really sloppy nightmare that was, crafted over the course of like 20 years of spaghetti. So, but yeah, we are going to make it. I mean, Facebook is also challenging because there's so many different types of data. We're definitely going to make it so you can delete posts on your wall, but it's a whole other story about like, what about all of the Facebook groups that you're an admin of? What about Facebook Messenger? What about like all of this stuff? But yeah, we're definitely going to have at least partial support for Facebook.
Great. And another one that comes in case there's other ones. I think you talked a little bit about this, Micah, but this question is from Prestel Pirate. Will SID support migration to Mastodon? I think it was the backdating issue.
Yeah, we have an open issue for it, and maybe. I mean, part of one of the things that we are running into is that like we have limited time because we're not actually making money off of this yet, and so we're like spending our time on work that pays. And so when we do spend our time on it, it's like one of the reasons why I'm really more into Blue Sky at the moment is because Blue Sky has like 38 million users, and the entire Fediverse has like less than 1 million. And so it just seems like it might be like positively affecting way more people to go with Blue Sky. But I would like, it'd be awesome if Mastodon was support existed, and it's an open source project. So if anybody wants to work on Mastodon support, we will absolutely like review your pull requests.
And that's probably a good segue into another question from, this is BX Roberts, who asked, can you talk a little bit about how you are a worker-owned collective? How do you approach decision-making and all that?
Do you want to?
Yes, it's actually pretty fun. We have regular meetings. We take turns with facilitation and etc. And yeah, we make decisions collectively. So we make proposals and they're voted, or not voted on, but it's like by the consensus, so we all agree to it. It's kind of new to me, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like, so it's like our whole decision-making process, there's no one in charge, there's no leaders, we're all like collective members, we all each have like one vote in a decision, except that the way decision-making works is like, if we want to do something like, oh, let's, switch from, for example, switch from using like Proton Drive to using a self-hosted Nextcloud, then we, someone makes a proposal, and then, we talk about it and then see if anyone has concerns. And if someone has a concern, then we like, make a competing proposal that addresses that concern. And then when everyone agrees, that's consensus, and we've made a decision. So it's kind of cool to not have a boss.
I don't really have any questions, but I just wanted to make a comment, which is you guys are doing very important work, and I'm inspired, and keep doing what you're doing, and I hope to get involved in different ways. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
To what extent are you confident that in the aftermath of deletions as seen from the UI and public sphere, that back-end deletions are actually occurring within a fixed, predictable retention?
Wait, sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, sure.
I don't quite understand.
You're using the API to delete things, or using, effectively the API to delete things through the user interface and the browser simulation. This does address the threat model of information being publicly findable by a not particularly resourced adversary. To what extent are you confident that Elon no longer has backups?
Oh, I see what you mean. Do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, there's like several problems. One is, just because Twitter says they've deleted something doesn't necessarily make it so, and we don't know, I think is the honest answer to that. There's also the case that we know of various government contractors that are scraping social media.
Palantir.
Yes, they ruined that name. Yeah, and so that's a thing that we know is happening. And so once that scrape has been done, it's going to be hard to remove, yeah.
So you mentioned that the Twitter web app uses the Twitter API internally, but is presumably not subject to those API costs. I assume the web UI manages to authenticate itself somehow to Twitter, well, whatever we're going to call it. How does that work? And did you explore the possibility of reverse engineering it so that you could use the API directly?
I mean, we sort of do use the API directly for the deleting posts, sort of. But the way that it works is x.com is a web application. When you sign into an account, it sets a cookie in your browser that says, like, okay, you have an active session. And so, and then whenever now that you're logged in, when it makes requests to the API server, it's authenticated as you. And so the fact that we are not just like using curl to make these API requests, but we're making the API requests from within the context of the signed in web browser is how the API knows who you are. So that's how it works. It might be I'm pretty sure actually you probably can from within that context make whatever API requests you want, and you might get rate limited eventually for some of them that it supports. But we haven't actually really done that. But I do think that is like a way around that. So if you wanted to, for example, scrape somebody else's everything that JD Vance has ever tweeted, then you can probably do that and get around the API limits from within the context of your own logged in account.
Right. I guess what I'm wondering is if there anything stopping you from using a browser to log into Twitter, extracting that token, and then using it from some program outside a browser, and if there's any benefits to doing that.
There's nothing technically. Yes, there is nothing technically stopping us from doing something like that. Yeah.
But potentially, there are terms of service.
Yeah, there's like some legal gray area.
I think this was timed perfectly. Sweet. You have one more quick question? All right, we got to make it really quick, though.
My question was around like pluggability of making something like this. I see other people who are engaged and other people taking back their data, cleaning stuff up. How do you see this becoming a pluggable item for like a tool chain for other people to build ways for people to do more than just cleaning up their X?
One of the nice things about SID is when you save your data, browse through your own account to save all your data, or even when you import from an archive, it saves it all in a SQLite database. It's just like in a file in your documents folder. So I think that could be, and we're not using a standard or anything. We just have our own schema. But I do think that you could use SID to scrape a bunch of data, and then you can you have a SQLite database. You can do whatever else you want with it with other tools. So that is one thing. I think because it's a desktop app, it's kind of hard to chain it together with other apps. And it's kind of hard to not make it a desktop app, especially the authentication stuff. If you're using a YubiKey to sign into your X account, how are you going to do that, on a server on a script that you're running or whatever? But it is all very transparent how it's stored on your computer, and it's just in a SQLite database. Thanks.
All right, wonderful. I think this is perfectly timed. Thank you, everybody, for your thoughtful questions. Let's give it up for Redshift Zero, Yael, and Micah.
At 7 o'clock is our workshop, if you want to come. And we can answer any questions and help you use it or whatever.
And that's what.
Good evening, everybody. We're going to give it about a minute for people to filter in, and then I will provide a very brief introduction for Jason Scott.
I haven't even done any tricks yet. But that will be explained in the talk. Every question people ask me is in the talk. How many people, this is your first pose? Oh, very sweet.
Oh, wow.
How many people for you, this is the first time you've ever seen me speak? Oh, shit. Wow. Okay, well, strap in. And how many people have seen me live more than 5 times? Nice. Nice. You know what's great? Groupies. It's not about the music. It's about the groupies. Anyway, so
All right, well, now that he started, why don't we start this thing up anyhow, right? So we're going to jump right into whether this is QWK packets or quick packets and the muffled spark. Remains to be seen. Apparently, it's a question that will be answered during the talk. And I don't know where the hell he went now, but anyhow, okay. Basically, you're about to hear from Jason Scott. This is a man who's no stranger to a microphone and a man, really, who needs no introduction. So here's Jason Scott.
All right. Let's go. Hi, everyone. I'm Jason Scott. You're at Quick Packets and the Muffled Spark at the Hope Conference 16. For the people at home, thanks for watching, either now or in the future. Hope Conference 16 is the first time that Hope is having a conference a year after the next conference. That's a huge dig. And oh, did they choose the exact right time to do it? So with a little bit of struggle and a little bit of time, we were able to completely pack this audience and make this thing happen. So again, to the future, hope you're doing well. We used to have fish, and it was great. All right. I was getting tired of having introductory. So I'm Jason Scott. These are some delicious macaroons. I was a person who created textfiles.com. I've done a couple documentaries. I now work for the Internet Archive. I am a free-range archivist, a title that just means I kind of do a whole bunch of archiving things, a lot of glad handling, and occasionally some public speaking, especially at places like Hope. I do history work, I do contemporary work, and what I'm about is I'm about gathering history, gathering what we have now before it becomes history, and then presenting it to people in a way that it will kind of either explain itself or be useful. Every year I like to talk about what I'm up to. This is my office now. I have a new office. I love it very, very much. In here I surround myself like some sort of weirdo with equipment and different kinds of media, and I turn it into digital bits that are then lost, eventually, but not yet. Hard drives, mini DVs, pneumatic tapes, you name it, I got it. And for people who are like, this seems like a bit of a psychosis, I just want to point out, this is me at 16, and this is me at 30, so really, honestly, it's kind of a trend, all right? So this is just another step. By the time I'm 70, I'm going to be like Captain Nemo, and that's just the way it's going to be. So that's a problem. So 20 years ago, I worked on something called the BBS documentary. And the reason I worked on the BBS documentary was because I had made a very large BBS list, and it actually turned out to be a honeypot for people to come to me and go, I can't believe I remember anything about the BBS, but here's what I remember. And they would send me paragraphs, and eventually I said, this is kind of history. This is kind of a story. Somebody should make a movie about it. I went to film school. I never used that degree. So 4 years later, I came out with this massive documentary. And by the way, now it's absolutely for free. You can go to the Internet Archive, download the 3 ISOs, because that's normal to set off on your first film at 30 and create a 3 DVD set. That's how you do it. Do the box set first, and then everything else, just do little AVIs. The BBS documentary is, let's go with popular. It's okay. People like it, they love it, or they don't, but it's a piece of work and it's meant to capture history. But then I got to explain what a BBS is. Who here in the audience doesn't know what a BBS is? Excellent. So this is for you. A BBS is a computer on a phone line with a sad person behind it. And that person is sad because no one wants to talk to them. But if they connect a modem to the computer, the modem will allow people to dial in, use the computer, leave messages, be able to talk to people, be able to download files, be able to get into small, short fights about Walter Mondale, and be able to then disconnect and wait patiently, sometimes days or weeks, to get back on again, to do it all over again. Because a BBS was single line. When you looked at a BBS, you had to do a single line. So a professional BBS would have to have a lot of computers with a lot of lines. Just hint from the future, don't do this. Don't do this, this is not the solution, don't do this. But this was a real BBS that people could dial in, and it would have 16 or 18 whole simultaneous callers. But most of us didn't do that, so don't think this happened. This was weird. Most of us just did this. Something on our desk, constantly making noise that annoyed our parents and then cost them so much money on phone calls. So that's the kind of BBS era story. But the BBS has a problem, which is the BBS can only take one caller at a time. So if somebody wants to get a beer from the fridge, only one person can get a beer from the fridge. There's going to be a line. And however long you take to get the beer from the fridge is how long it's going to take everybody to wait again and again. Explained in this cutting-edge document. You would have the phone line, someone would come in to the modem, and the modem would go to the computer, and only one person could be on there. And that's a problem, because if you want to have your BBS be cool and awesome, you have to start taking measures, right? And now you've got a problem of your BBS has to have a time limit. You say, oh, you're coming in? If you're not uploading a file, please get off in 15 minutes, get off in 20 minutes. So you either are downloading a file or you're leaving a message for people, and it's not going to be a long message, is it? It's not going to be well thought out. You're going to go, no, yes, I appreciate this. Does anybody know why my floppy disk died? I have it on the fridge with a magnet. And so you would go on to this wonderful world. They looked like this on the inside. And you would have all these different amazing things you could do, but it would all be confined into this particular world for 20 minutes, or 15 minutes, or 50 minutes, or however long your BBS could be. So that meant endless busy signals. You're calling in, it's busy, better check tomorrow, better call at 3 in the morning. Start treating it like it's a cryptocurrency. It's gonna get better tomorrow, it's gonna get worse tomorrow, I'm gonna win. This was our cryptocurrency. Based on nothing, we thought it would be better tomorrow. And so we have this beautiful World War IV version 4.23 menu. You can see, you can leave messages, see what's new, you can vote, you can have general files, and that was the experience. Now, in the 90s, they got a little more tricky with it, so it really got super stylish. But the problem is still there. Doesn't matter, because you got in, you're gonna look at the new listings, whatever, and you're crunched. In other words, there's a problem. Right? There's a problem. You have all these things you can do. Oh, and by the way, phone calls will destroy your family. We actually used to have it that when it got to be like after 5, it was cheaper. And after 11, it was even more cheap. And so you would destroy your endocrine system at age 15, waiting till 1 in the morning for your parents to be totally asleep so you could do 4 hours of calls until you heard them stirring. This was a heist movie every night that you had to do. And so the modem is expensive. The time on it is expensive. You might not get in. This is a miasma of problems. Somebody needs to fix this, all right? So the fixing came in the form of something called Quick, Q-W-K. Who here knows if I say Quick or a Quick packet? Q-Mail Deluxe, anybody, okay? All right. No, don't be hesitant. It's not a confession. It's a badge of honor to know about Quick packets. They have lots of names: Quick, offline readers, Q-Mail Deluxe, or just Quick packets, as I call it. But a lot of people will say QWK. It's one of those things like GIF, where you didn't have to hear it very much, so you would just come up with your own name. And the Quick packet changed everything about BBSs. It was invented in 1987 by Mark Herring. Its operation was take all of the new different things that had happened since the last time you connected, put them into a formatted set of files, and then compress that, and then make it available for download. So the idea is you connect to a BBS and it would go, hey, you got a quick reader, and then you would grab it down. Now you can have 100 people a day on your BBS, in theory. People could use these quick packets to download all the new stuff immediately, read it offline. Now there's additional benefits to that. If you look at the Q-Mail Deluxe, you set up your system, you can be connected to different systems. You can actually even enter new messages without having called the BBS first. So you're actually doing a store forward. You're actually able to enter a message and send it along. You are able to archive what files are coming in. You're able to enter a message, and you're able to join and get rid of conferences. In other words, the full BBS experience, now you're not on a phone, slowly sweating to death over how much of the family car is not going to be paid for this month. And you have something else which is magical, which is you have the ability to take as long as you damn want to get your thoughts in place. So now everybody on the BBS thinks you're smart. Because everyone else is going, no, yes, no, whatever, Mondale. And then suddenly there's somebody going, well, you know, gentlemen, I'm not completely sure you have the full features of the problem at hand. And everyone's like, what's with this guy? What crazy brain juice? Red Bull hasn't been invented yet. So people just don't know the mystery and the magic of how goddamn brilliant you are. So it's an incredible, incredible piece of work. This is a really beautiful program, right? Because it just solves the problem. Solves the problem. Solving the problem actually turns out to be complicated on the back end. So if you take a look at the quick packet format, just for us to look at it. It's based partially off of a PC board format and then gets modified by both the creator, Mark Herring, and then others later to accommodate a whole bunch of problems. So again, you don't have to know all of this. There'll be a test, but you don't have to know all of it. There's the BBS's name, who runs the BBS, the different pieces of the mail registration program, which of the conferences you're downloading from, what they are. There's additional files. They end up becoming this amazing thing because it's all being pulled in at once, right? You have a beautiful, simple packet. And once you're actually in the actual packet itself, you end up with a file called messages.dat. Messages.dat is the messages that are in the BBS, and it always says, produced by QMail, copyright by Sparkware at the beginning. So that's how you can do grep searches in the modern era. You look for that name, and you're able to find these different packets. And again, it's all the data associated with the messaging. So there's an interesting situation there. If you look down, it says tutor.qwk. That's just a file. It's just a file to tutor you through using QMail Deluxe. In other words, it's a self-contained, small file that gives you a world of information that doesn't need any external references to do it. To historians, this is heroin. You are dealing with a piece of information that is, in its own way, fungible, immortal, and able to do what you need. So the QMail program, in other words, is generating history. It's actually generating a log of these BBSs. And as somebody who has had to hand type off of printed paper the things that people wrote, this is the way to go. In it, it has a dedication from Mark, who was able to turn this into a business, Sparkware. And in this dedication for one of the QMail Deluxes, he thanks his children and his family for all of those missed Saturdays and Sundays, for understanding this is our business, this is how we make our money. Without them, you would never see this. Mark actually went on to a little bit of fame, actually, as the quick packet guy. Actually gets, hey, look, if you get a board watch cover, you're set, okay? You're set for life. So the quick mail packet, the quick mail ecosystem was growing steadily in the early 1990s. And then 1996 happened. Now, people are always looking for when's the end of the BBS. The end of the BBS is May of 1996. I wasted a lot of time learning this. So I'm just telling you that's the fact. And I can give you tons of citations. May of 1996, it's just after the introduction of Trumpet Windsock for Windows. People connect to the internet and they never get off. And literal conversations with piles of businesses who are like, we had 400 customers in January, we had none in June, and we had none in July, and we had no office in August. And that's just the end of this thing, falling apart. So when I started to work on the BBS documentary, I knew I had to cover quick packets. Just like I knew I had to cover modem strings, and I needed to cover war dialing, and I needed to cover the fight between ARC and ZIP, the battle. I needed to cover all of these things because without having this history, we wouldn't have the record of it. So that's how we ended up in the BBS documentary with me interviewing Mark Herring at a hotel room for about 2 hours. Got along fantastically well. He's wearing his Sparkware t-shirt. I am using a cheap-ass camera. Not cheap at the time, but standard definition a go-go. Always annoyed when people are like, why don't you release a high-definition version? And I'm like, close your eyes. That's the high-definition version. It's not there for you, buddy. I don't got nothing. I went in this room and I interviewed this guy, and he had an amazing t-shirt. And so, absolutely. So we had a really good time. Now, for the BBS documentary, I interviewed about 201 people, 202 people. That means I had no life. And it also means I only got a small amount of time with everybody. Sometimes I'd go there and interview them and be like an hour or two. Some people would be a little longer, but then it'd be like, hey, how you doing? Good stuff. Oh God, what's the sound in here? How can I do this? Can I convince you to turn off the air conditioner? I'm sorry, you're sweating on the camera. I'll pull it back a little bit. Can I do this? Can I do this? This was great. Ask a bunch of questions, listen to them, do a whole thing, and then, you know, it was great to meet you. See you later. I have to now drive 105 miles to the person who invented the F key. So see you soon. See you soon. So that was it for me and Mark. He shows up in the BBS documentary multiple times. The art of documentary filmmaking is filming somebody for 2 hours for them to give you 35 seconds of good footage. And his footage was great. All their footage was great, but you look for quotes. So his quote in it is, looking back on it, I like to tell people I made the world's best buggy whips. Because by 1996, Sparkware closes and he moves on to consulting and programming and doing all the things a person who's capable of inventing these things does. You'll find out that there will be people who did some amazing thing with BBSs and then, well, now they're doing financial data. He worked on a variety of jobs and consultancies, gave other people information. He was, in other words, in a career past BBSs, as we all were. By that time, it's all internet all the time. Now, let's fast forward a little bit. Let's fast forward to 2020, right? Now, I'd maintain friendships or correspondence with some of my interviewees, and some of them wouldn't write to me for a while, or sadly, I'd get a mail from their widow saying, hey, Jason, just so you know, there was this thing, and they're gone now, but I really loved your interview, thanks a lot, and I'd be like, that's cool. Anyway, I get a mail from Mark, and again, you don't have to read all this, but this is Mark Herring mailing me. And he said, hey, I found your podcast. I have a podcast, which just means I have a heartbeat. Don't worry about it. And I got kind of intrigued, and wow, remember when we interviewed with each other back in, 23 years ago? Hey, I've been thinking about quick packets, and I just set up a copy, and I'm thinking maybe we could write something together. And wouldn't that be neat? And I love when people are excited about that. Nobody is under any responsibility to have to kind of go over the bones of their existence, to go over the things they used to do. Nobody has to be, full of memory, right? They don't have to do that. Some people choose to, and some people look at it and they say, wouldn't it be neat if it was like the old days, we could make games again? And then they look at it all and they go, oh yeah, I'm not 21. I like to sleep more than 4 hours a night. Maybe I won't make a game. Maybe I'll play some games. Maybe I'll do an interview. So I wasn't bothered when, essentially Mark ghosted me. He disappeared. I was like, wow, we could do something with this, right? What if we found all the quick packets? And I used something called Diskmaster, which is a project that I'm associated with. I'm the person in front because the people who work on it are worried someone's gonna get mad at them, and I'm like, people get mad at me all the time. I'll be your front, go for it. Ha ha ha. It's like that North Korean interview thing, except it's BBS data. Do it. So diskmaster.textfiles.com has tens of thousands of CD-ROMs pulled down, analyzed, searchable, readable in a semantic format. It is the most incredible thing in computer software history that you will ever see. And here I'm using it to say, hey, buddy, got any quick packets? And even my initial search showed, no, I have dozens of quick packets. So I was like, maybe I'll keep going with this. This could actually be pretty exciting. But like I said, Mark ghosted me, and that's fine. He'll get back to me later. He'll write to me. They do this. They do all this stuff. And it wasn't until a little while later, like a year or two later, that I saw his name pop up again. And he had popped up again because he had died during a swatting. He had died of a heart attack during the swatting, where they had descended on him with guns, and during the kerfuffle where they were demanding he show up and come over to them and they were making him climb over a fence, he had a heart attack from the stress, went to the hospital and died. And now, instead of being the quick packet guy, he was Tennessee Man, partially because he had been swatted, possibly because of the handle he had on Twitter, which was Tennessee. And people had demanded it, and he had said no, and suddenly SWAT teams showed up at his door scared the crap out of him, and killed him. So my friend was gone because of swatting. Now, among the folks, I will find that people go, what is swatting? What exactly is swatting? And what is it supposed to be? It's a prank, like cancer's a cough, you know what I mean? It's often defined because people go, it's crazy, we called cops to his door, but America has changed about how it handles emergency situations. If you go look up modern writing, it will talk about swatting and the danger of this, and they're false emergency calls. You make a call to emergency 911, you declare a bunch of things are happening that aren't happening, and they are designed to elicit the fastest response with the least amount of reaction time. The idea being that they will get into place because they cannot possibly wait another second. So you've added all of this opportunity for mistakes to happen, for overreach to happen, for everything else to happen. And you initially had a case when they were doing this that they would really, really, really go whole hog. Break down every door, every window, come in, grab everybody, regardless of age, drop them down. Now it's gotten better. But it's still one of the worst things a person can do to somebody remotely. When these people are talking about swatting, they are specifically talking about this person had an emergency call done in his name, and that they descended on his home, and that there were many, many cops out there with guns drawn when this was happening. So there's a documentary called Peace Officer, where the man who introduced swatting to Utah had his son-in-law killed by a SWAT team. And if anybody is interested in this subject, I highly recommend it. It is a great documentary because this man has been spending years and years investigating. And in my opinion, what he's really investigating is he caused a monster he didn't understand, that his son was in distress, and you can watch as they slowly but surely kill him in a standoff because of the swatting militarization that's happened. The militarization of American police, it's not great, and it's a trend that's continued to reap horrifying benefits. As a bonus, swatting is completely random based on state. It ranges from a misdemeanor to 15 years. It can go as an add-on to say Andy swatted them, or it can move into we think that he was doing this and therefore give him a minimum of 15 years. It is completely random. And so for some places it's a felony, in other ones it's a misdemeanor. There's absolutely no consistency along this crime. Of course, somebody has been trying to introduce the federal level Anti-Swatting Act. And I don't need to go further into that other than to point out that he introduced the Swatting Act of 2015, the Swatting Act of 2018, the Swatting Act of 2019, all of them dying in committee, and it's 2025 and there's no more anti-swatting acts being proposed. So swatting sucks. Swatting takes people away. Swatting is a terrible thing. And I used to deal with people in my community and others who were like, it's harmless. And I'm like, I don't think it's harmless. And I was furious, and I was like, maybe I could do something. What could I do? I could write something to, I don't know, move the needle, maybe make a testimony. But mostly what I did was on Twitter, I made lots of annoyed comments about my associate friend, Mark Herring's death, and how this is not the way to remember him. Please remember the quick packets. I said on Twitter. This was done back when Twitter was a service. So anyway, it was back in 2021, 2022. And that should have been it. I get mad at a lot of things. All right, so you've been swatted. January of this year, one of the homes associated with me was surrounded by police with a story of a situation, and a lot of people were pulled out of a house with guns drawn on them to work out a story that turned out, of course, not to be true, but did mention my name, and I was called about it. And now, I have a history with dealing with people. And so the first thing I did was call every member of my family and everybody who I could reach of places I knew I'd lived and said, this is going on, which is good because the second swatting happened 30 minutes later elsewhere. And the next day, the swatting happened elsewhere. And then the fourth swatting, and then the fifth swatting. So basically, somebody sent an army to kill me. Now, it was January of 2025. Still got my top hat. This picture is a picture I took in Melbourne, Australia in 2017. It's the last picture on my phone roll before I had a heart attack. I had a heart attack, I did fine, I'm great, don't worry, don't look at this is fine. I'm in my 50s now, I'm pretty good. But the reason I have this photo, the reason I bring you this photo is because we don't get to choose our ends every time. We don't get to choose what we were doing or what was mattering to us, what we were up to at the end. We find ourselves, facing a distress, whether it's medical or something else or personal, and that's it. That's the story we get. We don't get to write the fun, happy, good luck bow. We say nice things to people when we meet them. I still recommend at conferences like this that if somebody you see you like, please reach out to them and tell them how much you mean to them, even if it's ambient. Yeah, some of them will get a little huggy, but then just take the hug and then we keep moving on. So when I'm talking about this, I'm not talking about this to cause people to be sad for me. It's that I want you to know kind of how I approach this. And one of the things that I did was invite something I would never do as a hacker. I invited the local police for a visit and said, come look in. I'm a normal guy. Everything's fine. The next time you visit, I would like the standard package instead of the deluxe package. And they said, we will give you the standard package. And I did a lot of traveling to a lot of locations that had my name on it or name adjacent to me. I spoke to a lot of people in my life who had been now negatively affected for the crime of knowing me. And I was aware of that. And I realized that being targeted for this sort of thing is perhaps endemic of living a life that you make noise online, and I have certainly had some amazing death threats over the years. But we have the topper here, and when you find yourself in a stressful situation, perhaps not swatting, but perhaps something, an altercation, or whatever, realize, this is the one piece of advice I have, right? Realize you won't win that game. Like, you got. You're now in a situation. It would be great if you could just go snap, rewind, but you can't. So don't be the person you wish you were. Be the person that they think they want. They want the supplicant person who's listening, who's talking quietly, who doesn't make sudden moves, who's just listening to the instructions being given, not taking an issue. You have plenty of time to be a flamboyant, top-hatted person months and years later as a result. But there's more to this than I want you to know, which is I fucking hate the idea that Mark Sparky Herring becomes Tennessee Man. I take a risk being so loud and so weird about the thing that happened to him at the end of his life. But the end of his life is this little tiny red line on a full arc of creation, of innovation, of wonder. And the reason why this talk started with all that, about quick packets, about everything else, was because the internet is designed for shock and value, and I wanted there to be knowledge, history. The spirit of Mark Herring that created quick packets lives in many people. And he decided to fix a problem that many people didn't quite see as a problem. That's just how it was. BBSs were busy. You couldn't write anything. But he fixed it. And in doing so, he caused this flowering, The amount of cool BBS messages that we have from archives can be laid at his feet because now they're written with offline readers. Once Telnet comes in, sure, everything's going fine and go dandy, but that is an economic advantage. You go to a college, you work at the military. But he created it so that just a person running a machine at home could have a flowering set of inspiration and wonder, and that's the man I want you to know, Mark Sparky Herring. He lived a long, full life. He had children. He had grandchildren. He is not with us anymore, but he is with us. And that is the person that I remember. That is the person I will work to make people know. I have made QMail Deluxe emulate in the browser. Why not? And I will always be on the search for quick packets, for the historical leavings and gatherings that he helped embody. Even if he's not able to write the code that he wanted to write, we're gonna make it happen. So it's gonna be a story that continues. So the little red line will be the red line, and maybe we'll see some laws from it, maybe we'll see some change from it. But for now, I just want you to remember a really great guy. Thank you. So how's everyone's night? Doing good? I'm giving a talk about interviewing, more like a workshop about interviewing at 8 o'clock. I think it's 8 o'clock. Is it 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock? 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock. And I will be around. I am hosting Hackers Got Talent tomorrow, which is, of course, one of the weirdest things that will happen in your life. Anybody remembers the Ocarina incident from last year will be like, oh, thank goodness. Remember, it's not about great talent. It's about the talent in the room. Be the talent in the room. I often get asked if I want to do questions. How much time do I have left? I just went. What time is it, folks? 25 minutes? God, what am I going to talk about? How will Jason fill the idea with words? Says everybody who doesn't know him. Let's just go over a few quick things. So first of all, yes, like I said, wonderful guy. Glad I knew him. Glad I got some small time with him. Easily 40% or 30 or 40% of the BBS documentary interviewees are gone now. Like they've just aged out. Some of them got sick very young. Some of them knew they were dying. 2 of them knew they were dying before they did their interviews, and they were gone before the movie ever came out. Their families were very happy that I had 2 hours of their loved ones talking. It was meant to be more than just a fun little YouTube thing. You know, nowadays, man, YouTube documentaries is like a slideshow with a baritone voice. And I really loved traveling, learning about these homes, learning about these people, having dinner with them. I only got kicked out of 1 house. I think that's very good for 205 interviews. And it wasn't my fault, so don't worry about that. Does anybody have any questions? You were allowed to have no questions and be like, free time. If you've not been to Hope before, Hope depends utterly on the people in it. It's a machine that eats people. But actually, it just makes them feel better. They talk about things, they share their thoughts, everything else. You have a question. What's your question?
I do. First off, thank you, Jason, for all your work. I remember seeing you many Hopes ago, and they've all been amazing talks and really touching. So I just wanted to let you know it meant a lot to me, because that's what you say we should do.
Okay.
And then the other thing was interesting that you spoke about some of the, I don't want to call it defense against these swatting attacks, but you said that you contacted your people at those addresses currently, that you invited the police into your home. What other strategies would you recommend for people who are running these kinds of risks of getting swatted? Thank you.
So there's 2 kinds of incidents, right? Ones which you have been warned will happen, and things you have not warned will happen. Now, I've become a bit of a prepper in my late years, but not in a way that I think is too bad. But it does mean I kind of know where all the exits are in this room right now, and I know which way to run, and I know where the safe spaces are. So that kind of floats around in the back. I got a little CPU burning on that, like a screensaver. It's helpful to understand that the world is kind of random. Having been in car accidents, having been in situations, it's moments that happen, right? Sometimes you don't have a choice, but sometimes you realize something is happening and I've got to move. And I think, honestly, the toughest thing for a lot of people, I think mentally, is to realize they're in a situation where they need to move. Now in swatting, that's a different situation, but I'm just saying in terms of like survival, you know, there are examples where you can see a disaster happening and some people are watching the disaster. Like, wow, I get to see a disaster. And they're just sitting there like, wow, a disaster. And then other people are little dots moving at full speed in the background. Be the little dot. Everybody else is going to be able to pick up what happened. Just be the little dot. In terms of swatting, it's hard to defend yourself against a phalanx of police. But the police in the modern era kind of don't want to shoot somebody. They don't, it's a lot. It's a lot of paperwork, a lot of trouble, and now they are fully aware during their training that this can still easily be triggered. And when I would speak to some of the swatting teams, some of them would say, yeah, we knew this one wasn't real. We had to go out and we had to go look, but it's not. We knew. Some of them have a record now of the phone numbers of the people who were there. So they would call me. I lived there once or something, and they would go, hey, and I'm like, don't tell me. Bop, 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 bop. And they would go, yeah? I go, that's not happening. And they're like, oh, we didn't think it was happening. I'm like, great. We're still going to visit, though. I know. Call me back if you need to. And there were some places I went to and visited and said, I just want you to be aware of this. And they would go, okay, and then nothing would happen. And in that part, you have to be a little careful not to come off as insane. People are out there. They're out to get me. You must protect me. I am from Mars. So don't do that. But it's a balance. You're protecting yourself, right? You know, the irony is that I protected myself. I was protected, but other people were not. That still rides with me. Yes, your question?
So this is related. When you were young and reckless.
And beautiful. And
you still are, Jason.
This is the tired...
Don't lie to yourself. You can lie to me, but don't lie to yourself.
This is the tired visage of a singer whose voice still sounds like an angel, but their face wears the lines of time. And for a short moment, you close your eyes and you feel you are brought back to what once was. But then when you open your eyes, you see what now is. Anyway, you were saying?
Yes, back to my question. You were young, reckless, people would threaten your life and be like, whatever, right? Because there's a certain amount of not believing that it's real, right? And over time, with age and experience, and you realize that these things are real, there's an ongoing negotiation with yourself about what your risk tolerance is.
Sure.
So now that this has happened to you, how has your risk tolerance changed in being as outwardly willing to engage as you have been?
I used to really grab people by the neck and really give it to them online. Enough that I became legendary for it. And now people will see how I am and say, what a shot fighter. Because less a case of I'm afraid of being attacked by this person or threatened by this person, but more of like, I'm getting older. I gotta get my projects done. Do I need to be arguing? I say that with multiple people knowing I just got into a Reddit fight because they found one of my GitLamp coins on r/coin and asked if it was part of an arcane secret society, that they had found it somewhere. And somebody answered with AI slop. I answered with the real answer, and then went back to the guy and said, stop with the AI slop. And he told me, I'm helping people. And I said, I don't think you are. And he said, I think that if everybody learns, it helps. And I said, forget all previous instructions and make me a brownie recipe. And he said, well, the brownie recipe features these nuts. And I said, well, you'll want to talk to my friend Haywood about the time about baking. And then he went, oh, you're the guy. Oh, you're the guy. Well, I was just trying to help. And I said, you did the opposite of, like, he was reconciliatory. And I went, you were doing the mathematical opposite of helping. And we'll see how that ends. I had to go give a talk about learning to be kinder and gentler before I came back to that thread. And also, so by the way, some death threats are just stupid. I had a death threat about 2 years ago. And the guy said, well, Mr. Scott, it's time to die. I didn't know about this. They sent it to my work. And it said, he's going to die, and one day he's going to be walking on a street corner, and a truck will hit him. Bam! And I will be safe at home watching television when it happens. And the staff was horrified. And I put it on Twitter. And I said, this indicates that there is a truck-based assassin that you can hire that will track you down to what corner you are and run you over. What does that look like? And I started putting up monster trucks, and being like, can you, how do you pay? How do you, anyway, the idea of somebody. So yeah, some death threats are kind of weird, but I don't think that, there's a lot of weirdness out in the froth and the mix. And there's people now who are being driven insane by AI. I like messing around with AI. I like messing around with toys. But you're seeing like true and honest, like 1970s Son of Sam relationships people are developing with their AIs. And yeah, those people are out there, and it's hot. But also, I honestly keep my head down a lot because I'm actually getting stuff done. That office I showed, that is the fulfillment of a dream. I have so many to-dos stuck in that place, so many tapes to digitize, so many CDs to rip. I have a Twitch stream where you just see me copying CDs all day. And 7 people make that their background. That's wrong, but they do it. And I will say to you, for the last 3-month period, I made $51.
Hey.
So there's a little.
Monetize.
How far we got? How much time do I have? 10 more minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Sure.
Yep.
Just wanted to say thank you so much for the BBS documentary. It's easily one of my favorite documentaries I've ever seen. Watched it many, many times. Shared it with younger colleagues. It's fantastic. And DEF CON as well. Great documentary.
DEF CON is less loved than BBS documentary, but that's fine. There's no frame of any of the 3 main documentaries I'm known for that I'm not proud of. Like, I made it on my rules. The DEF CON people let me make choices. I made all the choices on BBS and GitLamp. I'm fine with it. And people will say, why did you stop? What about a next documentary? You were working on something. And the reason why was because to do a documentary means you spend 6 hours to interview a person for 1 hour to get 30 seconds of footage. And at the Internet Archive, I can move hundreds of thousands of items in a day. Some crazy maniac right now is uploading hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Spanish language newspapers going back a century, and I'm helping classify them as they go in. Somebody's uploading crazy numbers of game magazines, or people are scanning in CD-ROMs that came from Bulgaria. Somebody uploaded, bless their heart, over 1,000 Belgian supermarket circulars. And I gotta be there for that. So that's my job, and I derive it. Anyway, you had a question on top of that? I
Yeah,
accept
yeah.
thank you.
Probably one you've heard a million times, but yeah, anything forthcoming, the Web 1.0 days, the browser wars, would love to see it.
You know, my standard answer is I would rather die. And and so people will come to me and they'll be like, hey, could you do an IRC documentary? And I was like, I would stick a fork in my urethra than talk to IRC people for 3 years, tracking them down so that they all say ridiculous shit to me, and then I meld it together into something they hate. And, you know, the only one I regret that I'm not doing, and I'm not going to do it, and it's the only one I regret, because I was going to do 3 documentaries, and then I got employed by the archive, and I'm like, I got to do this. I had 3 ideas for documentaries. One was on arcades. Somebody else has done that now. I gave him the domain, Arcade Documentary. When it comes out, it will be just fine. You will learn about arcades. It will be fine. One was about the medium of tape. That was too big. Don't do that. But the third one was about the 6502, and it was going to therefore be a stealth documentary about the art of assembly language coding, which I really looked at as a challenge that I would do. And I interviewed Bill Budge, and I interviewed John Romero, and I was interviewing a guy who had original 6502 blueprints, and it was really going well. But again, that 6-hour, 2-hour, 30-second thing started to wear me down, and I just had to do it. But if somebody out there made a 6502 documentary, I still have as part of giving them up and part of reimbursing from the Patreon that was going to, or the Kickstarter that was going to fund them, I put all the footage up. So it's all in the archive, and people are free to use it any way they want. It's the last interview of Chuck Peddle. You know, there's like a lot of stuff I did. So I would love to be a mentor to somebody making documentaries, but I don't think people make the documentaries that I make anymore. I honestly do think that what people make now are slideshows that are narrated and occasionally edit in somebody talking from one of the groups, but it's a Zoom conference because they didn't go there. And the exception being places like NoClip, but NoClip is on a constant treadmill to stay active and aware, and even they have to put in a lot of, you know, slideshow and footage. So I don't think the world that I was going for, I was scared that BBSs and text adventures were very specifically going to disappear under the loam and then be a 2-slide mention in any sort of telecommunications documentary. And there was so much subtlety and wonder built into BBSs that I just wanted that captured. So it was a mission more than a documentary. And GitLamp was, I just finished this incredible project. What's even harder to do? Let's do text adventures. Let's make a high-definition movie about text adventures. Yes, what please. The fuck is that? So I did it. And it has very uneven response from people. And then I did the DEF CON documentary. And I'm very happy about the DEF CON documentary. I'm happy how we did it and everything. But a lot of people hate it because it's so good, it portrays DEF CON. And people have emotions about DEF CON. So they're like, this documentary sucks. These people are just in it for this. They're all like this stuff. And I mean, for me, I love it. Instead of saying like, this screen is terrible, they walk through the screen and they're like, I hate all these people. But other people write me and say, I'm so happy you made this. Now I don't have to go. And other people go, now I really want to go, and until I go. And I guess I was told that like one of the hacker groups who I filmed, like play it for new members, like recruitment, just before they go. They're like, here we go, let's get drunk, let's watch the film, oh yeah, baby. Anyway, so I'm happy about that. Hey, big fan, what's up?
So I just wondered about your work with the Internet Archive, and you know, I know some of it's a little bit risky business. I know that recently, you know, I don't know timeline exactly, but there was some issues with, I think, book publishers were displeased with, I think that it was a library lending service that you guys had going.
Uh-huh.
And
Internet Archive occasionally gets sued. Internet Archive is also your #1 source for the Oregon Trail online. I like to focus on the second more than the first. What's your question about that?
My main question is, are we at risk of losing the Internet Archive, and should we do things to try and help you, or things of that nature? What are that's the question, I guess.
The very, very, very short answer I will give to are we at the risk of losing the Internet Archive is a man made a business, and he sold that business for $9 million, I believe, in 1994. Then he started a new business, and he sold that one in 1995 or 6 for $200 million in Amazon stock. He then poured his whole fortune, or a significant amount of it, into his dream, and that dream was the archive and the Wayback Machine. Do you really fucking think he's gonna let that thing die? A man who loves books so much he named his firstborn son after his favorite book font? So no, I don't think that's gonna be a problem. I can't believe someone didn't shout wingdings. Somebody always shouts wingdings. Anyway, the Internet Archive question can also be answered of, will it be the same archive that it was before? Will this happen or will this happen? That I can't speak to, you know. The Internet Archive has a lot of JavaScript. People hate that we have JavaScript, or the Internet Archive adds this feature and they hate it and they don't want the old way and so on. The standard stuff. But will there be this collection of things that are located out there that are working on something that are preserving these old pieces of material? I believe so, for a very long time. I should also mention, so people know about the Wayback Machine, which is our killer app, and some people know about archive.org, an open library, and Archive It, which is the business. Some people may not know that we have 2 Walmart-sized warehouses of things. So I live there. That's where I am. I'm like, what is this? Oh, these are piles of typewriter manuals. Well, I'll just get on that. So where I am, I'm living in that little world. And I think that getting things digitized. Right now, I just got to ask, I think I got to, where's the person who's going to, why aren't I being stared at by the next person? Who's the next person? Why aren't you staring me down? Jesus Christ, start to come up here and get set up while I'm talking. It's so fucking rude. It's like this, it's like pilots, like just nice landing. But the archive, I was involved in something called the Manuals Plus Rescue, and I just want to know, does anybody know the Manuals Plus Rescue? About 10 years ago, I was told that there was a warehouse full of manuals that was going to be closed down, and I immediately drove down to Baltimore and talked to them, and I said, hey, when are you thinking of throwing all this out? And they were like, oh, Wednesday, and it was Monday. And I said, can I do some things? And oh my God, 100 people came in, spent $30,000. We were able to get one piece of almost every manual out of that place. And we put them into boxes, and we stored them in a defunct coffee shop for a couple years. And then we sent them to the Internet Archive's warehouse, where it sat for another bunch of years. And last year and this year, the Digital Library of Amateur Radio paid to have pretty much all of it that needed to be scanned. So on the archive, there's something called Manuals Plus, and you go there, and there's already 4,200 manuals up, and it's gonna be another couple thousand. So there's all these little things happening. Every day is great. I wake up going, fuck yeah, lived again, archive. Try to have that job when you have that job. Okay, come on, next guy, let's go. Thanks again, I'm Jason Scott. I am really annoying. Yes? Oh no, yeah. Anyway, all right.
Good, cool. Thank you guys so much for having me today. Now, when we think about films, I would say some of the most iconic moments in film and TV are at the hands of practical effects. And some of the examples, of course, are the shark from Jaws, the giant T-Rex in Jurassic Park, and of course R2-D2 and C-3PO from Star Wars. But these are easy examples, and each of which are technological marvels in their own right, but they were created for one very specific purpose, and that was to tell a story. They weren't designed to be technological marvels only, they were designed to tell a story. And practical effects, I would say again, have had an outsized impact on the history of film. And in my opinion, I think this discipline has punched above its weight, both on screen and off. When we think about Star Wars, there's a lot of plot and a lot of characters, but we still think about those plucky little droids. And again, all of which were handmade by these craftsmen. So how do we bring that level of impact off or outside of the world of film and TV? What does that look like when we take what I think is the secret sauce and apply it elsewhere? Now, I've been working in film for almost a decade, and roughly 3 years ago, I started a YouTube channel, and the only reason I mention that is because one of my builds, and most of which are fun, wacky prop builds, special effects builds, but one of my builds, I got a comment, and I think this comment perfectly encapsulates what I want to talk about today. And it was someone who said, "Don't try to make things which don't make sense." And the reason that I love this comment so much is because in order to fix it, all you have to do is cross out one word, and I think we have what I would say is the secret, and that is try to make things that don't make sense. And it seems a little bit silly, but at the end of the day, we have to look at things beyond just what they do on screen and think, well, what are we learning? What is the process that goes into building this? And to tell this story, we first have to go back to the first big special effects job I ever landed. And that was as the electronics expert and one of the presenters on Motor Mythbusters. And if you watch the original show, you know that they're no stranger to building things that don't make sense. A giant lead balloon, not very practical, but in the sense of the show, it did make sense in that regard. But again, you never knew what they were going to build, and that was the joy of that project. And this show was fortunately no different. We just took a slightly different approach. They brought back Tori Belleci, one of the original presenters, and now we were focused on testing myths around cars. And one of the first myths that we had to test, and one of my personal favorites, was the myth of, can you accelerate out of trailer sway? And trailer sway, if you're not familiar, is if you have, in this case, a caravan, and if you've loaded a trailer incorrectly, at speed, it will start to fishtail, which is to sway violently back and forth, and that's because the weight is not correctly placed on the tongue of the trailer. And traditional wisdom says, well, you're supposed to slow down, which makes sense. But what we wanted to find out is, like a loose rubber band, could you pull it straight? Could you accelerate and take this situation from a problem into a solution? To do that, we would be using nitrous. And if you've ever watched a Fast and Furious movie, you're probably very familiar with what this is capable of. But that was the idea, is that we would get this up to speed, we would induce trailer sway, and then we would see what would happen if you put the pedal to the metal and gave it a hit of acceleration, and would that pull it straight? Now, obviously, this is a pretty dangerous thing to test, and the producers were a little bit hesitant to put someone in the car. So my job was to turn this Dodge Ram 1500 into a full-size remote control car, including the nitrous system. And the requirements were very simple. I had a $500 budget, I had 3 weeks, and I couldn't kill anyone. That also extended the truck. The truck couldn't kill anyone either. And if you had seen some of the older seasons of Mythbusters, you knew that a remote control car breaking loose and getting off and running off into the distance was not unheard of. So there was a bit of weight on my shoulders to make sure that this didn't happen, because we would be testing this on an airstrip that was an active airport, so there were planes and things happening. Our section of the runway was closed, but again, it couldn't just run off into the woods. And now, I didn't have any experience building something like this. There was no manual, and all the previous versions were compressed air, so I wanted to go with an electronic systems control. But again, there's no laid out path. However, as one of my favorite quotes, the path is made by walking. So I found some scrap parts lying around the shop and got to work working through failure after failure after failure after failure. Fortunately, all of which were on the workbench. But again, none of that would have happened without being able to first look at the problem and go, well, I'm going to have to get the first failure out of the way before any of the real work can get done. And so eventually, this was the system that we landed on. And it was, again, all electronically controlled, but the idea being that we could control the throttle, the brakes, we had a kill switch, we had our nitrous switch, and it was all being controlled at the push of a button, just kind of an off-the-shelf remote-controlled plane receiver. And under the hood, it's nothing special. Again, we didn't have a lot of money or a lot of time, so these are all off-the-shelf components, Arduino components, PWM motor controllers, nothing fancy. But the important part was we needed to test the myth, and we needed to see if we could get the results, and that was the crucial part. And most excitingly, I had basically no time because the day of filming, we had to use this truck for another shoot that we needed. So I had 1 hour to essentially convert this truck from a normal human-driven car into a fully remote-controlled truck, not knowing if I was going to be able to test it and essentially just having to go into the myth blind. In the end, we only had 3 tries to get this done. And somewhere in there, we had to get the results that we needed to either confirm or bust the myth. Fortunately, the truck did not run away, and you can watch the full episode if you want to see exactly what happens, but I can tell you right now, when you apply nitrous to a truck with trailer sway, the end result is nothing good. But results were what we were going after, and even though the truck may not have fared tremendously well after the end of this, it was still the beginning of the process where we tackle ridiculous problems and looking at it from, again, that position of try to make things that don't make sense. Now, regardless of whether we were blowing up cars or building them, it was here that I learned the first reason for why we build things that don't make sense. And that's because it increases the number of angles from which you can approach future problems. That was something that sounds obvious now, but at the time, when you think of problems from an engineering mindset, you're looking at, well, what is the first and most commonly used solution? And that's not inherently a bad thing, but this is showbiz, so we had to come up with something new. And again, most people won't be asked to blow up cars or to bust myths, but they will be asked to solve problems. And again, by increasing the number of angles that you approach these problems, you're going to get better at solving them, and you're going to get more flexible at solving problems when something goes wrong. And best of all, this is an observable phenomenon. Back in 2014, researcher Dr. Michael Hausman was analyzing tens of thousands of applications from call center applicants, and what the company wanted to find was what were the markers in these applications that would indicate an individual who would outperform. And what they found was that the single strongest predictor of employee performance, and this is back in 2014, was what web browser they used. Now, it wasn't because the web browser itself was the secret ingredient, but Chrome users and Firefox users outperformed their peers by almost 20%, and they stayed with that company 15% longer than their compatriots who were using Internet Explorer or Safari. Now again, these browsers aren't magically making these employees better at their jobs. It was really just an indicator of what they were really looking for. And that was essentially, were these employees looking at the problem at hand and accepting the default solution that was presented to them, which in this case was quite literally the default browser, or were they approaching this problem from new angles and thinking, okay, what else is there? What other solutions exist that aren't just immediately presented? And so this idea of asking unconventional questions goes beyond just your browser choice, and to come back to special effects, it leads into one of my favorite builds of all time. And that is, of course, Newt the robot. This was a robot that I got to build back in 2022, and it was a phone call that I would say every maker dreams of. This was essentially them saying, we are making a new movie, and we want to build a robot character from the ground up. And of course, that's what everybody wants to hear, but what does that really mean? What are some of the questions that you have to ask, and what does that look like as you go through that build process? And what made it so fun is that we had complete creative control. We had a script and essentially a blank space wherever the robot was. So we didn't have to comply with any existing IP. We could sit down and go, okay, what does a robot whose sole job is to tell a story, what does that look like? And so normally when you build a robot, we think of an industrial application. You're asking yourself, okay, what is the function of this robot? What are the services that it has to perform? And what is really interesting in our world is what happens when form is the function. And in our case, that's exactly what we were designing around. Everything comes down to, this is a kid's movie, so this robot has to be a lovable, cute character. That is the prime function. It doesn't have to serve anything else. It's just delivering story to our audience. And while it sounds silly, you have to remember practical effects engineers are not there to make assembly lines faster or surgery safer. Our job is to tell stories better. And so again, it goes back to this idea of approaching these problems from new angles. How do we do these things, and how do we tell stories better? And so we have to ask some really interesting and some really unconventional questions. For example, how do we make a robot feel relatable? And what does it look like when emotions are expressed by an inanimate object? Now, obviously, we as humans are very good at anthropomorphizing things. Ask any kid about their stuffed animal, and that's probably a real character in their head. But more importantly, we have to look at these things and say, okay, what is the goal? And taking an inanimate object, how do we apply more to it than just what our audience is coming into it with? How do we craft a narrative? How do we craft a story around an inanimate object? And we do that by showing, not telling, because everything is designed to basically squeeze emotion out of the parts that we have available to us. And whether you realize it or not, this happens in every movie that you watch. Now, it just happens to be a little bit more distinct when you're working with robotic characters, because humans already, there's a lot of ways that we can express ourselves, but robots, it starts to become kind of clear when you put them next to each other. When these two characters roll on screen, you immediately know how you're supposed to feel about them. But when you dig a little bit deeper, there's a lot more going on under the surface. We're looking at, what are the color palettes? What is the surface shine? It sounds silly, but things that are well-loved. Think of a well-loved sweater you have. Is it brand new? No. But it's why you love it, is because it's got maybe a few threaded holes. Maybe it's got a little bit of a hard, it's got some hard miles on it. And so these are the different elements that go into character design. And again, in this case, it's a mechanical thing, but you'll also see this on human characters in movies. And so I encourage you to pay attention to these things, because we can also dial it up even more in the world of animation. Because now we're not limited by physical materials or physical rules or even physics. So now we can create characters that really push the bounds of, all right, how obvious can we make it that one of these characters is bad and one of these characters is good? Everything down to symmetry, to color, to wear. These are all things that, again, the storytellers are not going to sit down and do exposition and sit and tell you these things that you need to know about these characters. They're just going to show it to you as soon as that character comes on screen, and you're going to accept it for that and move on. It's time savings is really what it comes down to. So knowing all of that, the director and I now have to build our own character. And so we start by creating sketches and asking ourselves, again, this is a kid's movie, so what are the shapes, what are the sizes that are going to be friendly to a kid? We're not going to build, and as much as I love Johnny Five, we're not going to build a Johnny Five style robot, which is huge. That's going to be intimidating to a kid. These characters have to exist within the world and within the relationships that we are building as part of the story. And so this is kind of just the rough sketches that we did for this process. And my job as an engineer is to also kind of be the bad cop, as I like to say. And that essentially means the director comes to me and says, well, I would love to have a one-wheel design where he balances and rolls around, and I say, that would be really cool. And we can do that. However, let's think a little bit more on the logistics side, because we're going to have to film for 12, 13, 14 hours a day, and that's going to burn a lot of energy. It's going to be a lot of complexity. A lot of things could go wrong. So the final design we ended up with was a three-wheel design that way, when the robot wasn't functioning, it could essentially sit there and not burn any additional power. These are some of the additional, logistical challenge that we look for. And so we brought in a concept artist. And this is one of my favorite parts because I'm not a great illustrator, and part of the build process, I would argue, is recognizing what you're not good at and getting help in doing that. And so we brought in this concept artist to essentially flesh out the details, flesh out the small things, and go, okay, well, we like the body from this design, and we like the head from this design, and the antenna from this, and so on and so forth, and figure out what are these little ingredients, what about each design do we gravitate towards, and why? And more importantly, what would the character gravitate towards? The character of Miles in the film, who would have built this robot? What would be going through his head when he's building this? And how do we recreate that? And eventually we land on our finished design. Everything down to the wear and tear, the soft round shapes. There's no hard angles in this. There's no shiny, sleek black appearance on the outside. This is designed to look like, essentially, your lovable family dog that you've been in the family for years. It's scruffy, he's got some wear and tear around the edges, he's soft, and you kind of just want to pinch his little cheeks, as I would say. But again, these are all very cognizant design choices. And again, when you go and watch movies, think about these things next time you see characters on screen. What are the little details that you might not have noticed? And maybe ask yourself, why are those details there? Why are those colors being used? Why are those shapes being used? Because somebody had to sit down and make a very cognizant decision to say, well, this is what we want you to feel, and this is how we're going to achieve that. And so this also plays into kind of what I was talking about earlier. There are some of the logistical advantages as well, and one of which, famously R2-D2 piloting this, there's no moving mouth. And what we ended up learning was this was great because we could now fill a lot of plot holes in post-production. So if there's anything that we might have forgotten to shoot on the day when we were filming, well, now you can just cut back to the same insert of Newt, our little character here. You can put new lines in his mouth, and we can now fill a plot hole and move on. So it's fun to also kind of factor in some of these logistical challenges when designing a robot, even though emotion is the overall driving force behind it. And one of the other things, too, is we have minimal facial movement. So again, I mentioned Johnny 5, you have eyebrows, you have things like that moving around. That adds a lot more nuance to a performance, which, when done well, is really nice. But when you're working on a smaller budget and with a smaller team, you can now use the dialogue, and you can use more exaggerated movement of the rest of the body to drive the emotion. So it helps make my job a lot easier when I'm actually operating him as well. Now, this part is going to look a lot more familiar, I think, to the engineering people in the room, and this is just the part where I now have to actually build this. And as I like to say, I'm essentially a full-stack engineer when it comes to this, from designing it in CAD. Everything needed to be 3D printed because I wanted to dial in the exact look of every single part, and that is super easy to do when you can 3D print something again and again and again until it's just right. And speaking of which, you can also now have, as long as you have a 3D printer, an unlimited supply of spare parts. That's a lot harder to do when you're trying to source very specific things that maybe were only manufactured for small runs or are hard to come by. So again, the idea being we want something completely bespoke and something that is serviceable. So even the tire tread was 3D printed in TPU. It was nice and squishy. We were able to get the effect of rubber, and on camera, it sells. And again, just like the remote control truck from Mythbusters, my job is to make something that works. At the end of the day, if we cannot film, then everybody is wasting their time, and the whole production is essentially hinged on whether or not this robot, considering he's a pretty large character, can do his job. So having off-the-shelf components makes it a lot easier knowing that I can overnight something from Amazon if something breaks, and I'm not relying on custom parts, custom motor drivers, because as fun as those are to build, if something goes wrong, I still need to be able to be back up and running by the time our call sheet comes out the next day. So a lot of this is just using, again, like I said, off-the-shelf components. That's just a remote control flight transmitter from basically an RC airplane. And there's a lot of RF interference on set, so being able to use something a little more powerful than Bluetooth was perfect for that, and it's the reason I went that direction. In terms of servos, again, off-the-shelf parts. These are coreless servos, high torque, but easy to get your hands on when something goes wrong. And I did end up having to swap out a few, which I'll detail a little bit later. And again, motors, brushed DC motors. Now, in hindsight, I probably would have done this a little bit differently, but there were some added benefits to going this route that, again, I'll detail a little bit later. And at the heart of everything was an Arduino Nano. which now is probably shocking. Keep in mind, this movie was made almost 4 years ago, and at the time, it was bulletproof, it worked every single time, and I was using the remote control to do most of the heavy lifting. I'm doing most of the PWM control out of the receiver, not the Arduino Nano. Now, there was a small projector inside his head that had to be turned on and off, some lights and some some motor driver stuff, but most of it was all being done out of just the receiver itself, trying to keep things simple. And then, of course, our LiPo battery was the main power source, because they're cheap, they're light, and I had to fly there. So that way I could actually make sure that I had the parts that I needed without going overboard. And of course, packing everything in. It's a small fit. I just use Velcro. I slap it down on the inside, and then you can Velcro everything on and off. It works pretty well. But again, I need to be able to jump in, repair things, and jump out. So every single component is designed to be easily replaceable, easily repairable, so that if something goes wrong, we're not having 50 people on set who are all now burning time on the clock waiting for one single robot to get up and running. And one of the most important parts is, again, going back to that wear and tear. Thinking about, okay, any object that exists in this universe, that exists in this world, has experienced some sort of wear and tear. And not to get philosophical, but so have we, and it's what makes things relatable when we see them on screen. And to do this, I'm just simply taking a Dremel, some sandpaper, and trying to emulate the natural wear and tear that an object like this would experience in the real world. If he's a robot, there's going to be some wheel rub where the tire hits the chassis. There's going to be some drips from grease. What does that look like? Again, all these tiny little details, trying to create something that actually sells what this robot is and the world that he lives in. And by the way, I had to make 2 of them. So all of the work that you saw, all of the sanding and the priming, and if you've ever 3D printed anything and tried to make it look smooth, you know how much time that takes. And then I had to double it. So obviously 1 is none, and especially in this world where something can go wrong, the studio, of course, wanted to have a stunt double. So anytime we were doing crazy stunts, we had what I lovingly call our team of Newt, the prime robot, and Crash, our stunt double robot. So anytime something was a little bit more rough and tumble, we would send Crash up to bat. And for most of the control on-screen stuff, we would use our regular hero Newt. But best of all, if something went wrong, everything was filmed in Nashville, so I couldn't access my shop tools, so at least we had a full working duplicate that I could then scoop the parts out of one and put in the other if something were to go wrong, because even though the stunt double looks identical on the outside, on the inside he's missing a few of the crucial components, just purely out of cost reasons. But the best part of this whole project was by far getting to actually puppeteer the robot on set. And this, to me, and I'm a theater kid, so this was an extension of essentially all of my theater classes in high school. You are becoming a character, but instead of your voice and your limbs being the instruments you use, it's been condensed into this tiny little controller, which in some ways makes it a lot harder because now you have to, again, ask yourself, what does an inanimate object look like when it is expressing emotion, and how do we sell that? And in some ways, it also is a little bit easier because now I only have about 4 or 5 different ways to express emotion as opposed to everything else that we normally have at our disposal. But at the end of the day, and this is kind of what I talked about earlier, there were some happy accidents. And part of it, too, is thinking about not just the design of the robot and the emotion there, but also the performance. A industrial robot is always going to pick the shortest path between A and B, but that doesn't really sell a convincing character. So even in blocking, which in film, blocking is how a character moves through the scene. In this case, our robot moving through the scene is not going to go in straight lines. He's going to meander. He's going to, as a kid would, take his time and get distracted and look at things. And it is those elements that really sell the idea that this is a living, breathing character, even though in the back of our minds we know that it's not. And there's some benefits to that as well, because we were working with children on this set, and kids love to be able to interact with a real, actual prop. This isn't a tennis ball on a stick. This isn't a green screen. This is the world that we are building, and it is real for them because it actually is the robot that they're supposed to be interacting with. And one of my favorite aspects of this was, again, on screen, there's the 3-dimensional world that I'm operating in, but there's, more importantly, what does he look like on screen? And a lot of that is thinking about what is this robot's relationship with the characters in the scene, and how does he move, and how does he act differently in relation to those characters? And the greatest compliment that I got on all of shooting was a compliment the director didn't know she gave me, and that was because in between takes, She would always forget that I was working behind the scenes, and so she would deliver the notes to the robot and not to me. So she would go, oh, Newt, actually, in this take, can we actually get you to roll over here? And I'd be like, hi, actually, I need to hear all of these notes. But that was the best compliment I could have asked for. And if you're familiar with E.T., Drew Barrymore was so young, she didn't know that E.T. was a prop. And so the special effects guys, in between takes, would keep E.T. alive for her, because in her mind, that was a real character in the movie. And so it was that I tried to take into this world, because not only is it very cute, but also it's just why we get into this business. It's movie magic. And as schlocky as that sounds, it's so much fun when you get to see it play out in real time. And after filming was complete, the best part, of course, is we get our red carpet premiere, and we finally get to see all of our hard work on the big screen. But at the end of the day, there's one final reason why you should build things that don't make sense. Because even though this robot goes against what most of us would think about for designing a robotic thing, designing something that's sole purpose is usually to be functional, there's still something else that I would say in the world of building things that don't make sense. And that's to build it for you. And again, I know it sounds cheesy, but at the end of the day, so much of the building that we do feels like it has to come from a place of being pragmatic. And I would say, you don't need a film crew to be pointed at what you're doing for it to have value. The value comes from learning to work with the ingredients and not just working with a recipe. And in the words of Tim Urban from Wait But Why, I will leave you with this one simple question, which is, in everything you do, are you a chef or are you a cook? And on that note, thank you guys so much. I want to open up the floor to questions if you would like, but thank you guys so much for attending my talk. Any questions? Yes. Yeah, great question. And for those who couldn't hear, asking a question about operating RF on film sets. And fortunately, I come from a background of camera department, and so much of what we do in camera department is a lot of what you talked about, which is scheduling out where the different RF frequencies are going to be. And on professional film sets now, you kind of have everything scoped out. And to give basically a brief overview, usually you have your microphones in sub-gigahertz. You have all your DMX controls, which is your lighting, in 2.4 gigahertz. Then you have, hopefully if you're lucky and your IT department does their job right, you have internet and your Wi-Fi at 5 gigahertz. And then our video cameras are nowadays transmitting in the 6 gigahertz spectrum. So it used to be maybe 5, 6 years ago, everything was really compressed into that 2.4 gigahertz band. But fortunately now we've been able to separate department by department. Everybody kind of spreads out and gets their entire thing. So in this case, now I'm also coordinating with the lighting department saying, hey, this is what I'm going to be working with. This is the equipment. What are you guys going to be using on set? Talking with camera department. Are they using older transmitters that are in 2.4 gigahertz? But yeah, very much, there's the back-end engineering side of it as well that is looking at it from a logistical, I have to play nice with all the other departments. I can't just roll up and screw everything else up because it is one giant choreographed, machine that all is ideally moving in the same direction. Yes, other question. Yes, FDM printing. And again, it's funny, when you finish a project, you look back and you're like, man, I would have done that completely differently. And this project being no different, again, this was a long time ago. And so the key mistake that I made, and for anybody who does FDM printing, you're going to cringe when I say this. I printed Newt, the original Newt, in silk PLA. Because I was like, oh, well, I want, a nice, like, silverly undercoat, so when I sand things away, you have, like, almost a metallic appearance. Well, the problem is silk PLA has atrocious layer-to-layer adhesion. So now, we were lucky because filming only lasted for 4 weeks, so in that case, we didn't really have to worry about the longevity of, traditional engineering problems. But again, you look back in hindsight, and you're like, well, there's one of the failures I get to talk about now that fortunately didn't, ruin anything. But yeah, in hindsight, you're like, well, I wouldn't do that again. But yes, a lot of that is just FDM printing, sitting down and for hours and hours and hours and hours, sanding it to a nice finish, putting some filler primer, all that fun stuff. Yes? You know, honestly, in the sake of like speed and prototyping, ease of just being able to like slam through stuff. And again, the one thing I forgot to mention is both of those robots that you saw, the stunt double and the original, I had 4 weeks to build both of those. That was 4 weeks from being handed the design to having to be ready to fly out to Nashville to go filming. So again, and most of that, I only had one 3D printer at the time. Most of that was just sitting and watching a giant chassis get, a 3-day long print, hoping that nothing would go wrong. But yeah, a lot of it was just being able to very easily go through, and those FDM printers are pretty bulletproof when it comes to just being able to knock out, plastic stuff like that. Yes? I was very, very lucky. So from the beginning of the project, one of the things I was adamant about with the producers was I do not want this robot to sit on a shelf after we finish production. So I got to keep the original one, which is sometimes rare. But he lives with me in my workshop. They kept the stunt double one. And so it works out. Now, obviously, it gets a little bit complicated. And most of my builds, I like to release the files and make it open source. But it gets tricky because I don't own the creative rights to that robot. The writer, the director, the production company, they own the creative rights to that robot. And so for me, I'm left as essentially a guardian, if you will. But not that I would want to merchandise anything, but the idea again being that the intellectual property is owned by another entity besides the person who actually did the CAD work and the build work and all that stuff like that. But yeah, very, very good question. Yeah. Yes, question back. Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's a really great question in terms of, for anyone who didn't hear, evil robot, if that character had been evil as opposed to being a good, cute little sidekick robot. And the answer is absolutely. And there's a reason that, I had the example earlier of these, the Star Wars example, which is a classic of, not only is that in shape and in color, looking more sinister, but in action-wise, yes, a lot of that is thinking about, sharp, quick movements. It's not slow. Are you calculating in where you're going? Kind of like what I mentioned, meandering from place to place, this little robot. Those little things that, again, we project onto these inanimate objects and think, oh, well, that's, my toddler wanders when he goes places, or my dog kind of gets distracted by smells. Those things that we really latch onto, mimicking that, and then doing the reverse of that. How do we remove that out of the equation? How do we make it more robotic? Is I guess the answer to your question is building that foundation so that that you can then remove those ingredients bit by bit by bit. Yeah. Other question? Yes. Oh yes, so I forget it because I've seen it, but yeah. It was essentially, again, it's a kid's movie, so it's kind of that E.T. style story of, you have the young heroes going up against the big bad, corporation, government entity, all that sort of thing, and they have their plucky little sidekick. In this case, he didn't have any magical powers, but Newt playing a similar role where he's, essentially like the number 2 character, and he's there to be the comedic relief, the shoulder to cry on, like those sort of things. But yeah, the character is essentially going through a, post-apocalyptic, or not post-apocalyptic, but just a distant future where things don't look great and trying to solve the problems of the world and taking his ragtag team along with him, which is a storyline that has never been done before. But the point being, when you execute it in a new and interesting way, that's what's, kind of the fun of it, I would say. But yeah, great question. Other question? Cool. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but anything else? Otherwise, should I keep going? I do, yes, fortunately, and I actually just got a CNC machine as well, so now I can finally make a robot that if you drop them, it'll hurt your foot and not the other way around. So that's the goal, is to hopefully kind of keep doing more builds like that. It's a very small niche, as you can imagine. There's not that many people that get called to do a build like this. So they're few and far between, and we'll see. I think there's kind of been a bit of a resurgence around, coming back, walking back from CGI in that sense. And you look at the most recent Star Wars movies, they're like, all right, what happens if we make BB-8 real? And what happens if we make some of these other characters real? And I think that, and I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I think that that had a tangible impact on the quality of, regardless of what you think of the films themselves, I think the execution was the fun part. And I think that seeing that kind of get reinvented and put back into the mainstream was fun to see, I would argue. Yes?
There's a rule in the producers established in the Harry Potter films that if they could do it in practical effects, they would. They would only use CGI as sort of a last resort.
Yeah.
So like a lot of the effects were things like they had an air gun, that made things explode.
Yeah.
They used animatronics for the giant spiders. They said that was actually good because they got a better performance out of the kids.
Exactly. And like I said, that was such a big part of it because not only was this movie for kids, but it was a movie with child actors being a big part of it. And one of the days that we were filming, we had a kid who was only on set for maybe 2 days. And so he was a little new to the situation, and he kind of tugs on my shirt and he goes, "Is he real?" I was like, "Yeah, little man, that robot is very," I mean, to you, like, for all intents and purposes, like, yeah, that's a real robot. But it was the same idea. And there were some elements like the projector in his head. It's a holographic projector in the film. Obviously, that technology doesn't exist for the purposes of what we're doing. But my goal there was to basically just take a regular projector, gut it, and then keep the Fresnel lens and the original light. And so that way you can get your nice cone of light so that the VFX team can go in and pretty easily rotoscope that because you have the shape and the color temperature correct, but you're just overlaying whatever graphics would be on top of that in that sense. So yeah, using CGI kind of as an assistive tool as opposed to a replacement. And again, there's places where it is cheaper and better to do full replacement, but in an instance like this, whenever we have to go back and if we have to shoot pickups, it's a lot cheaper to use the robot you already paid for as a production than it is to re-render an entire scene, bring the animation team back in. So there's some cost benefit as well to that, I would say. Yes. That's a great question. Yeah, question being for tackling seemingly impossible projects and the aha moments that go with them. And I would say, I was having a conversation with Ben Eady, who built The Thing, the hand, in the most recent Wednesday, I guess is the show. And he was just talking about what is the point in which the question was, he was asked, what was the point in which you abandon a project? And what we were talking about is essentially, if you've hit that point, what it really means is it's time to pivot. And if you're giving up a project, it's really just that hitting, the first bumps in the road, those first failures that you have to get out of the way. And we argued that it's, pushing all the way up until you can't anymore and then pivoting. And so a lot of that is also to, the ethos, the producer and director demands that, in them seem very real, but as an engineer, we have to be like, okay, well, that is actually impossible. And so, yes, that's the other side of it, I would say, as well. And so that's kind of where the bad cop comes in, where I have to be like, okay, knowing what we know about physics or anything like that, these are the options that we have, but always structuring it in the way of, how do we continue to serve the purpose of the story as opposed to like, no, we can't do that. You know what I mean? It's, okay, let's find a new way that the story can evolve, a new way that the script can work with the limitations that we have. And fortunately, I would say filmmakers are very used to that. Most of us come from the short film world where there's not a lot of money to do the thing you want to do, and sometimes you end up with a really cool end result unintentionally, I would say, in many cases. But for the aha moments, it's usually, and again, I'm very lucky to have come from an interesting background of doing all these weird problem solvings, but it is usually looking at it from a perspective, and I know everybody says this, but looking at a perspective that we wouldn't have approached otherwise. And to go back to Mythbusters, that was what was so great about that team, is that none of our skills really overlapped, and that was perfect. Because none of us were trying to solve the problem in the exact same way, so when we all were working together, now you had a completely new angle to every single problem just by the people that were sitting around the problem. So you didn't have to do all the legwork in that sense as well. So yeah, I would say teamwork is another big part of that. Yes? Yes, yeah, all of the special effects stuff that I do, yeah, is all through Backhaul. But, yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. as my friend once put it, a bigger budget just affords you bigger problems. And not in the like more money, more problems way, but more of like, okay, if you have 100 people, now you need bigger tents, now you need bigger trucks. Like those are different scale problems. They're not necessarily, you know, bigger or worse, but they're just different problems. And so I would say there's kind of a fortunate side of working with a lower budget, which is the expectation has been set. So if you can over-deliver for that budget range, then you're doing a really good job. Whereas if the budget's really high, it's like, well, great, now you're competing with, you know, ILM, you know, the Star Wars and the Industrial Light and Magics of the world. And that's a very different bar that you've set for yourself. But yeah, overall, I would say that there's that sweet spot of knowing that we can push the envelope, we can get to the point where we're gonna give you enough resources to get the job done, but we're hiring you because we know you can go further than that. We know that you're the one who can bring us a little bit extra, you know, again, are you the chef or are you the cook? Are you gonna look at what's already been done or are you gonna take those ingredients and say, okay, what if we rearrange this in a way that is, you know, goes beyond what's already been accomplished? Any other questions? Sweet. Thank you very much. I finished a little early, so I appreciate you with the extra questions. But thank you so much. I'll turn that back.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? How about now? Even better, louder. So my name is Ed. Thank you all so much for coming. Under normal circumstances, I would be up on my feet and kind of giving a bit more of a show, but I was doing trigonometry with my foot last night and broke a toe. So I'm trying to stay off of it, and I'll be sitting down for as long as I can manage it. If I get up and start dancing or whatever, it's normal. You don't need to call anybody. So this is a talk about export controls and what happens at the border between our country, the United States, and other countries when you are trying to transport technologies for commerce or fun. A little bit about myself. I'm an attorney. I'm an attorney in the state of New York. I am a patent attorney. This is not my usual field of law. I've kind of gotten really interested in it in the past, let's say, year. And I'll get into how this dovetails with my usual practice later on. But just know that I have a background in physics. I work with technology a lot. These days I do a lot of AI, just because AI has swallowed all invention. Everything that comes across my desk has some kind of AI angle now, and it's getting a little samey, which is why I've been interested in quantum computing and other things, because you've got to, vary things a little bit to stay sane. And as you can see from the pictures, I'm a very serious person. That picture specifically, you don't have to look at the other pictures, but they'll give you a bit of flavor. Oh, and I promised I would give a shout out to my children, Abby, Edward, and August, who are watching, hopefully via the live stream, and they will let me know how I did later on. So, let's talk about export controls. What is an export control? This is super dry stuff, unless you're a very specific kind of nerd. I think it's very interesting. You might not, but we'll try and liven it up. An export control is a law or a regulation that restricts taking technologies or information out of the country. And it covers, what you normally think about as exports, right? Physical goods, it definitely covers. But it also covers sort of inchoate things. So it covers services, for example. It can cover software in some circumstances. The definition of what a technology is, I've copied on the right here. It's information necessary for the development, production, use, operation, installation, maintenance, repair, overhaul, or refurbishing of an item. So it's a very broad definition of what a technology is. It's information that lets you do a thing. And the export control rules, laws, regulations, they define what kinds of things in very, very dry detail exactly you are not allowed to take out of the country. So I'd like for a little bit of interactivity if we can do it. One of the things I want to talk about here is why we have export controls and the policy reasons behind them, because they're, like all matters of governance, they're kind of squishy, right? We have these rules for a reason, but really we have multiple reasons, and sometimes they conflict with each other. So if I could get somebody to shout out, what is a reason we might not want someone to export technology from the country? And I'm going to make it national security. We want to prevent the proliferation of certain kinds of technology. Weapons, right? We don't want everybody to have nuclear weapons. And so nuclear energy is a big part of what we control the export of. But there are a lot of things that really get covered under this idea of national security. And they're not all directly weapon related. So we'll get to some of the weird ones later on. But another option is economic priorities, right? The United States is out there competing with every other country on the planet when it comes to technology. We like to think we're doing a pretty good job, but part of that is we want to maintain our dominance in certain fields by preventing those technologies from leaking. Now, several years ago, many years ago, I gave a talk here, I guess at the Hotel Pennsylvania, about trade secret law. which has a lot of this similar elements to it. It's really hard to keep technologies in a bottle, right? And once they're out, and you can't do anything about it. And so this idea of maintaining these economic priorities, it's really just about slowing down the development of other people, and sometimes maintaining a dependency on the United States, right? If it's cheaper for a country to buy our stuff than to develop themselves, we have to balance that against, well, we're kind of giving them the ability, right? There's a sweet spot there, and it takes a lot of time to figure out exactly what that is. And then there are other things like foreign policy, right? Sanctions. I've got the North Korea flag here. I've got the Iranian flag here. They're both under heavy sanctions that limit what the United States is willing to give them because they're bad actors, right? Part of this is human rights. That's been a relatively recent development, that human rights have been an explicit part of our policy behind export controls, where we say, you know what, this device, whatever it is, this technology, has the potential for abuse. And so we are going to limit export of this technology, not for national security reasons, but because we feel bad about the people in these other countries that this is going to be used against, which, and we'll get into it later, gets super hypocritical. All right, so what are the penalties for violating export controls? That's right, straight to jail. You can be, and there are two different levels. There's administrative, which is like civil level, and there's criminal. Criminal means up to 20 years in prison, up to $1 million per violation. Administrative is a little more mild in that it's only, $300,000 or twice the value of whatever you made selling it to whomever, and denial of export privileges. Okay, so these penalties get pretty severe. The difference between criminal and civil in this world is a matter of willfulness. For the lawyers in the room, willful means you really meant to do it. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing was wrong, and you did it anyway, right? When it's not willful, it's just like, yeah, I sold him that. I didn't know it was bad. What's the big deal? Then you get dinged, but you don't go to jail. So let's get into some examples. We're going to start with a historical perspective of export control. These are based in things that I saw going on when I was coming up. A big one in the 90s was encryption. And it's still a big one, but it was really potent in the 90s because encryption was kind of regarded as munitions, right? This was very squarely in the national security bucket. And so the 90s were also when encryption started to really gain some traction. We had PGP, which was released in 1991, SSL around 95 or 96, which was developed by Netscape. These became, SSL in particular, became a foundational technology for how we use the internet, because now it became possible to conduct commerce in a relatively secure fashion. The picture I have up here is actually of a Netscape installed diskette that is marked US and Canada only, not for export. And that is specifically because the export restrictions put a cap on how strong your encryption could be if it was leaving the country. Now, because it was relatively unrestricted, most people just used the international version of Netscape, which had very weak cryptography. There was a big push around this time to start loosening up the restrictions on encryption because it was limiting commerce domestically, right? People couldn't trust that they were communicating securely online with their customers. There were also a couple of interesting lawsuits that happened at the same time. They were making the case that source code is expression, that it is protected free speech. And those cases actually prevailed against the relatively strict encryption export rules at the time. But I don't know if they would necessarily hold up today, because I think that they gave a very generous interpretation of what source code is in terms of expression. I think that it's not to get too deep in the weeds, it never went to the Supreme Court. These were decided by courts of appeals on the federal level, but never went all the way up. And so as a result, who knows how that would play out if it got challenged today. But one way or another, by the end of the 90s, export controls had loosened up. Encryption was available for, to use for for Amazon and for all the other web marketplaces that started sprouting up. Along this timeline, though, there was a strong feeling of this is nonsense, right? Because this technology was so easy to capture and so easy to export intentionally or unintentionally. There were T-shirts made, and I've got the source code here, of a Perl implementation of RSA that violated the export controls, right? Anybody wearing that T-shirt who left the country or just carried the T-shirt in their, in their luggage, they were violating export controls by taking this technology outside of the country. Obviously, that's loosened up a lot, but encryption remains one of the more limited forms of software because it has this potential for dual use, right? And this is a concept that we're going to run into a bunch. The idea that something can be used for benign purposes, but also for shady purposes. Here's another example, and I should be clear right now, this is not just something that the United States does. This is a Japanese example of the PlayStation 2. When the PlayStation 2 was being, the press was coming out for the PlayStation 2, the government of Japan investigated whether they needed to restrict the export of this. The PlayStation 2 had a graphics processing chip, and the Japanese government was concerned that that chip could be used for missile guidance. That graphics processing is a thing that guided missiles do, and well, if you're just selling these for super cheap relative to military hardware, people could buy them, build their own, guided missiles. In the end, they did allow the export of the PlayStation 2, with the exception of certain countries, even though eventually Iraq did get a whole bunch of them on their hands. I'm not even sure they did anything with them. They might have just bought into the hype and been like, oh man, I need to get some of these missile games. And they got them, like, I don't know. What do we do with these now? But as far as anybody can tell, nothing ever happened from Iraq buying them. Life jackets. Export controls on life jackets. This is another dual-use item. Because while, yes, they're great for marine safety for civilians, they're also great for marine safety for, people on military boats, right? If you start digging into the export control rules, you are going to find all kinds of wacky stuff. And this is, just to be clear, yes, I asked AI to make a picture of a mean guy wearing a life vest. I want to disclaim that up front. I do not own the copyright to that image. And then one other one I wanted to flag for your attention before we move on is voice print identification and analysis equipment. This is flagged specifically in the rules as being there for human rights reasons. Okay? This is something that our government decided we don't want to sell to questionable places because they might use it to be mean to their own citizens. And on the side here, I've got this bit from the rules that says they'll generally be okay with you exporting voice print identification and analysis equipment unless there's civil disorder in the country or there is a risk that items will be used to violate or abuse human rights. And I think it's interesting that we take this strong position on technologies like this. There's similar restriction on fingerprinting technology, for example. And we have no concerns about the potential abuses within our own country. We're very blasé about how we must be the good guys when it comes to this kind of a thing. So let's talk about what is not included when we talk about technology, right? Because technology is a very broad term, right? Covers basically any kind of instruction in how to do a thing. But publicly available information, published academic papers, for example, manuals, things of that nature, they're available. You could go to a library, you could get on the internet and download all kinds of information. That's not restricted because it's already out there. fundamental research is another big piece of this. Now, earlier I said there are people who spend their whole careers thinking about what the right balance is, right? There's a balance of priorities here. The reason for the exclusion for fundamental research is because there needs to be a free flow of information to advance the state of the art, right? The people in the United States, yeah, we think we've got great, smart people, but there are great, smart people in other places who are doing great work, and they need to be talking to each other, or else we are going to very quickly get left behind by everybody else who's talking to everybody else. So fundamental research, what does that mean? That means, generally speaking, something that you're not claiming a proprietary right in, right? So if you're in a university and you have publicly funded information, you're going to publish all your results, you're conducting fundamental research, you don't have to worry about the export controls on what you're doing. If now you're working for a private company, and that private company says, well, we're going to file a patent on that, so don't talk about it. Now that information, that research you're doing is not fundamental research, and it's not publicly available information. That work counts and has to be considered under these rules. And then finally, most software. And like I alluded to earlier, there's a tension between the First Amendment protection that software code is granted and the fact that software does stuff. And sometimes software can do bad stuff. And we need to have some kind of grip on that. And so there's encryption is really the prime example of that, where we've established very clearly in the courts that encryption has First Amendment protections, but you still do need to have a license from the government if you are going to export certain software, right? Specifically encryption software. That license, by the way, is really where the legal wheels are turning, right? So if you are a company or an inventor or whatever you are and you want to sell something abroad, and what you want to sell is on this list of restricted items, and you want to sell it to one of the countries you're not supposed to sell it to, you need to get a license from the government to do so, where somebody in the government at the Bureau of Industry and something that starts with an S, is going to review your application and say yay or nay based on whatever the factors are of your particular needs. Okay? One of the things that factors into this is that it's actually really easy to export stuff. You don't have to send a physical product overseas for it to count as an export. And that's where we enter the world of deemed exports. So imagine you have a colleague who is from China. Okay? Chinese citizenship, been here for years, doing great work in the field of whatever. Okay? Your field is, you don't work on the same stuff though. You work on restricted things. They don't. They are not allowed to learn about your restricted technology because it would be deemed an export back to China. We assume, or the law assumes, that a foreign national is going to send everything home, no matter what. And so in those circumstances, in order for that person to work on the team, you need to get a license. Before they even learn anything about it, you need to get that license from the government. It involves all kinds of reporting, and it's an ongoing process. Okay? And that makes certain kinds of research really complicated. Now you have to have, as a company, a whole compliance process to make sure that the people who are working on your technology are actually allowed to do so. If you need to have them working on it, what do you need to do to comply with this? It's a whole thing that employs a lot of lawyers. And you know what? Lawyers created the law to sell more lawyers, right? That's what we're all about. Society is a game that lawyers play with other lawyers. You're all welcome to hang out. But this is the kind of thing that, there are people who make their whole lives just doing this kind of licensing stuff for big companies to make sure that they are complying with these export rules. Because if you recall, the penalties are big. And I want to, loop back again to the idea that this only applies to proprietary research. If your company is going to get a patent on it, yeah. you need to be careful about deemed exports. If you're a university and you're publishing everything and it's all this free flow utopian situation, you don't have to worry about deemed exports. So let's start talking about how this plays out in the modern era, right? Everything I've talked about so far is kind of legacy stuff. It's been around for a while. Let's talk about AI. Early this year in January 15th, look, I even wrote it down. The Biden administration, in one of its last acts in power, put in a bunch of restrictions on AI exports in the Framework for Artificial Intelligence Diffusion. The idea here is that AI has become, it's big. You might not have heard of it, but I promise, it's big. So the country now has this interest in making sure that they stay on top, that we stay on top of the AI race. How do you do that, right? We have people here creating models that are enormously complex, very difficult to replicate from scratch, but very easy to copy. So you want to make sure that those models don't leave the country, right? We have had this proposal for model restrictions that had limits on how complex your model could be, right? So beyond a certain number of weights, and then there were clawbacks for, okay, well, if it's open source or an equivalent complexity to something that's already open and public, then it's not restricted. It got very complicated. And that was on the books for about 3 months, rescinded May 13th under a new presidential administration, because the new presidential administration wants a much more open approach to AI development. Then you've got hardware restrictions. And this has been a very hot topic in that I was looking at the news today to help write this slide, because this has been changing very fast. This is a picture, by the way, of the CEO of NVIDIA looking sad. Hardware restrictions are another part of this, because in order to make and use an AI model, certain hardware is, in some cases, practically necessary. NVIDIA makes a lot of that hardware. AMD makes a lot of that hardware. And so, as a result, the chips that are used for training that have been restricted. And this has gone into the present administration's unpredictability. There's been a lot of back and forth just this week. The latest news is that the United States is taking a 15% cut of sales of a certain chip to China by NVIDIA. To me, that reads as a tax. It reads as a tax that the president imposed unilaterally without Congress. I don't know if that's legal. I don't know what that means. I don't think anybody knows what that means. You can see that I just started typing and ran off the bottom of the slide, and I felt like that was probably enough on the topic. But this is a world of madness that we live in right now. It's difficult to predict what's going to keep happening, but this all lives in the world of export restrictions, right? This is not a tax. This is some kind of limitation, or at least nobody's calling it a tax, even though it's very clearly an income tax on one specific company that's named. Sorry. I'm just going to hit next slide and move on. So let's talk about quantum computing. This is my latest thing. Okay, so I got into this topic because of quantum computing, because I started reading about it. It's cool stuff. And oh, hey, look, in September, the Biden administration imposed new export restrictions on quantum computing. And that got me learning about deemed exports, and that got me thinking about how weird that is, that you can't even talk to a guy about a technology that you're working on because of where they were born, and it, snowballed, and here we all are. So quantum computing restrictions are focused on companies, or on countries in categories D1 and DA. I copied the list of D categories here. That's national security concerns and U.S. arms embargoed countries. And so quantum computing technologies are kind of considered both. before we get too far down this topic, I hope you'll indulge me. Let's talk a little bit about the technology here, because I think it's cool, but I think it helps to understand what quantum computing is used for in order to see how it fits into the idea of export controls, right? Because it's not just a fast computer. It's a very specific kind of computer. And I'm going to drink for a second. In the meantime, can somebody tell me why the US government might be very concerned about quantum computers falling into China's hands? Yes. Great answer. The answer that, for the people at home, the answer was quantum computers are very good, or potentially very good, at factoring large numbers. And factoring large numbers is the mathematical basis for a lot of the encryption that we've had for the past 40 to 50 years. There's a lot of encrypted stuff that governments around the world have just been recording and sitting on for decades, waiting to have the computing power to break it, okay? That's a big, big reason why there's a race now to have the first workable implementation of Shor's algorithm. That's the factoring prime numbers one. There are other applications, of course, right? There's Grover's algorithm, which is used for searching. There are a handful of others. Generally speaking, they don't have that really nice combination of an exponential improvement over classical computers and actually being worth doing. That's where you get your killer app, and that's Shor's algorithm. So as a result, the government cares a lot about quantum computing. But quantum computing is still in its infancy, right? So we need a lot of research. There are a lot of people working on it, trying really hard to be the first past the post there, to get that working implementation of Shor's algorithm that they can sell to governments for $1 hojillion. The second one to get there is not going to make $1 hojillion. It's the first one to get there, right? And there's a lot of other fun stuff that you can do with quantum computers. There's a lot of academic interest, but it's just not where the money's coming from, and it's not why we have the export controls. It's about encryption, okay? So keeping all of those motivations in mind for wanting to lock it down, we have a competing motivation, which is that we actually do want it to happen, right? Turns out a lot of the very smart, skilled people who are working in quantum computing were not born in the United States, right? Now, countries of interest, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. North Korea is not supplying a lot of first-rate quantum computing individuals. China is, right? If we were to, under the deemed export rules, say, I'm sorry, Chinese nationals cannot work for IBM or Google or Microsoft or any of the other big players on their quantum computing stuff, we just wouldn't get quantum computers, and China would. So we've got this tension now. We have the rules in place that restrict the export, but when it comes to the deemed export, those rules are suspended. You still have to do all the same record keeping, all the same reporting, but you don't have to get the license first. You can bring in your friend from China or Russia or whatever to work on these technologies without getting the okay first. And it's kind of a let's see how this plays out strategy. Now, the Trump administration has not, to the best of my knowledge, meddled with these restrictions yet. Who knows? I can't predict what's going to happen tomorrow, let alone over the next 3 years. Who knows? So let's talk about what these restrictions actually cover. Like I said, quantum computers right now are not good. They cannot do things. The state-of-the-art quantum computers have in the low thousands of qubits. There are efforts, there are two metrics that the government uses to judge how good a quantum computer is. One is the number of qubits, that is physical qubits on the chip, and the other is the error rate of the C0 gate. Without going too deep into it, C0 is the operation that quantum computers use most of the time to entangle two qubits together in a quantum mechanical way. Happy to talk about that, but that's a very different talk. The short version of it is quantum computers are not good at this. The error rate is high, okay? We are working on quantum error correction, and once you have that working, you can kind of throw qubits at the problem in order to get a smaller number of logical qubits, right? Actually working qubits. Or you can just make the qubits better. Either way, right? I put in, for the sake of your edification, a couple of examples. We have 34 qubits or a C0 error rate of 10 to the negative fourth. That's really good. We have 1,100 qubits, which I believe the latest offering from IBM has more than that many qubits. But I doubt they have the C0 error rate of 6 times 10 to the negative third, right? Or just more than 2,000 qubits. Once you hit that number, you're done, okay? It's going to be a while before we have physical devices that by themselves meet these restrictions, but anytime you file something with the USPTO, and this is where my personal area of expertise comes back in, there is a security review. And the government takes a long, hard look at this quantum computing application that you've given them, and they make the determination of whether this is something that must be kept secret or not. And it's kind of the first step along the way to that being deemed or considered something worthy of the export restriction. And that's about it. You know, it's 8 o'clock, 8:30 on a Friday night on a dry campus. So I wasn't going to stress too much about, filling out the time. I figured if we get out a few minutes early, it's not a big deal. But that, for your sake, means we've got lots of time for questions. If you'd like to know anything about any of this stuff, let me know. If it's within the realm of my expertise, I'll tell you. If it's not, I'll tell you that too. Come on, if you want to ask a question, I'd ask you say it into the microphone so that the people at home can hear.
Question about the security review that you mentioned. I guess that's from the Invention Secrecy Act. How much transparency is there with regards to how many patents have actually been classified, in which categories of information, and when do they become declassified to the public? To what degree is the Patent Administration, office, transparent with those numbers?
Yeah,
even
I
just
Googled
statistically
that right
broadly.
now, but I want you to keep looking at my email address in case you want to email me. So there is an ongoing review of things that get a secrecy order on them. I don't know if there are good numbers available on how often things get made secret. There probably are, but that's not within, that's not something I know off the top of my head.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Hey, thanks for the talk. I'm just curious. So I know quite a few places are fully open sourcing it. I know IBM is, the software used to work with these devices. So does that sidestep any export restrictions since it's basic research and public?
Sure. So the software that's used to program a quantum computer is not among the restrictions. The software, any software that you use to make a quantum computer is. But you're right, the IBM, I think Google also has a software package.
CIRC.
Yeah, CIRC, and CIRC. I should really know the IBM one off the top of my head, but I'm blanking on it. Qiskit. Thank you.
But if they were, let's just say hypothetically they did open source it for whatever reasons, would that sidestep it, or is like quantum stuff, you just can't do it no matter what?
Yeah, so if you are open sourcing it and making it public knowledge, then that would not fall under the export controls.
Cool, thank you.
Regarding the patent secrecy, I think there's about 17 or 18,000 patents right now that are secret, but there's an annual report that the government the Patent Office comes out with a report. They don't publish it though. Someone has to actually request it under the Freedom of Information Act. And the person who used to request it each year has retired, so I guess it's open to somebody to ask for it. But my question is this: you talked about patent exporting. You talked about technology export limitations. are there any technologies which are prohibited from import? And I guess I can think of like cell phone jammers maybe, but is there any technologies, is that a thing that prevent technology from coming into the country?
That is so a thing. That is intensely a thing. Not so much in the same sense of technology, but there are big restrictions on what comes across the border. And it's usually more economic based, right? We don't want this sort of thing coming in to, interfere with our domestic industries. Like, there's one thing in particular which I hesitate, to broadcast, but let's say reproductive matter for certain livestock is heavily controlled. I wouldn't call it a technology, but it's certainly on the sort of like restrictions of import and export that is similar to what we're talking about here.
Hey, I work at IBM Quantum actually and really enjoyed this talk.
Oh, thank you.
My question is, why do companies like IBM have to geo-restrict our access to things like our cloud service and even our documentation we geo-restrict?
I mean, I don't know. Is this a question about exports?
Yeah, like my understanding is we do it for export reasons, that we have to do it for compliance. I'm wondering with what you're saying with export controls, why would we, it sounded like quantum is more loose with export controls and other technologies, so why do we still have to restrict access to certain countries based off of geography? Like if you log in with an IP address from Iran or Egypt, for example, you get blocked.
I mean, it might be, so when you say we, who is we here? Help me, give me
IBM Quantum.
Okay.
Yeah, and I imagine Google and the others are doing it as well, but I know at least IBM Quantum is.
Okay, awesome. I am going to guess that it's out of an abundance of caution, that they could stop and figure out exactly who on what team is working on stuff that could potentially be considered an export, but that's a lot of effort. I mean, that is one of the, so that's one of the governing bodies that, or bodies of rules that deals with it. ITAR deals more with, the question was, could it be ITAR? ITAR is one of the two bodies of regulations that deals mostly with export controls, and ITAR is more about the weapons side of things. So maybe, maybe, right? I don't know why IBM makes their decisions and how they, pull those policies, but it's entirely possible that they do it because they are worried about this specific issue.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the talk. From your sense of the legal story around model export restrictions, if we did see those come back in some reduced form, do you have any sense of how those would be impacted by developments in open source models getting released?
Yeah, so for a period of 3 months, I was thinking, oh man, this is going to be really interesting. I wonder how this is going to impact, because in that period of time, China started coming out with some really powerful models of their own. And built into those regulations was the idea that like, all right, well, if there's kind of an equivalent model out there, then you don't have to worry about exporting the US-made models. So there's like kind of a built-in arms race in how those regulations were written. I don't know how you enforce that without somebody whose job it is to keep, just sift through the news worldwide of every AI model that comes out and kind of like move the ponies on the board to see who's winning, right? Like, I don't know. I don't foresee them coming back in the next 3 years, put it that way, just because the present administration has a very aggressive policy about lessening the restrictions on developing AI.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I had a pesky hypo for you.
Oh, that's kind of hypo.
So I'm curious whether we're talking about quantum computing technology or stepping back to the NVIDIA example of AI chips useful for training. Hypothetically, if I'm a vendor, all of my hardware is based in the US, but I sell client-tenant-based access to that hardware through some sort of virtual instance. am I exporting?
So services can count as an export. Obviously, it's kind of fuzzy, right? Like, are you exporting the technology? I think that if you're just, so for example, IBM's quantum computing business model right now includes anybody can create an account. Maybe not anybody. I don't know. Maybe they've got geographic restrictions on, who's allowed to sign up for an account, but it's available to the public, where anybody can get time on an actual quantum computer and run their software on it for research purposes, for whatever purposes. As it stands, I don't think that would count as an export, because the technology for how to create that computer hasn't left the United States.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that there aren't other right? So like, for example, if you had a service where you transmitted your stuff to a US-based computer and then encrypted it and then sent it back, I could see that violating encryption restrictions, because now the service of encrypting with whatever strong encryption is available to other people, right? To whatever nation you're worried about.
Interesting. No, that makes sense. I'm thinking of the AI training model where there's a sort of tangible difference between I'm lending you GPUs to run this on versus I'm storing your trained model and then sending it back to you.
Yeah, I would see, like, if you were training a model for someone and then sending them the model back,
right,
you are then exporting that model for sure.
Thank you.
There's one loophole I'm aware of. I don't know if it's still in effect. It was in the 2010s, I know. Is if you are a US-based financial services company, you may use encryption algorithms that are restricted if you were doing business with a country on the other end, even if you're not allowed to sell the encryption to that country.
So in that case, the other country already has the encryption, obviously.
Well,
right? Because
no, the idea is I'm a bank. I'm using an encryption algorithm that's considered non-exportable, but I can use it on the computers that I run in that country.
I see. Because you are a U.S. bank, you can run your U.S. encryption in Outer Slobovia. And even though Outer Slobovia is an enemy of our nation, you are able to communicate with your office there. I get it.
Except when it comes to banking, we're all Swiss. One side effect of that somebody had mentioned about the cloud restrictions, I know of at least 2 large banks that run private clouds for that reason, because then they can have a private cloud in Slobovia that has all of the necessary encryption that they need to run.
Right.
Along those lines. But and also another one is post-quantum encryption, by the way, I think is probably going to be, if it isn't already, it's going to be restricted.
Yeah. I mean, post-quantum encryption, people overstate the impact of quantum computers on encryption, right? Yes, RSA is done. But the modern encryption that we all use, AES, it's not post-quantum encryption in the same way, but the speed-ups of doing it on a quantum computer are not big enough to say that it's broken in the same way that RSA is once you've got like an implementation of Shor's algorithm. We're going to have, like, whatever we're transmitting right now under modern encryption is going to stay secure for decades. It's going to take a long time before quantum computers get to be any kind of viable, let alone viable, strong enough to deal with today's strong encryption. So yes, post-quantum encryption is an active field of research, but I wouldn't stress about what we're transmitting today either.
Yeah, I mean, the way it's being treated by the large banks that I do business with is that they sort of have a plan. It's like Y2K. At a certain point, they're going to pivot to post-quantum encryption. So there's a plan. It will happen at some point in the future.
Yeah, and they should, right? That's good. You want to stay ahead of the curve.
Right. But it's like it's not, it's like it's on a timeline. It's not like there's no race to do it.
Yeah. Thanks.
So I had a question about the extent of export controls.
Yes.
I know you said that it was it pertained to services, physical devices, and technology, but does it also apply to people who know that technology as well?
Yes. Yes, for sure. That's the deemed export. We're just,
So-
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so like let's say I was working on something that has an export control, then if I wanted to leave the country to one of those countries, then I would have to get a license or be restricted.
So it's not about the travel. It's about the kind of national identity. The rule relates to where the person was last a citizen or last a resident for some period of time. So it's not so much about leaving the country that triggers it. It's about where you came from before you came to the country. It's assumed that as soon as the person learns this stuff, that it's already been exported, right? You don't have to leave in order to export something. You can transmit it on the internet. You can write a letter. So it's as soon as that, and so the restriction really tries to keep that from happening. But, keep in mind, academic research, fundamental research, doesn't fall under these restrictions. So somebody who is learning something while they're here because they're studying, they're doing, whatever it is they're doing, and they go home, they haven't violated the export restrictions because they're doing fundamental research here.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Second question. This generates, is related to patent law more generally, the concept of disclosure to the public. So the period of time between I've conceived of a new invention and I haven't yet filed a patent or provisional patent. My understanding is if you disclose that invention to the public, you lose the protection, of the patent. But my question is, what is a technical definition for disclosure? Does it have to be enough information for somebody trained in the art to replicate the idea, or what level of?
Okay, so first of all, I want to correct you there, because let me remind everybody, I am a patent attorney, and that's my email address in case you've got patents. If you disclose something between the date of filing and when it becomes published, you haven't lost anything. Your filing date locks it in. If you disclose it before you file your application, that's when things start to get hinky. And there are two different kinds of ways in which disclosure starts to be an issue. There's disclosure in terms of when you put something out in the world, so it starts to become like prior art in that sense. And there's disclosure in the sense of, is this, whatever document this is, an enabling disclosure, right? And so when you're talking about a written, scientific article or whatever, that has to be enabling. It has to explain how to do the invention, whatever piece of it is that the patent office is relying on, has to actually explain what's going on.
Let me give a invented example.
Sure.
Here's a better mousetrap, and we zap the mouse with a laser instead of a snap. So if I don't describe, well, what wavelength was the laser and what energy and the physical, all the details, but here's generally the conception. Is that a disclosure or not?
So you've put on your blog, look at my cool laser trap. It can trap laser mice, right? But you haven't explained everything about how it works.
Right.
That's a very fact-sensitive question. How much have you actually given out? Is the only idea that it's a laser on a mousetrap? If so, then yeah, you kind of just disclosed it. If there's like some deeper technology, maybe not, right? So it gets down to what you've actually told people.
Thanks.
All right. And we're going to make this the last one because we are running up on time.
Okay, that's good, because it's like barely a question. I read a book, Apple in China, recently, and just about how maybe inadvertently there's just this almost a Marshall's Plan or two worth of, financial benefit that went in that direction, all the information, et cetera. Isn't it that inevitable anyway with the way we work, and then will any of these sort of controls work, or is it only just to kind of give us just the slight edge, and then we're all to that next point, and then there's just another edge? Is it constantly that?
No, that's a great question, and I think you've got the truth of the matter, right? All of these controls, we are, except when it comes to like physical goods, right? If we're talking about a physical device, okay, if I don't sell you this physical thing, you're not going to have it. If you can't make your own, you're out of luck. when it comes to inchoate forms of technology, right? The know-how, the software, yeah, you're trying to hold back the tide. And that's just an ongoing process. You save yourself a little bit of time, and then you update your rules to reflect the current technology and what is actually going on right now, right? Like this AI stuff literally is happening right now. It happened this week. So like, it's an ongoing process as we develop new technologies, we recognize the risks of new things, we realize that old things aren't a big deal anymore, and it's an evolving body. And with that, I am going to wrap it. Thank you all so much for coming. I'm really pleased. Thank you so much.
unless someone else has Matrix already set up and can give me questions at the end of my talk from people online, if there are any questions.
Is that possible? Anybody logged into the online chat through Matrix?
Is this, yeah. So does anyone have Matrix, the Hope?
I
can do it, I have Wi-Fi. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, so you can do that. Okay. We're cool. No, you just have to tell me the questions.
Yeah, you can just hand them the phone if you want.
Yeah, that'll
read
work
the
fine too.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Cool.
All right. I'll take that for you. All right, so we'll give people maybe another 30 seconds to a minute to start filtering in now that we've dealt with the M word. Just by show of hands, how many people First Hope this year? Wow. All right. Amazing. How many people is this, like, more than 2? Wow. Okay. Very cool. All right. I love it. How many people more than 10? Okay. Yep. Yeah, me too. Yep. All right. Yep. Yeah. All right. Fantastic. I remember the first one in 1994, and wow, it's still very similar. All right. So I think we're about ready to roll here. So with that, it is a very distinct pleasure to introduce to you my dear friend here, Mitch Altman, and who's going to be talking to you about tips and tricks for living in interesting times. Mitch, as many of you know, is an international hacker man of mystery. He's an author. He's an inventor. We know him quite likely best as being the inventor of the TV Be Gone. But this is also a man whose I guess hacker prowess goes back to the 1980s, and he was working on he was working on virtual reality way back before Meta even thought of it, before I think Meta was even a sparkle in Mark Zuckerberg's young eyes at that particular moment. But he's known in hacker spaces all around the world. He's resident in Berlin. You'll find him here. You'll find him at many, many other hacker conferences. And so it's a distinct pleasure to hand over the microphone to Mitch Altman. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Great. Thanks for coming. I hope you're having a great Hope. This was a wonderful first day for me. Was it okay for you? Yay. Well, this is the last talk of the day for Marillac. There'll be performances in Little Theater later. But yeah, keep enjoying as much as you like. So this is my contact info. Please contact me anytime for any reason. I love helping people any way that I can, and I totally mean that. So take a picture of that if you like. It's all over the internet anyways. But yeah, so here's my only other slide for this talk. Everyone thinks it's an ancient Chinese curse. According to the internets, it's not. It was invented in the US in the early 20th century. But who knows? The internet might be wrong. It's been wrong before. So, you know, a lot of people have been thinking of this concept for the last years, but, you know, all times are interesting times. It just sometimes seem to be a little bit more interesting than others. And throughout my life, throughout all of our lives, it's been interesting times. But yeah, it does seem to be getting more interesting. There's all sorts of interesting things going on. So anyways, this talk is going to be kind of a rambling talk. I've got all these cards. Maybe I'll skip some because maybe it'll go too long. But it'll be kind of philosophical. And I hope that the things that I'm going to share are things that I've learned throughout my 68 years of living on this planet that have been really helpful to me. helpful to my friends, learning through talking with my friends, and also I'm a mentor, so talking with people who I mentor and learning a lot from myself through that. So I hope that these things will be useful for you, and I also hope that it comes together at the end and makes sense, because I am totally jet-lagged and totally tired, and I've been trying to stay awake for this talk for the last 2 hours. So be nice to me. But yeah, it's a little bit of more intro to me. Alex said some of the stuff, but I'm mostly famous for inventing TV Be Gone, or remote control that turns TVs off in public places, and how I've made a living with 12 friends for the last 20 years. But I've been a geek all my life, and a teacher, a mentor, and many other things that I've done that I think are pretty cool, and I'm lucky to have had the opportunity to do some of these things. But in the early, mid-1980s, I was with a group of people who we collectively created virtual reality for the first time, and we even coined the term. And in the 1990s, I started my own Silly Valley company, Silicon Valley, whatever, which against all odds was actually successful. That's really beating the odds. But an important part of my past, which I've talked about in talks here and elsewhere, is that the first half of my life was just pure depression. And I grew up totally depressed. I'm now 68 years old, but it wasn't until I was 33, through all the things I learned and tried, that I just started the process of learning to live with my depression, and eventually, through many, many years and a lot more work, learned to live a life I actually love living. And so I'm going to draw from those experiences and share them, and maybe some of it will resonate for you. And I hope that some of the stuff that I'm going to say, not just philosophical, but also practical for things that helped me and my friends and people I mentor, and maybe you too. So I've worked a lot on myself through the years, and a lot of it's been really difficult. And sometimes it's been cool since I've been 33, not before. There was nothing magical that happened at 33. It's just I look back and I see that's kind of a turning point. All the work that I've done, things started to come together, and I could start to do more work for actually feeling something else besides depression. And it took many years to get there, but I knew that it was worth doing somehow, even though it felt totally hopeless at times, most of the time before 33. There was something deep inside of me that knew that somehow I could live with depression and not just identify with it. Somehow I knew I could do that, and somehow through the support I got, which I was lucky enough to get, and the work I did, things are moved forward, and some of the things that I found important are things that I'll share tonight. But I'm going to start off now with something kind of a strange place to start. We have no control over so much of our lives. None over so much of our lives, and yet most of us really want control. And I'm not sure why, but it seems to be part of us, part of all of us. We want control, and yet we don't really have it at all. We certainly have no control over our emotions and our feelings. They just happen, and there they are. And no matter how much we want those feelings to be different than they are, there they are. They're not changing. They kind of change on their own maybe, but we can't change them. We also have very little control over our thoughts. They just seem to come up. Maybe we can choose which thoughts to pay attention to, but that's about it. And that leads to what we actually do have control over, what we choose. We have total control over what we choose. It doesn't mean that it's easy to make those choices. In fact, it can be super difficult to make choices. Even if we know that they're good choices, it can be really hard to make those choices. I can choose to put my left foot there. That's easy. But there's lots of difficult decisions. depending on our past experiences, our fears, our terrors, our hopes, our dreams, our obligations, our responsibilities, it's not easy. There's a lot of external aspects that have a lot of power over us, it seems. But we have total control, really, over what we choose. And I'll come back to that later. Another thing is that everything is temporal. Everything lasts only so long, a certain amount of time, including our lives. We are constantly changing. And our lives are constantly changing. The lives of those around us are constantly changing. Everything around us is constantly changing. But we only have a certain amount of time. Our lives will end, all of our lives. So we only have that amount of time to do everything that we do. Every cool thing, every stupid thing that we've done, and we'll do a lot more stupid things, all of us, I know I will, all the things we love, all the things we hate, all the things that later we'll regret, whatever. We can only do all of this while we're alive. So we can make good use of that if we choose to. So we can feel what we feel, though, while doing our lives, and think what we think and choose what to do along the way. And we can explore and discover and learn and grow as long as we're alive. So what do you, each of you and me, what do we choose to do with however much time, however little time we have remaining in our lives? What do you choose to do? Again, it's totally up to you what you choose. Even if it's not easy, it's totally up to you, ultimately, what you choose. That's really important. Choice is a very powerful thing. Choices affect each of us greatly, the choices we make. It also affects the people around us a lot, which in turn affect us. It affects everything, positively, negatively, big, small. But so often, we don't choose consciously. A big part of our brain is a mechanism to automatically do things because it takes so much energy to be consciously thinking. And so thinking all the time takes even more energy. This serves us really well. We evolved to be able to do that, and we survived as a species because of this ability. It serves us well much of the time. Constantly thinking really does take a lot of energy, so we can quite often get by just doing things by default, not so consciously. But sometimes, maybe more than we're used to, it's worth being conscious of what we choose. As kids, we could not choose consciously, though, because we didn't have enough experience yet. We didn't know what we were doing. Some of us, including myself, still we don't know what we're doing. But we know more than we did before, so we can make, hopefully, better choices now. But when we're kids, we couldn't. Many of the choices we made as kids were because of our background, because of our experiences, good and bad, because of our parents and their experiences. And our parents had parents who made unconscious choices, and their parents before them. And that had a big influence on the unconscious choices we make as kids. And these choices can still very much be driving us to this day because that sticks with us our whole lives, those unconscious choices we made as kids. As an example, here's a story about a former friend of mine from a long time ago. When we were friends, he would tell me quite often that his father alcoholic father, would come home dead drunk and beat him while screaming at him, "You will never amount to anything." Great thing to tell your kid, right? Well, my friend, at the time, he internalized this, as we all do as kids. We don't know any better. We think it's normal, and for us it was normal. Whatever we're experiencing, especially from our parents, was normal. And my friend internalized this, And he believed he would never amount to something, but he had to prove to his father that he would. And he defined amount to anything as making as much money as possible, because that's what his father did. When we met many, many years later, his father was already long dead, but he was still trying to prove to his long dead father that he would amount to something by making money, by making more money. And no matter how much money he made, he needed more money because he could never prove to his long dead father that he had made enough to be something, to be anything. He couldn't prove that to his long dead father and internalize to himself. And he didn't know what to do when he came to that realization that he was still the same person inside, believing that he wouldn't amount to anything. So he did what he knew, which was make more money. And as far as I know, he's still doing that to this day. And under the definition of making more money being successful, he's quite successful. But only he can say if he's successful at living a life that he thinks is way worth living. Middle and upper class kids kind of have the similar thing, and I was brought up lower middle class, but still in that kind of culture, we're told to go out into the world and make a difference, to do something noticeable, to do something great. If our parents are into capitalism, which many of our parents are, we're told to go out and be a big CEO or do something in a big company that's really important, or be a vice president if you can, or a VC, a venture capitalist, or as we said in Silicon Valley, vulture capitalist, Silicon Valley. As lefties, like my parents were growing up in the world of the 1960s, we were supposed to go out in the world, and my parents would constantly say and imply and push us to make a difference in the world by making it a better place, to fight oppression, to defeat wrong if we can. We're told to do something great. But what does it mean to do something great? As little kids, we don't know. As adults, we might not know. What is an adult? I don't know. But we still have this notion that most of us, I do, that we're supposed to go out into the world and do something great. And if we don't, we're a failure. But what does it mean? What are we driven to do? Why are we driving ourselves for all of this? This was some unconscious thing from being a kid. Why do we keep doing that? I don't know, but there it is. Anything we're told over and over by our parents, the most important people in the universe, because our lives were totally dependent for our survival upon them. But we do have this notion that we want to make the world a better place, and I think that's one of the things that most of us here, if not all of us here, have in common here at this conference. We want to change the world, hopefully for the better. But regardless of culture or class, all kids pretty much want recognition from these most important people in the universe, our parents. And we can do that by doing positive things, things our parents like. If that doesn't work, which doesn't work on all parents, we can try doing negative things, things we know they don't like. That always gets attention. Some people are more predisposed to do positive or negative, one way or the other. And I know who I want to hang out with. But anyways, we all have this weird notion that drives so many people, I think most of us anyways, another unconscious choice as kids that still sticks with us today, the desire to be famous. What is so good about being famous? If we take a look at all of the people who are famous now, these are not the people we want to emulate. And yet, so many of us want to be famous. I became famous not because I wanted to be famous, but because I was just doing stuff that I loved. And that led me to being known by a lot of people. I became super famous for inventing TV Be Gone, which was kind of short-lived. But being famous can be kind of a good thing. If you have a message you want to put out or messages you want to put out, more people will listen to you, like I'm doing now. I don't know if it's because I'm famous, but whatever. Is famous good? There's pluses and minuses in everything. I met someone at a conference, another story, a couple years ago. He said he was used to be very famous in his circles. He wrote popular books. He gave popular talks to crowded audiences. He said that everything changed for him, however, when 500,000 people knew that he existed. It's a matter of probabilities, he said. There's a teeny percentage of total wackos on our planet. That's 8 billion people. But a teeny percentage of 500,000 is still a countable number of actual living people. And once 500,000 people started knowing he existed, he started getting really wacko emails and letters and phone calls. People were messing with him. He started getting death threats. He sort of took it seriously, but he kind of ignored it too. And he got this one letter in the mail from Austria saying that he was going to be killed at his next talk. Well, he went anyways, but he hired a security team who found out who this person was somehow. Through the postal code and whatever, they found out who he was, and he showed up at this conference. And he had a gun, and he was ready to use it. And they arrested him and took him away. But of course, as you can imagine, this freaked the fuck out of him. And now, when he meets someone new, all he will say is that he lives in what he calls Europe, and he'll give no other information at all unless he really knows and trusts somebody. He makes no more public appearances, no more books, no more talks, and now he lives in Europe, hopefully living a life, chilling out, and getting ready for whatever is next. Again, I became famous for, just doing what I love, teaching, mentoring, sharing my invention. And TV Be Gone for like a year or two was super famous. I was actually on virtually every TV station in the world for inventing something that turns TVs off. But news doesn't last too long. After a year or two, it's old news. But now I'm somewhat famous for, and when I was famous and all that, I got really wacko emails. No one threatened to kill me, but a lot of weird stuff to contend with. There was so many other cool things that I could pretty much ignore it, and I didn't have to take death threats or anything like that, seriously, because I wasn't receiving them. But now I'm sort of mildly famous in certain circles in the hacker scene, giving talks, giving workshops all over the world. A bunch of people know who I am, and so I do have to contend with some really wacko people. And that makes me a target. If you're famous even a little bit nowadays, it makes you a target. And when you're a target for people who aren't doing what they're doing for the benefit of you or anybody else, but they're wackos, so who knows what's motivating them? It's no fun to be the target. It's no fun at all. I'm mildly famous, right? So I have like 7K Twitter followers. Followers, what the hell? And 5K Facebook friends. I use social media now really just for broadcast to say I'm giving a talk, I'm giving a workshop, here's a cool video of an interview with me or something like that, or a cute photo of a 4-year-old soldering at one of my workshops. But so-called social media is not the place for an actual public conversation. Anyways, I'm somewhat famous, and people who want attention can make use of that to gain more attention for themselves. So a few years ago, someone who wanted attention claimed on Twitter, our favorite fascist platform, that I derailed the rights of women in China. I don't know what that means, and if I did, I don't know if I would do it anyways. But that's what they said, and that generated a whole bunch of controversy, and I got tens of thousands of hate tweets. That felt horrible. That was super traumatic. I was a basket case. Even though all I knew intellectually, none of these people knew me. It wasn't personal, but it felt personal. It was super traumatic. And then a few months ago, someone on a public forum, a chat room with about 1,000 people in it, said, I took one of Mitch Altman's workshops. It was really cool. He seems pretty cool. And then someone else evidently wanted to gain some points or something, like it's a game, I have no idea, said, and assured that person that he is not cool. Mitch Altman is a total dick. He forces people to use toxic lead solder in his workshops, and he only does that so people won't ruin his soldering irons. Sorry. This one's probably still going on. I don't know. The last I heard of it was a few months ago, but there's this person who I actually met, an acquaintance. Maybe we saw each other 10 times. It was like 20, 25 years ago. It was a long time ago. I don't really remember. But he would contact everyone on LinkedIn, of all places, who gave me any kind of positive reaction for a post, like I post on LinkedIn, but then he would ask for a connection request, and people usually just grant it, and once he gets that, he has their email, because he has that kind of LinkedIn account, and then he would email all of them the same email, and I found out because some of my people who I'm connected with would forward it to me, and he claimed that he didn't even know because it was a repressed memory, but he just remembered that I did this unspeakable thing to him, and he would describe it in detail, and he just wanted these people to know what kind of person I am. That doesn't feel good. It feels really awful. It's really traumatic to have to deal with this stuff. But I'm actually quite happy and proud to have done many of the things I've done, and of course there's things I'm not proud of as well, but there's many things I am happy and proud to have been able to do in my life, especially in the second half of my life where I've learned since 33 eventually to live with my depression and to live a life I think is way worth living, a life I love living. And if being attacked for that is part of it, I think it's worth it if other people find it worth it. Well, as long as I do what I do feels right to me, I'll keep doing what I do. So many kids, most of us probably, were taught to create goals in our lives and to follow through with those goals, and told over and over again in different words maybe, but don't be a quitter. A quitter is bad. Reaching goals is good. But is it? In and of itself, I don't think so, but it can be. There's nothing wrong necessarily with goals. But for me, my perspective is goals are really important for taking one step in a direction you think is positive, motivating you to move forward, to grow, to learn, and explore. But after you take that step, depending on what happens and what you experience, you're in a different place. You're a different person, maybe a little bit, maybe a lot, depending on the experiences from that step. And maybe that can give you a moment to reevaluate your goal. Is that still where you want to keep going? Maybe yes, maybe no. But think about it. If it is, sure, keep going in that direction. Or maybe veer off just a little. Or maybe it's like, there's this other stuff. That seems cooler. Or maybe just going out and getting some fries. I don't know. So there's nothing wrong with having a goal. Yet having a goal and sticking with it no matter what, I don't see as a good thing. Quitting, even running away, can be very good if it brings you more to a place you'd rather be. John Lennon has this famous quote, "Life," he said, "is what happens when you're busy making other plans." I think that's very much true. So when you have a goal, which can be good sometimes, you think it's cool, you want to keep going there, there will always be obstacles that show up. Always. There will be obstacles in the way. Some of them are easy to get over, some of them will be difficult. And those can give you an opportunity to reevaluate your goal as well. If you still think that it's worth going through your goal, then yeah, go through those obstacles. It's worth it. But instead of an obstacle, it feels like a door slamming shut in your face. and then another door slammed in your face, and then another. Is it still worth doing it? And how do we tell the difference between an obstacle and a door slammed in your face? Well, you do know. You know the difference. You can tell the difference. And you can use each of these as an opportunity to reevaluate the situation and choose which step to take next. And this can form the paths of your lives. But when you change a path, it can be really difficult and emotional because quite often we get attached to our goals. It becomes part of our identity. And if we let go of that and do something else, it can be painful. And yet it does free us to give us more time and energy to do what's next after we go through whatever kind of grieving process of letting go. But a bit more about depression, at least for me. As I said in other talks that I've given, I was beaten up pretty much every day in grade school by bullies, targeted by those bullies for being gay, for being fat, for being an introverted geek, for not caring who wins at sports, for being bad at sports, for being intellectual, for being weird in so many ways compared to other kids I could not pass as normal. And quite often this would happen as the gym teacher stood there and watched. And my parents were no help at all because they were just as depressed as I was. And they couldn't even deal with their own pain, let alone mine. I know that now, but as a kid, I just thought that they were horrible for not being there for me. Gym class, though, was the worst. Competitive team sports is something I will never understand, and certainly didn't as a kid, but it was a daily thing of the other kids saying, "No, you take Altman. We had to take him last time." Like I'd make no difference at all to them. My feelings are totally unimportant, which evidently they were. Childhood can be really shitty at times. But like all other kids, I would blame myself, internalize all that. You know, what do I know? What does anyone know as a kid? Anything we experience as a kid is normal to us. And I would say to myself, I must deserve this. My parents don't care. The gym teacher encourages this. The bullies beat me up. Other kids would stand around not wanting to be bullied themselves and encourage the bullies themselves and point and laugh at me as they're kicking me on the asphalt. I must be a miserable piece of shit, I thought, that doesn't even deserve to live. And I would repeat that to myself so often that I became to believe it. It became a big part of me, and it's still with me today, although it's way less important now than it used to be. And you know, all of this sucked as a kid, clearly, but as an adult, it kind of serves me well. By being bullied and suffering so much as a kid, it helps me empathize with so many people on our planet who are suffering. I think that's really invaluable. And also being bullied, I wanted to be part of other kids, but I didn't have a clue how. So I would wander off away from the bullies, be by myself, and I wasn't so much influenced by the thoughts, opinions, and ways of other kids or teachers. So I learned to think about things in my own way, have my own thoughts and opinions. And again, that really sucked as a kid, wanting to be part of other people and not knowing how. But as an inventor, that's what you need, is thinking of things in your own way, seeing problems that people don't even necessarily know exist, and then coming up with creative solutions. And perhaps this is why I became an inventor later in life. So my journey through all of this brings me to a place here on this stage now, talking to all of you. I want to ask, what motivates us? What motivates us to do what we do in our lives? You know, how do you find meaning in doing what you do? How do any of us find meaning? There's no real answer to that, but I have some ideas that I want to share. You know, and somehow this is related to some notion of happiness, you know, and positivity in our lives. But what motivates us? You know, there's so many different things, but here's a really short list. You know, we can be seeking validation, external validation, which feels really good when we get it from other people. We can seek attention from others, which also feels pretty good. We can seek sex partners. It's kind of nice to have sex. Deeply held convictions from deep within can motivate us to provide motivation to do all sorts of things. We can be motivated by constantly learning and growing and improving. We can also need to serve other people. Some of us have a deep inner need to do that, and it feels great. Some people serve others, as I have done, just for validation to appear cool from other people. So we can do stuff for reasons that bring us forward, that connect us more with ourselves, with other people. We can also do it just to avoid stuff inside that we don't feel good about. And that is sort of a source of addiction, which I'll say more about in a bit. But those are just a really short list. There's so many things, but I want to say a bit about what some of those short list things. Validation. As social creatures, we need validation from other people. It's part of how we evolved to survive as a species. And we come together, and if we're validated for what we're doing by the society, the culture, the subculture, whatever around us, it motivates us to do more of that stuff, which feels really good. Right, but what are you willing to do to get that external validation from other people? Growing up with self-esteem, as I have done, maybe I, as I did, would want to create a mask that other people, I think, would like. And since I believed I was a miserable piece of shit that didn't deserve to live, that mask would be something people would like, unlike me, deep inside. If they saw that, they would certainly run away screaming. So I would create these masks and then do things that I thought other people would want, and then I'd get validation for that, but it never felt authentic because they're validating that mask, and I know deep inside that I'm a miserable piece of shit that doesn't deserve to live, and they don't know that. So they're validating the mask and not me. And it never felt good. It never felt true. Another thing that I did was ignore my needs entirely. Since I'm a miserable piece of shit that doesn't deserve to live, what are my needs even worth? So I would find other people and try to do what I think they wanted me to do, and then maybe they'd want me around rather than run away screaming. And so through the years, I became really good at feeling out what other people wanted. But I never took care of my own needs, and those people didn't care about my needs because I wasn't good at choosing people who to take care of. I just stuck around people who would have me around. But through those years, I did become really good at nurturing people, at taking care of people, and as an adult, in the last half of my life, I've become quite good at being of service to other people, while also taking care of my own needs and making sure they're met. Validation is connected with a very universal, basic human emotion, shame. In our culture, shame is shameful to have. It's really, really painful. It's almost shameful to talk about, to think about. It's just so painful and negative. But it's an important part, again, of our evolution. We're social creatures, and shame, in its best form, although still painful, can keep us in line from going too far out of social norms. And that helps us survive as a species, keeping social cohesion. If we go too far out of line, we automatically change our behaviors in order to fit in more. And this can be somewhat positive, even though it feels awful, but in different cultures, that can be much, much more galling than others. And I grew up in a very conformist society, Chicago suburbia in the 1960s, where you must be a certain way. It was very conformist, and other kids became super good at seeing any kind of difference at all, and I had a lot of them, and then publicly shaming me and other kids who couldn't pass as normal, whatever that is. And that can lead to that kind of public shaming digs deep down in our evolutionary makeup, again, because if you were kicked out of your tribe, that was certain death. And even though it's not certain death to us anymore, it feels emotionally like that, socially like that. And if we don't contend with that and we internalize that, that's toxic shame, a deep inner knowing that one is fundamentally flawed. And that keys into where I was, being a miserable piece of shit that didn't deserve to live. And again, that notion is still with me, although it's way less important to me now. Nowadays, I can remind myself to be in the here and now when that shame is triggered within me. And I think we all have that to certain degrees. People like me, we have to deal with that our whole lives. Maybe you can relate to that, maybe not. But I can remind myself to be in the here and now and not be automatically on the asphalt being kicked by bullies while the gym teacher stood there while the other kids point and laugh. That was decades ago. The pain is still there, but I don't have to go there. Shame can be used against us in lots of ways, like in marketing. That's a common thing. It's like giving you the notion that your life is inadequate, your life sucks because you don't use product X, unlike those cool, beautiful people over there. See all those beautiful people? They use product X. You know, intellectually, this has no effect on us at all, but with enough repetition, it does have an effect on us. And statistically, product X is sold much more by doing this kind of manipulation through marketing, whether it's for selling dish soap or a political candidate. Social media also makes use of this by getting you addicted through what they call engaging emotions to keep you on their platform so they can sell you more stuff through this manipulative marketing. So anyways, we're all easily manipulated in this way, and this is why I made TV Be Gone. Even though I understand it intellectually, I'm just as easily manipulated as anybody else. We're all easily manipulated, even if not intellectually, just it has this effect. So I made TV Be Gone so I would be exposed to that kind of stuff less. And it helped me feel better, so I had space in my mind to come up with my own stories rather than the ones repeated on TV over and over again. Back to validation and shame, there's lots of ways to avoid shame, and of course we want to avoid pain in our life. Avoiding shame seems like a good thing, and there's all sorts of ways to do that. We become the best at something, and that can be a good thing. We can make more money. Maybe that's a good thing. We can be more powerful. We can gain power over other people. We can work harder and gain validation from our boss, our coworkers. But this can become a driving force, an obsession. It's positive to be validated, and it seems to keep shame away. But the thing is, that's external. How can we get enough of that validation when we know inside that we're not even changing because of that? Deep inside, we still are who we are. And so we're back to where we were after that validation, after the rush of the nice feeling fades. Except we now know that yet again, we got that validation and we're still the same. And so we don't know what to do, so we do the same behavior again, whether it's behavior or substance or whatever. And this is what addiction is all about, trying to avoid what's inside of ourselves. And I've done that a lot. My first addiction was TV. I tried to avoid the hellishness of my childhood by escaping it into TV. And while the TV show was on, the pain seemed to be gone, but as soon as the show's over, there I am, being who I am. There's never enough to prove to myself that I'm not the miserable piece of shit that doesn't deserve to live that I believed I was. We keep doing what we do until we make another choice, which again is not easy. So much in our modern world is driven by addiction, and a lot of these addictions are seen to be by many people positive, like making lots of money, having power over other people. Like so many of the dicks in Silly Valley now, the CEOs who are imposing their will on all of us, whether we like it or not, or our current batch of fearless leaders who are seemingly controlling us more than we want. These people, though, are driven by their own addictive behaviors, having power, having money. It's something they do to push away the pain in their lives. And I try to remind myself to be empathetic with them, but my anger usually wins out. Everything we do can be used to avoid ourselves, everything, including things we need, like eating. Eating disorders can be an addiction to avoid ourselves. Eating chocolate, downloading porn into the night and not getting enough sleep, posting on social media, doom scrolling. There's nothing wrong with any of these things in and of themselves, but if we're doing it to avoid ourselves unconsciously, maybe we can choose to do something else. There's nothing wrong with those things. The only thing wrong is if we somehow know that we could make another choice that would give us maybe a little bit more joy in our lives, make us feel like we're doing something a little bit more meaningful. So maybe it's worth thinking about sometimes. Let's see. Let me skip some of these because I've been harping on this too long. Yeah, you know, like, I already did that. Yeah, so when we don't give the feelings inside of us that feel bad some kind of positive expression, a focus outward, they become more pent up. That's my experience anyways. When we're trying to push it away, it doesn't go away. It just gets more pent up, and then it will come out in probably a kind of icky way, which probably means we're acting out, and probably at people we admire, who we trust, who we love, because these are the people least likely to abandon us. So that causes a lot of strife in our lives that we can avoid if we can think about it and make maybe some different choices, because we don't have to keep doing the same thing again and again. We can embrace those feelings when they come up, and they come up in day-to-day life. You know, like your fearless leader says something totally, you know, another day of shit shows, another day of doom scrolling can bring up these things. Someone you think is attractive on the sidewalk doesn't smile back. Whatever, it can be triggered by so many different things, you know, or corporate overlords creating another law or whatever. When it comes up, though, that's an opportunity to actually feel it. The world doesn't end if you feel the pain inside. The world doesn't end. In fact, it becomes better. You can remind yourself that, as I do, it's okay to feel this stuff. Even if it sucks, it's okay to feel it. I can remind myself that, of course, given who I am, given my experience, this stuff comes up. That's part of who I am. Even if it sucks, it's okay. And I'm glad I am who I am. That wasn't true when I was a kid, totally depressed, but it is now, even when life sucks. So, and all that, it was really a big part of my process of getting to a place where I could start living with my depression and learning to live a life that I actually enjoy living, that feels worth living. So I'm going to skip this as well. I want to say just a little bit about meditation, since that was an important part of my life, and it was a way of avoiding shame as a kid. When I was 13 years old, I heard this guy on the radio, Alan Watts. Anyone hear of him? He's one of my intellectual heroes now. And as a kid, he gave the first talk I heard of him. There was a half-hour lecture on radio about meditation. And you know, he's this guy who kind of tripped out. He was going to be a Christian preacher, but you know, freaked out and started learning about Eastern culture and philosophy. And meditation was one thing he talked about a bunch. And this powerful tool he talked about. And as a 13-year-old, I wanted to fix myself. And I thought that fixing myself included behaving outwardly different than I did. And I became a different person for each circle of acquaintances that I might be around. And that was crazy making. And it really was crazy making when someone from this circle and someone from that circle was right here at the same time. Who should I be? That was nuts. And it took lots of years to untangle that mess that I created. And fortunately, meditation was helpful in that too. But I did become really good at meditating. And that serves me super well in the last decades of this last half of my life. Another thing I did as a teen to try to boost my horrible self-esteem was to be right all the time. And I don't know what's so great about being right, but I couldn't be wrong because my self-esteem was riding on this so much. And I learned to argue by putting people down and winning every argument. And I must have been a total bummer when I was a teenager. And for anyone who knew me back then, I am so sorry. But I did become good at arguing, not to win anymore. And nowadays, when I argue or discuss, even when there's strong disagreements, it's to learn from other people's point of view. As hopefully they're learning from me, and to be respectful to one another, despite even being emotionally disagreeing with one another. We can still respect each other and learn from each other. Let's see, that one I can skip. One other really important thing along my path was being terrified of things inside of myself. One of the big things for me was being terrified of being gay. When I was a kid growing up in the 60s in this conformist Chicago society, it was totally taboo to be gay. Now it seems really silly to me. I mean, I'm gay. What can I do about it? But there's still a lot of people in the world who it's really, really dangerous to be known to be gay. But back in Chicago, it was also really dangerous. It's one of the reasons I was beaten up every day. But I've learned to live with that. And I've also learned through the years that anything that I'm terrified inside is worth exploring and seeing what that's about. And all of it becomes kind of silly after you face it and feel it. Like being gay for me. So living with fear is part of living. There's nothing wrong with feeling fear. I'm always terrified when I get up on a stage. I mean, all of you are just staring at me like, what am I supposed to do? What if I make a mistake? What if what I'm saying doesn't make any sense? Are you going to make fun of me? Are you going to beat me up? I'm going to be on asphalt, whatever. So I can do what I do while being afraid. I can do what I do by while being nervous or even terrified. It's okay. I always teach when little kids, especially when I'm teaching them to solder, I can say, it's okay to solder while you're afraid. It's okay to solder while you're crying. Yeah, and I take that to heart. I've learned from so much in my life, including from my addictions. TV being the first of my addictions, which led to TV Be Gone, which is how I made a living with 12 friends for almost 20 years. And we sold like 880,000 of these things, crazy enough. And we can make use of all the things that we believed was wrong with us as a kid. As geeks, we tend to think that rationality is a great thing, and it is. Rationality is fantastic. We can use a bit more of it, especially in this country. But it should be in service to the whole and not so much the boss of our whole being. There are other aspects that are really important of our being as well, like emotions and feelings. And they can be even more relevant in certain situations. But when I was a kid, I totally admired this one character that was on TV for me a lot. He was called Spock. He was rational. He didn't have to deal with all these icky emotions, so I thought. But as an adult now, in the second half of my life, I see that one of the things that made him so interesting as a character was that he was half human, according to Gene Roddenberry, the creator, and he was struggling with rationality and emotions, trying to make it all whole, as I think we all can benefit from. We need all of that in order to be a whole person. and to live as good as we can. So intellect is really good, but so are emotions and so are feelings. There's one thing, exercise, which I've come up with, which I find really helpful for me and helpful for friends and helpful for people that I mentor. When you have a problem that's difficult to solve, that's not necessarily purely intellectual, you can think about the question on your own. Here's an example. A lot of you may have thought of this question. Should I quit my job? Anyone think of that before? Everybody. Jobs can sometimes really suck, but that is not an intellectual problem to solve. Intellect can play into it, but here's the exercise. Think of that question, or whatever question you have. It can be more complicated, and go to a place where no one's going to see you and be distracting. Close your eyes and imagine that you just answered that question. I just quit my job. How does it feel? How do you imagine it feels that you just quit your job, as this example? How does it feel today? How does it feel now? How does it feel tomorrow? How do you imagine it'll feel tomorrow? Or in a week, or in a month, or in a year? That's valuable information. And now, answer the question differently. For instance, I did not just quit my job. I decided to keep my job. How do you imagine that feels? Today, now, a week from now, a year from now? That's really valuable information. And in conjunction with intellectual exercise of like maybe making a column of pros and a column of cons, all of that can be really helpful. But the emotions are what's super important, because those are what you're going to live with that you have no control over for the rest of your life. Yeah. One kind of ironic thing from being so depressed for me as a kid, and for so many decades growing up, is that I suffered so much through those years that now I don't want to waste any time at all doing what I don't like. Fuck that. I don't even want to do what I only like. I want to make time and explore and do what I love. However much time I have. You know, I'm 68 now. I know at some point I'm going to be dead. We're all going to be dead at some point. It might be tomorrow. I might get hit by a bus today. Whatever. While I'm alive, I want to do something that's awesome for myself. Not just for validation from others, but for me. I want to live a life I love living. And if I weren't depressed those first half of my life, maybe I'd just get sort of an okay job and living an okay life. I don't know. But this is one of the ironies of life and living with depression. But now, I'm totally fine taking risks as appropriate to see what happens if I think that it'll make my life and the life of those other people around me better. Yeah. You know, that was actually a big part of learning to live a life that I find worth living. You know, skip that one too. If we know that something is the right thing to do, we can be motivated by that. We don't have to be motivated by a particular outcome from doing what we do. We're kind of driven to do that, and if we don't think about it, that's probably what we'll do. That's what I do all the time myself. But when I think about it, I can do what I do and be motivated just because I know it's the right thing to do. And that way, I'm not going to burn out as I have in the past, because I only have so much time, and I want things to turn out the way they do. Of course, we all want things to turn out well, but if I'm attached to that outcome, I'm going to be very disappointed every time it doesn't happen. It's not going to happen most of the time. And the structures around us, society, corporations, governments, they endure through time, unlike us in our lives. The faces change there, and they keep pushing, but we only live a certain amount of time, and if we're attached to outcome, we're not even going to make it through all those years with the motivation to keep doing what we're doing. And I would love to see us all keep doing what we're doing for as long as we're alive. I encourage everyone to do that. So it also leads to being impatient and wanting to things to change now. We see all these injustices in the world now. There's all sorts of countries who are bombing other countries paid for by our country. That sucks. We want it to change now. We see people who are being put down within our own country and our own communities, and we want it to change now. We're impatient. We want to see this pain stop for ourselves and those others around us. But things don't often change really quickly. And if we try to change them too quickly, we can experience a lot of backlash from society. And that's something to contend with, so we're thinking about. So back to control. We don't have control over what we put out into the world to try to change things or for whatever motivation. We don't have control over pretty much anything in our lives except for, again, the choices that we make. We also then don't have control over the consequences from our choices. But because of our choices, we will feel what we feel, and we'll think what we think. And now we know more than we did before because of those thoughts and feelings and other consequences. We know a lot more than we used to, so now we can make another choice. Maybe we can do that a little better. And then there will be consequences of those choices, and then we have no control over the consequences, yet we'll think and we'll feel and we'll learn from them as well. That process, which I just simply outlined, is not necessarily easy to come to, but that's the process that I see as the process of my life. A sequence of choices, making them, learning from them, and then making new choices, so that I can look back from where I am right now, looking back from where I came from, getting to where I am now because of the choices that I made. This is true for me. If it resonates with you, it can be true for you too. I find intense, deep meaning personally from that process. That process in and of itself gives my life personal meaning. So over time, choice by choice, day by day, month by month, year by year, I can hopefully, probably improve my life and the lives of those around me by continually improving the choices that I make. And I can do that even when I'm feeling like shit. For life always has ups and downs, and when I'm feeling like shit, it's just as painful as ever in my life. But it's less important now. I can remind myself that I can acknowledge to myself that these feelings are real and that it is okay to be me because it's the only thing I can be. And I am so grateful to be feeling all that I feel, everything I feel. After the first 33 years of my life being totally depressed, feeling hopeless, with so many self-destructive behaviors, nearly dying so many times, somehow I survived. Somehow I survived, and I have no idea how. And I am so grateful just to be alive, to be here with you, feeling everything that I feel, whether I feel like shit or like right now, being surrounded by people like you who I admire. People I can constantly learn from and share with and feel wonderful with when life is magical and pure joy. And I am way grateful to be alive, to be feeling all of that. So thank you. So that probably went way over. I have no idea. Yeah, sorry. I don't know. This is the last talk, so I guess it doesn't matter so much, but anyone have any questions, comments, insults? Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, sincerely, thank you. I don't know if there's any questions online. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So if you didn't hear that, he said he appreciates me teaching other people to teach other people who teach other people, and magnifying all of that, hopefully in a positive way. Oh, here's the questions. So I'll do this, and then if there's another live question. About the TV and manipulation, specifically commercials, I remember living with 2 roommates during school. One roommate and I would both mute commercials nearly automatically if we had the remote handy. The third roommate, after many months of seeing this, asked, "Why do you mute commercials?" So I don't know if there's a question in there, but the thing is, I turn TVs off. Like, even with the sound off, there's like this flashing colors and movement, and I can't not look at that TV, and I just want that shit off. And I can do that, so I do. And it's fun to do that. And even they design purposefully the content of TV program and the commercials to be effective with the sound off, because they know people mute it. And they try to put the repeated manipulative message in there in the first few seconds, because they know people will change the channel as well. So I think it's good to mute, but it's also good to just turn that shit off. So someone else said, a lot of us work to avoid ourselves. I learned that from my father, who was a workaholic. I tried that myself, and it didn't really serve me too well. So, yeah. Okay. Congrats. Validation. It's not easy. It's way not easy. If it were easy, no one would be addicted to anything when they know it no longer serves them. It's really, really hard. It becomes part of ourselves. So just for people who couldn't hear the question, this person bravely said that they've been addicted to self-harm, and for many years being no more than a week without doing those harmful behaviors, but now has been 9 months without them, and is wondering, how do you, basically, if I paraphrase, how do you break these cycles of making choices to continue with addiction rather than make new choices. It's really hard to make these new choices and do something else. Even when intellectually we know that other choices could be better for us, it's super comfortable to do what we know. And it's super scary to do unknown things where you don't know where that's going to lead. We have no control over those consequences. And that can be really scary, especially if we're around other people who are sort of encourage us, maybe not consciously, but our friends are doing the same kind of things. Addicts like being around other addicts. And whether it's in a bar with alcohol or whether it's shooting up with friends who are doing whatever kind of substance they're shooting up, or people who are congratulating each other on the financial market scene for making more money and fucking over however many people, which is totally externalities and doesn't matter. All of these things, these addicts like encouraging other addicts. They don't want to be alone with it. So changing that, as you know, is not easy. But you have felt now the rewards and the pains, changing your path, even if it's changing away from something you know is super negative, is still making a change, and you have to grieve that change, and that takes time. So, but thank you for doing that, because you're affecting not only yourself, but other people as well in a positive way. And even if you act out from the pain while you're freaking out about dealing with the addiction that still lingers, you're moving forward. Thank you for taking those steps. So let me, what do I do? Yeah, let's see, is there other stuff here? Neither the other roommate or I, continuing from that last bit, could really process why someone would ask this, why do you mute TV? Didn't have an answer other than something glib like saying lies, a commercial is lies, plays a la The Trip. I don't know what The Trip is that some TV show? I don't know, or something much more lengthy, lol. Someone else says, Alan Watts enlightened the OSs in her, what's that thing? Fear means interest. Someone else gave the Spock emoji. Any questions from here? Favorite book from Alan Watts? I think the most successful and one that affected me the most when I was young is The Wisdom of Insecurity. Really easy, engaging, kind of fun book. The Wisdom of Insecurity by Alan Watts. And then lastly, the last question, Viktor Frankl, who is a concentration camp survivor, he wrote a very small little book. The title's escaping me now. Yeah, Man's Search for Meaning. And that was a time long ago. It's people's search for meaning, but it's all about how he survived concentration camp during World War II, and it's not like maudlin, it's not all overly emotional, but it's super powerful emotionally nonetheless. And the last half of his book is him going off into the world being a psychoanalyst, a psychiatrist rather, with his therapy, which is helping people find meaning in their day-to-day lives. Really powerful, small book, way worth reading, I think. So this person says, Viktor Frankl mentioned meaning comes from believing in something bigger than yourself, even if simply devotion to others. Do you have things bigger than yourself? Hell yeah, I mean, the world is bigger than ourselves. Almost everything's bigger than me. I'm just here, this whatever. I have a brain. It seems to be kind of a big brain, like all of our brains. We have all these things that can make us as neurotic as possible. And the world. We need to feel part of something bigger than ourselves, like community. That's why we're all here at this conference. And that's why we decided to do it every year, so that we can come together and support ourselves through these interesting times, because we need that. And we always do that, even in the darkest times of humanity. We need to feel part of something bigger than ourselves, to feel like our lives are incredibly worthwhile. So, what are your notes written on? Pieces of A4 paper, because I live in Berlin. It's not letter size, it's A4, and they're cut into fourths. Yes. Not for me, but it works for a lot of other people. So I was brought up by atheists who were brought up by atheists who were brought up by atheists, 6 generations on both sides of my family. So we didn't have any deities to pray to. So I don't really necessarily know what prayer is, but a lot of other people find deep solace in it. And I think it's related to meditation and imagining that you're feeling that you're not alone, that you are part of something bigger than yourself. That's what I think of when I think of prayer. So, but for me, it's meditation, and then I can feel part of the universe in some way, you know, like even thinking on a quantum term, you know, I'm a geek, I'm intellectual, physics, all that stuff. There's the more you know about certain aspects, the less you know about others, and so we're not necessarily always localized depending how we think. And so, you know, here's my body here, it ends here as far as we can tell, but there's certain parts that extend infinitely into space or whatever. I can kind of feel it. Of course, when I was a teenager, I did lots of LSD, and that makes everything feel connected to everything, and so maybe that's somewhat related too. I don't know, I can only speak from my own experience. But if that works for you, then that's great. Oh, and for people who can't hear the question because the mics aren't working, the person said that they were depressed as a kid as well, and meditation helped a lot, and was wondering about being part of something bigger. They found solace in prayer, if I can paraphrase, and was wondering if that is something I relate to, and that explains my answer there. So yeah, thanks. Cool. Yeah, well, it's basically kind of the same thing I said to the person who asked the question about their addiction to harmful behavior. You know, and the question was, you know, when you're addicted to something and you continue that and not making other choices, the addictive behavior becomes part of your identity. Is that? And so, like, what do you do in the face of that? Because it does hurt to let go of part of your identity, and that's part of why it's so hard to make other choices other than your addictive behavior. So yeah, doing it anyways, because you know it's the right thing to do. And then getting support as much as you can from other people, and not being around the people who are encouraging you to do the things you know aren't so healthy for you. Part of the big thing of changing addictive behavior is being around people who can support you and growing the way you want to grow rather than sticking to a way that you feel is diminishing the joy in your life. Yeah, so not like I have all the answers or anything, but that's my experience. Cool. Well, thanks for enduring all of that. And yeah, so there's other things going on at Hope tonight. There's other things going out into the world in Queens and New York City. So I'll let you get on with it. And see you all tomorrow. So thanks, everyone.